Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. Stand back, I'm entering stinko mode. I was about to hop in the shower, but I started watching a couple of Twitch clips as the water was getting hot, and it just made me upset what was going on about a certain situation that I turned the water off and decided to march on over here like a toddler who just got told that he was put on Santa's naughty list so I could sit down and rant about something. So that's why I'm a little greasy right now, as you can tell. I've got my white t-shirt in sport mode, got some pit stains going on, and I just need to rant right now. I'm fuming. There's fucking steam coming out of my ears like a cartoon character. Why are people so fucking weird when it comes to disliking people online, where if someone they don't like does something good, they will find every excuse to hate the good thing they're doing? It is people's complete fucking inability to recognize that a good thing done by a person they don't like is still a good thing. You don't have to all of a sudden hate the good thing they've done. Why am I talking about this? Two very large streamers are doing a really good thing right now, and there's still a pretty decent sized chunk of people that are shitting on them for it and trying to find any weaselly way of making it seem like it's a negative thing. The two big streamers are Hassan on Twitch and iShowSpeed on YouTube. Both are very controversial figures in the space, and right now they're both doing fundraising streams to raise money for people in Turkey and Syria. I'm sure all of you saw yesterday, Turkey and Syria were devastated by a massive earthquake that led to the deaths of thousands of people, and today both of these streamers went live to collect money for a fund to help out as much as possible. Right now Hassan has raised over $330,000 for the Turkey-Syria earthquake fund, which is a fucking ton of money in a pretty short amount of time, and somehow people are spinning that as a horrible thing. iShowSpeed also raised a tremendous amount of money for the fund as well, and he was getting text-to-speech donations that were fucking unhinged like this.
Pin message. Pin message. Thank you. Y'all welcome. Y'all welcome. Y'all welcome.
Hassan Piker is taking all the money for himself. He lives in a mansion. All the money is going to him so he can buy a new pool for his mansion.
Yo, chat, what is going on?
Okay, super chat is
Nah,
$2.
nah.
Speed, it's a scam. I am being
It's a
serious.
scam? Bro, I don't. Oh my god, dog. Y'all see, look, bro. I don't know who.
Imagine hating an internet streamer so much that you will pay money, your own hard-earned doubloons, your own hard-earned clams, to donate it to a different streamer just so you can keep shitting on the one that you don't like, and then cook up your own little tinfoil butt plug conspiracy theory on why what they're doing is actually super shady and the money's not going to the charity, it's going to luxury items. That is a wild concept to me. And then also donating to call the whole thing a scam. Another very wild thing to me. Because from what I can tell, this doesn't appear to be an illegitimate organization or an illegitimate fund. It seems like this is money that's going to be extremely useful to the actual people in need to help out victims and help out. But, you know, for some reason, this is being spun by not a large group of people. I want to make this clear. It's not a ton of people. It is a pretty small, vocal group of people that are trying to find any way of spinning this as an overall negative thing that both of these streamers are doing because they don't like the streamers. Now, I'm not here to be the PR manager or tell you that you need to suck their dicks for this and fondle their balls for such a great selfless deed. I'm not trying to be that soldier in the meme who's like taking bullets while a baby is sleeping soundly right in front of me. Like, it's totally fine if you don't like either of these streamers. That is completely fine. In fact, Io still hasn't even gotten over iShowSpeed's last crypto scam with Paradox Metaverse. She's still very upset about that. She had to jump down. She was so sick from it. Of course, I'm kidding. Even my cat's not stupid enough to fall for a blatant crypto scam like that. What the fuck was that noise? Jesus Christ. Alright. Point is, you can dislike the streamers. You can say, iShowSpeed scammed and I'll never forgive him for it. But then you can still see what he's doing right now and be like, okay, big thumbs up. That's a good thing. You don't have to go out of your way to try and find any kind of like fucking wild, outrageous reason why what he's doing is bad. Because it's just not. No matter how you spin it, getting money to people in need after a fucking tragedy like this is a great thing. And the same goes for Hassan. You can dislike Hassan till the cows come home. You can dunk on him on Twitter all you like. You can say El Bozo on every fucking tweet, whatever. But when he does something good like this, you don't have to try and find some kind of crazy way that it's a horrible thing that he's doing. Because again, it's just not. And if we're going to play ball with what I see a lot of people saying, and they said the same thing about Mr. Beast, where it's selfishly motivated, they're just doing it to grow their own brand and look good, it's a PR play. Let's just assume you're right. Who cares? If that money ends up going to the victims here and helping people in need, who cares what the actual motivation behind it was when the result, the outcome, is still a great benefit to people that absolutely needed it? Why is that an issue? Yes, of course you can still question the motives. Totally fine. I think that's totally reasonable as well. But at the end of the day, it's still just not a bad thing because the people that need the help are getting the help. It's just that simple. That's how I always view these things. I understand that's not going to be how everyone views it, but it always just makes me really fucking upset when I see people doing a good thing and then still getting shit on for it because people don't like them. I feel like good things can be done by people you don't like, and you can still acknowledge the good things without, all of a sudden needing to do a 180 and love the person who did it. For example, I don't really like Elon Musk. I think a lot of the shit he's done has been pretty underwhelming, and he hasn't done a lot of things that I think are good changes, especially for Twitter and shit. But I always give credit where credit's due. He did an incredible job on Twitter with getting rid of a lot of open pedophiles. The MAP community, the minor attracted person community on Twitter that operated out in the open and flourished for years on Twitter, literal pedophiles, got decimated once Elon Musk actually finally put it in his crosshair. He did a good job there, and I can recognize that while also still not being a huge fan of Elon Musk and the other changes he's made. I just view it as a super simple thing that a lot of people lack the ability to do for some reason. Now again, I want to make it clear, I'm not blowing this way out of proportion. I understand it's a pretty small group of people that are shitting on Speed and Hassan for the fundraiser, but even just any number of people, more than one fucking lunatic, is mind-boggling to me. How can people actually look at that and then just be like, yeah, but I hate the person, so I hate what they're doing, and here's why it's bad? It's just not. It's fucking simply not. You don't have to like the person who does a good deed, but you can appreciate the good deed that was done. That's what it all boils down to. That's what I wanted to rant about today. I don't know if that whole take is super spicy and hot, or if it's pretty lukewarm or cold. Don't really know. I'm hoping it's not a hot take, though, because it seems like it really shouldn't be. But anyway, that's about it. So yeah. It's not often I like to spend a lot of time and play around in the pig pen when it comes to internet beef. I usually like to put that beef on a taco and just eat it one time, and I don't think there's any reason to go back for seconds. Typically, the cycle of life works. I'll make a video on something or someone, make jokes about it, talk about it, and then that person will respond with their own jokes, saying their own piece, and that's that. That's proper internet drama etiquette. That's just a beautiful thing, the way the Lord intended. I don't usually like to go back and respond to their response. It just seems highly unnecessary and feels more like milking a situation than actually making it entertaining or just generally talking about something. Of course, I have done it in the past a few times where it really feels like it's an important situation and one that I really do need to respond to again, or if it's just a highly wild one and I just have that little devil on my shoulder that I can't persuade otherwise and it forces me to make yet another video about something silly. But usually I steer clear of it, and today is one of those special cases where I am going to be responding to someone's response. 2 days ago now, I made a video on a self-proclaimed super wealthy guru who was talking about how he could take your girl because he has so much money, and if you make less than 10k a month, you shouldn't go to the gym. You're a fucking idiot if you go to the gym. It was just really embarrassing stuff, and I was just pointing out how silly and stupid all of it was, just making fun of him. And he didn't take too kindly to it, so he put on his extra small big boy pants and said, "Alright, bub, so you want to tussle with the lack of muscle? I'll challenge you to a fight." So he made a fight declaration to me to box me. And this is the main reason I'm talking about this goober again. When you challenge someone to a fight because they made jokes about you, I feel like you lose on the spot because all you're showing is that the jokes hurt your feelings. They got under your skin. So now you're coping with this defense mechanism of, I'll beat you in a fight because of what you said. And I feel like that's just the ultimate fucking L. Now, let's walk through this hypothetical. Let's say I took up the malnourished Martian on his fight offer and he beats my ass. He brutalizes me somehow. He takes his McLaren out and he's like, "Get a load of this, tough guy," and he starts wailing on me. What does that change about everything I've said about him? It's all still the truth. All the jokes are still applicable. It's just never fully computed with me because it always comes across as even whinier and more pathetic, at least in my eyes. And I'm sure the reason he's doing it is just for the sake of soaking up as much attention as possible. He makes it very clear in the beginning of the video that he's doing all of this for views, so I have no doubt that's the play. But what if I was to accept his offer? I feel like that would be his legitimate worst nightmare because I am 100% sure he's never thrown a punch in his life, not even in his dreams, because his bones would shatter. And let's not forget, I do keep that big iron on me. And these pythons, they don't play nice. But being in great shape doesn't correlate to being a great fighter. So who knows, maybe this guy absolutely could slap me around in a physical fight. But we won't find out because I don't plan on accepting the offer regardless.
It was by this guy Penguinz, whatever his name is.
Brother, you have the video up on the screen. What do you mean Penguinz, whatever his name is? You could have just opened your eyes. Are you too wealthy to just read? Can you read? It's Penguinz0.
He was talking a bunch of crap about my video. So we're going to respond. This is my reaction. Okay, we're not going to get heated in this. I'm not really massively triggered. I just want to take advantage of the views. So we're going to get right into this.
Immediately, this little weasel's already lying. I wasn't talking crap about his videos. I was talking shit about his videos.
Okay, I don't only own a McLaren. I used to have a 570S that was white. If you followed me for a while, you know this. It was a convertible drop top. Okay, had that car, sold it. Got a yellow Maserati, then got bored, and I was like, I got to get another McLaren. So I have a McLaren, a Maserati Ghibli. That's a 1 of 5, by the way, which costs way more than this entire fucking YouTube channel's ad revenue on a monthly basis. And then...
Man, he's really putting that egg on my face right now. I look real silly. This guy means business. He's got a lot of expensive cars. Holy shit. And he sets the record straight. The McLaren isn't rented. He showed the keys. And then even mentioned that he puts his Instagram sticker on the back. So I'd prefer if he just rented it. You put your fucking Instagram handle as a sticker on the back of your McLaren, it's already worthless now. You've ruined it.
I literally post this thing all around. I have my Instagram sticker on the back. People have seen the videos all over. You can't rent that every single day. Okay, so this part pisses me off because he says the name wrong like 8 times in a row. It's not McLaren, it's McLaren. Okay, so... that's how we know this guy doesn't really have a lot of status. He doesn't understand these things.
Well, you can't argue with him there. That is a bulletproof case he's presented. I wasn't pronouncing it to his liking. I wasn't saying McLaren, though. I was just saying it fast. McLaren, 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 McLaren. Like, it's not a hard word to pronounce. I don't know why he's trying to nitpick that. But anyway, I don't need to go through this with a fine-tooth comb. I'll show you the creme de la creme here. I'll give you the climax where he mentions the boxing match with me.
The funny part is that I don't need to be in shape. And you know what? I'm going to make this statement in the video. We should do a boxing match with him because he does not. I'll box this guy. I'll do something with him because I guarantee you he can't outrun me in a mile. Okay. I can still, to this very day, with the amount of times that I don't work out, I can still run a 6-minute mile, maybe 5.5-minute mile.
Whoa, stand back. We got ace athlete out here who could beat me in a race, which he absolutely could. I have no doubt about that. I can count on 2 fingers the people I can beat in a foot race. 1, a toddler that hasn't learned to walk yet, so he can only crawl. And 2, a 90-year-old that's using a walker. Everything else is going to be a close match. Though I don't know what running has to do with boxing. The two don't really correlate. They're very different. But anyway, the boxing offer. This is what I'm saying. I find that to just be completely worthless. Like, that has nothing to do with anything I was saying at all. If I was making the claim that I could beat his ass, then that boxing challenge holds a lot of water. Then that holds a lot of weight. I was just making fun of him. I've just always said, like, if you challenge someone to a fight because they hurt your feelings, that's an embarrassing look for you. It'd be a very different story if I was the one instigating, like, oh man, this guy, I'd beat his ass all over the place. I'd beat him like a drum. Then him challenge me to a fight's like, okay, he's stepping up. Now, am I going to follow through on what I was saying? And then it's on me, and then I look like a bitch if I don't. And I feel like that's not a super hot take, because usually it's a fight fire with fire. So if you're getting insulted or you feel insulted because of the jokes, you insult back or make jokes back. And that's the accepted battle terms. For an example, Uwe Boll, terrible director, used to make a lot of awful films, but his big shtick that made him a legendary clown is he would challenge his harshest critics to boxing matches. Critics that insulted his movies, he would challenge to a boxing match, and he became an absolute laughingstock, even though somebody once accepted it and lost. Uwe Boll was still the bigger joke, and in fact was even a larger joke after winning against this critic. He didn't look tougher, he looked even stupider. It's just one of those things where when you get offended and your defense is, I'll fight you for it, I just feel like it's a bad look.
If I don't go to the gym, that doesn't mean I'm insecure. It means that I'm actually more confident in my body. I'm very talented in other areas. I don't need to have big muscles to be good or athletic at things, right? A lot of the things that we challenge ourselves with that we think that we can't achieve are all up here. It really has not a lot to do with physical. I'm a marketer. I don't need to be massively fit, okay? I like to have all my stuff up here. Doesn't mean I have to go to the gym and be this muscle maniac. That this everybody's got their own preference. I think that it's a waste of time. I think it's a mounds of insecurity.
This is the section where I was talking about his shaming of people that go to the gym and calling them fucking idiots for it. So he's immediately going off the rails into like lecture douchebag mode where he's like, well, actually, a lot of the obstacles that you encounter are mental, not physical. Like, that has nothing to do with anything right now. You're fighting some fucking ghosts. That doesn't matter. The whole point was, I even mentioned, if you're confident in your body, that's great. Why are you shaming people that want to look different than you do? You shitting on people who go to the gym, insinuating that they're poor and have no right to be there unless they're making more than $10,000 a month, comes across as bitter, delusional, and insecure. And for some reason, he tries to flip that around by saying, well, no, actually, going to the gym portrays insecurity. Like, the delusion is almost impressive. You're not even making any good points here. You're not even defending your stance very well. No one's forcing you to go to the gym. No one's twisting your arm like, hey, listen, Buster, get your ass in the gym. You don't have to. No one's making you. But why are you shitting on people that do? It's not a waste of time at all. It's not even a huge time commitment to get in good shape. An hour a day and then changing your diet around to make your health better? Like, it's not even this huge detriment that's going to lead to them being broke or anything. It's just absolute nonsense from a guy who I'm certain has never picked up anything heavy in his life.
Because if you look at a person who lifts and a person who doesn't lift but has a lot of skill sets and has high intellect, the guy with a lot of intellect, with a lot of path and purpose and skill sets, it's going to win. Just because you can lift things doesn't mean you're smart. It just means that you can just lift shit. I mean, it's like...
So much useless drivel and cope for why he doesn't lift. You can do both here, dummy. You can lift and still be highly intellectual, even if being in great shape isn't necessary for the skill set for your career path. It's still probably worth doing because it's not a massive time investment for it. Lifting occasionally and eating better is not somehow going to ruin your chance of success and lead to you being broke and unable to find a career path that makes more than 10K a month or whatever the fuck you're talking about. This is just all mental gymnastics to justify you personally not wanting to go to the gym. Just don't. But I don't understand the point in shitting in people who do. It's just so weird.
There's no excuse to why you can't make 10K a month. And honestly, life doesn't really start until $30,000 a month. I make a bunch of videos about this.
I know a lot of people think this guy's rage baiting or playing a character, but I have good reason to believe that he is completely genuine. From everything I've seen from him, this really does seem to be the way he views the world. He proudly proclaims that life doesn't start till you're making 30K a month, and that there's absolutely no excuse for somehow making less than 10K a month. This is a guy who lost touch with reality long ago.
It's not what I'm talking about as far as protected. It's not about the physicality. It's about the fact of the matter that she needs to feel safe and protected in a nice home with a good financial situation, be able to raise kids and be able to go out with her friends and still be the woman that she wants to be and have her own path and purpose. It's not about the physicality, okay? And also, if you make enough money, you get a security team, okay? Now, I don't have one, but all I'm saying there is that you use money to give you extra freedoms.
So he made a point to say that if you're not making 6 figures a year, you need to break up with your girlfriend right now because he'll probably fucking steal her from you because he has more money, which means he can protect her and provide for her better than you can. He explains that the protecting thing wasn't about physicality, like physically being able to defend her from harm. It was being able to give her like a big house and shelter and financial freedom to spend money to go out with her friends and raise a kid. Now, I live in the real world where you don't need 6 figures to be able to provide a safe household like that to afford those kind of good things. But he's out there in fucking Narnia, Fantasyland, where apparently you need 6 figures for that. But regardless, what really stands out to me is his last claim, where when you're making a lot of money, you get a security team. That was a huge red flag. That sounded the alarms, the sirens blared that this guy is most likely a fraud and pretending he is fake. We, at our warehouse, actually did look into hiring a full-time security team for the property. It is an outrageous expense. From all of the research I've done on his media company, I can neither confirm nor deny if his claims are accurate about it generating 9 figures for his clients. The only place that's spouting those numbers are his websites, and he has fucking 3 of them. One of them hasn't been maintained in the last 3 years. All it does is drip feed fanfic about his upbringing, as well as 404 when you try and look up anything else about it. And then underneath a documentary he made where he sucks his own dick, it's just this giant white page, just this void of emptiness. So there's no good information there, but on his other 2 websites, he does have claims that it's 9-figure generating. But as he mentions in his response, that doesn't mean he's worth 9 figures. From all of the numbers I can find online, and I always take these with a grain of salt, his net worth is between $3 to $6 million. If those numbers are even close to accurate, he himself couldn't afford a full-time security team. He lives where I do, in Florida. If you wanted to hire just one full-time bodyguard for a property or whatever, you are looking at an expense of roughly $150K for one person. That's not even a full team. He would run out of money in like 2 years, perhaps. So it, to me, seems like he has no fucking clue what he's talking about. He's making it sound like this is a common purchase people start making when they start getting a lot of money, when it is not. This is something that's reserved only for like the highest income individuals or actual large businesses. To me, this really just feels like he's pretending. And making more than 10K a month doesn't enable you to magically protect her better.
If you see how he edits the video right there, he trimmed it because he knew what he was about to say was stupid. That's the only time where he trimmed the video, where he cut it. Because he knows that he was about to say that it's not important to make 10K a month when I know damn well with 12 million subscribers, he makes more than $10,000 a month. It's hypocritical for him to say that because he has things behind him right now that, from what I can see, they're not cheap things.
This is a big gotcha moment from him here. An astute observation, he noticed a cut, but then falsely claims it's the only one I made. Bro, I make cuts in videos. This isn't all just one take. Sometimes I actually do get videos in just like one full fucking take, but usually I don't. I'll fumble words, and that's when it gets cut, and I'll go back and explain things differently, say something else entirely. It's all very normal. I actually just did it. I'm not sure if you noticed. It's not uncommon. In a live stream, I can't do that, so yeah, all of that's one take. But, I mean, you're in the space, right? Like, you have to know how video editing works and video making. I don't know why he's trying to catch me on a cut and assuming that I was about to say that making 10K a month isn't important. And it's also not hypocritical either, if I was to make that point. You don't need to be making 10K a month to be happy. You just simply don't. Your whole personality is money. I lived the majority of my life without even imagining $10,000 a month, and I was happy then too. Just as happy then as I am now. It's not a necessary, absolute must-have thing, and you're not a failure if you don't get $10,000 a month. Contrary to the delusion that you're fucking encumbered by, you don't need $30K a month to start living. You don't. Like, I can't believe anyone actually thinks that way. What an outrageous claim to make. So, I wasn't going to say that, but I'll say it now. You don't need 10K a month in order to go to the gym, to have a loving relationship, to provide for your girlfriend, protect her, have a happy life, have happy kids. You don't ever need to breach 10K a month to reach that level.
It's not a bad spot. I don't need a massive house with 18 fucking bedrooms with nobody to vacate them. That's a stupid financial investment, okay? The car is not, because the car is for marketing. The car is something I enjoy. Houses are stationary. They don't move. Cars move, and I have fun with the wind in my face.
Finally, something reasonable here. I pointed out that his house tour is a very nice spot, but it's not a mega mansion, which confused me because he's all about flexing his cars, for example. And he defended it by saying that it's a nice spot, but he doesn't need a big house. He doesn't want a huge mansion. It'd be a bad investment for him financially. He doesn't want a lot of eyes on him. And all of that makes sense. Completely agree. You don't need a huge house or anything like that. But then why doesn't that same line of logic apply to your McLaren and your supercars, your extremely expensive cars? He tries to say that the cars are for marketing. Why? Because you slap your Instagram handle on the back of one of them? I'm just going to hit you with the cold water and give you the truth. There has never been a single living, breathing human being that has seen a car with an Instagram handle on it that thought to themselves, wow, that piqued my interest. I can't wait to check out that Instagram account of that cool guy driving that car. 100% of the time, people write you off as driving a cringe-mobile. That is the worst marketing. It's like anti-marketing. It makes people laugh at you. But regardless, with the house, you're right. You don't need a big house. Same way you didn't need those expensive cars. But you mentioned that you have fun with them. Well, I'd actually understand if you did have a mega mansion because it'd fall in line with what you were just talking about, where guys who don't make 6 figures a month need to break up with their girlfriends because they can't protect and provide. If you had a big house, you would be providing for your girlfriend, right? You mentioned that you have a girlfriend. I imagine she lives with you. You mentioned people live with you. Wouldn't getting a huge house pretty much be exactly what you preach? You're giving her a great place to be protected in, provided, afforded luxuries, raise a kid in. Like, that falls more in line with what you're saying than owning these worthless supercars. Like, that feels like it should be so much further down the list of priorities for your money. Now, I completely agree. You don't need a big house. But what you're not recognizing is that the way you're living your life in terms of, like, your house is exactly what I and everyone else with a brain is saying. That you don't need $30K a month to live a happy life. You don't need $30K a month to start living, as you claim. You are in a house right now with your girlfriend and whoever else that people could afford without $30K a month, and you are happy. And I imagine they are happy as well. So the life you are currently living contradicts the one that you are preaching about. You are living a lifestyle that is not $30K a month. You are living something that people can live right now without even coming close to that. And yet you're shitting on them if they don't reach it and shaming them for not making that kind of money. It's hypocritical, I would argue. I just wanted to mention that because I found it to be the most interesting component here. I ended up going through more of the video here than I planned on. I just found the whole thing to be just kind of fascinating in a way, so I just wanted to talk about it a little bit, and that's about it. So, yeah. Twitter and bad decisions go together like spaghetti and meatballs, and it brings me no joy to keep talking about Twitter continuously getting worse with more and more embarrassing changes that keep hitting the platform. I would love to be talking about it getting better, right? Talking about like, oh man, Twitter's introducing an amazing change and people are, pumping their fists in celebration. But that is just not the utopia we live in. That Narnia doesn't exist. Right now, we're cursed with this brain rot Twitter that only somehow continues to fester and ooze. And what we're talking about today is its latest fumble with a new bad decision. It's actually been a whole handful of goofy changes, but I'm just going to focus on the silliest ones. So let's get into the cream of the crop, the biggest one people are talking about right now. The legacy checkmarks. For a few months now, Elon Musk was saying it needs a drastic overhaul. I've got my finger on the trigger and I'm about to just blow the fucking brains out of these checkmarks. He was going to eradicate the old blue checkmarks, letting everyone know it's about to go extinct like the dinosaurs. Elon Musk was coming in, dropping the asteroid. The only checkmarks that would exist after April 1st of this year were going to be the Twitter blue checkmarks, the paid ones, $8 a month, flushed right down the shitter. Those would be the only blue check marks left. Well, it looks like we all survived Armageddon because it's April 2nd and there's only been one minor tweak to the blue check mark system. This is kind of like when the Mayan calendar stopped at 2012, but then we hit 2012 and kept going, so people were curious about like, oh wow, how did we, what happened to the end of the world? That's what's got everyone scratching their head right now, because the blue checkmark system is exactly the fucking same, except now the wording on them is changed. So everyone that had a legacy checkmark before the purge still has it. There was no purge. It was a false flag operation, I guess. All that changed is how they explain it. So now, if you look at any checkmark, they all say the same thing, which is this account is verified because it's subscribed to Twitter Blue or is a legacy verified account. It's such a minor tweak and not at all what it was hyped up to be. This really feels like it was running defense for the feelings of people who paid $8 for Twitter Blue and kept getting bullied because it proudly showcased that they are verified because they paid for it. So they were being relentlessly bullied all over Twitter for anyone that bought the service. Now, this muddies the waters, so you'll never know if that checkmark is from someone that paid for it or if they were a important person with a legacy verification checkmark. It really feels like it was just to protect the feelings of those pay piggies that were dumping the $8. So that was pretty lame and disappointing, but if you are a Twitter Blue subscriber, now's the time to rejoice. You'll be able to sleep easier at night knowing that people won't be able to laugh and spit on you as easily as before, since they won't know if you're dumping the $8 a month for that checkmark. But there have been a couple other changes that I think are worth mentioning here since we're talking about it, and one of them is about the other two badges. So there's also a gray badge in addition to the blue one. This is a completely different badge, and it's reserved for government officials or politically powerful people. It goes to them. That's not something you can buy. That is something that you have bestowed upon you, like Elon Musk personally knighting you with the gray badge on the platform for the politically powerful people. And there's really nothing I think that's wrong with that. I actually think that's probably a pretty good idea, so that way people don't ever really get confused. But one thing that I don't really like about it is that it's gray. And sometimes when I'm just scrolling, since I'm on dark mode, I don't even notice if there's a check mark there. So sometimes I just think that it's a troll account or something. They should make it more obvious. They should have made that one fucking glisten. Like, have it be red with flames coming off of it. Maybe like sound effects, you know, fucking fireworks blasting off like you just hit 99 in a skill in RuneScape. Like, that one they should have went hog wild on. But regardless, there's another badge as well, and this one's for corporations. That's the gold badge, the little Mario coin. So the gold badge is interesting. The gold badge is for brands and companies, non-profits, any of that, and it costs $1,000 per month in addition to an extra $50 per month for each affiliate sub-account, i.e. employees, brands, or divisions. But there is an exemption here. The top 10,000 most followed brands, companies, and organizations that have already been verified will be exempt from the $1,000 monthly fee. So if you're like a startup business and you want the gold badge to help solidify to customers that this is the official brand account, well then I hope you've got your pocketbook at the ready, because you're going to need to pony up at least $1,000 per month for that bitch. That is not cheap whatsoever. And I actually would be super insulted if I was a startup business that would find value in that gold badge, because the top 10,000 most followed corporate accounts, as well as just its 500 largest advertisers, are being grandfathered into it for free. These are massive corporations that could easily afford the $1,000 per month charge without feeling shit. Meanwhile, you got mom and pop Wiggleberry, who just launched their artisan candle business that really wanted the gold checkmark to try and extend their reach online, and they're gonna have to fork out a fucking ton for it. So that would be pretty insulting as a small business owner who might want the gold checkmark. I don't think it's necessary whatsoever. I don't think the gold checkmark's going to necessarily be hitting home runs for your bottom line and getting you more customers. But I have heard from a few small businesses and nonprofits that aren't going to be, you know, with the waived fee here, that were very upset about it. And I do understand why they would be, because again, that is expensive for smaller businesses. Meanwhile, the businesses that are already huge that could easily afford it don't have to. They don't have to eat the cost at all. Instead, it's coming from smaller businesses, which is weird. That seems kind of backwards to me, but whatever. I thought that was at least worth mentioning, because $1,000 per month for a fucking badge on Twitter is in and of itself a wonderful joke. Now, the last change that I'd like to discuss is one that kind of branches off of a bigger topic. What is the value of even being verified on Twitter? Well, I think the answer is nothing. I think there is absolutely no fucking value in being verified on Twitter. One of the things Elon Musk has been hyping up for a while is monetization options, but as of right now, they're non-existent. There's really no such thing as like Twitter monetization. You're not going to make a living off of just fucking shit posting tweets with a verified account. At least not yet. Though I do wonder if he is like genuinely exploring that to see if there is a way to have content on Twitter generate ad revenue for its Twitter Blue subscribers to incentivize them to keep posting. I think that's the plan. It's just not fully realized yet. So as of right now, it is completely worthless to have the check mark. It doesn't give you any kind of big priority in comments, at least not that I've seen. It doesn't offer you any useful tools outside of the ability to like review a tweet before sending it or make like an edit to it, which who really gives a fuck? It's Twitter. You could just delete the tweet if you want to. It's very simple and very quick already. It just seems like a complete waste of money. But with a recent announcement from Musk, it seems like he's really trying to make Twitter Blue a requirement to even use the platform effectively. So the change is that only verified users will show up in the recommended feed, and also that only verified accounts will even appear in the Twitter's For You feed, making the claim that this is the only realistic way to address advanced AI bot swarms taking over. It goes into effect on April 15th, and also voting in polls will require verification for the same reason. I don't really care too much about the poll voting shit. That doesn't matter at all to me. Twitter polls are completely fucking useless. But the shutting out non-verified accounts from For You recommendations, that's a load of horseradish right there, especially with the reason given to stop AI bot swarms. This feels like a totally different tone and attitude here, as opposed to the old Elon, the bold Elon, who went to war with bots right away when he took over the platform, stating that he was going to make sure bots and all of those troll fake accounts weren't going to be an issue anymore, and he had so many plans to get rid of it. Now he's saying it's a losing battle without just taking off unverified accounts from the For You recommendation page. What the fuck happened? Yeah, they won, I guess? Jesus Christ. That's a weird way of combating that. There's plenty of other ways of combating bots that don't involve just slapping the people that aren't paying $8 a month. I don't think I need to explain why this is a terrible decision. Everyone was dunking on him for this one. Even the biggest of supporters for Musk were pretty put off by this because it just does seem weak, no matter how you spin it, saying it's a losing battle unless he turns off a pretty crucial component to the service, which is allowing unverified accounts, any account, to show up on the For You recommendations based on algorithms and shit. Like, that has been a core part of Twitter for a while now, so taking that away, stating like he's going to lose to bots if he doesn't, is very weird and not a great look. And since we're on the topic of For You, I want to quickly just ask, what the fuck is going on with For You on Twitter? I talked about this on stream and everyone's having the exact same experience over the last couple months, where every time you go on, there's just random death and gore videos, like out the wazoo. Every time I scroll through Twitter for more than like 3 or 4 seconds, I'll inevitably scroll past someone just getting shot somewhere in a video of it, or like a fight that broke out that led to someone getting killed. And it's not even based on my previous viewing. Like, I don't go out of my way to watch like best gore on Twitter or anything. Like, it's out of nowhere and everyone seems to be having a similar experience. And if it's not death and gore videos, it's for some reason other horrific shit that's not even viral. Like, they're not even viral clips. I don't understand why it's doing that. I don't know if it's by design or if there's just something that's got a little funky in there, but it's certainly odd. And I just wanted to at least mention that briefly. But overall, these are not amazing changes so far for Twitter. Maybe they'll get it together and start pumping out some great ones, but man, it has been a load of L's for that platform. Elon Musk bought it not too long ago for $44 billion, and it is currently valued at roughly like $20 billion. So not exactly seeing the best of returns at the moment, and doesn't really seem to have the best of ideas. But who knows, maybe it'll start to really pick itself up. That's about it. So yeah. There are some products out there that I'm convinced exist solely to capitalize off irresponsible idiots that serve as nothing more than a public dunce cap for people to point and laugh at you because they can immediately identify that you are just stupid because you bought it. These are things like a shake weight or an NFT. Now, I know some sensitive Sally crypto bros are probably a little upset that I mentioned NFTs here, but you have to admit how incredibly comedic it is to watch all of that money burn up over JPEG pictures of monkeys wearing hats. It is remarkable that anyone ever bought into the scam to begin with, which is why they get laughed at so heavily when all of it crashes. It is just one of those products that people will make fun of you for. You know, sometimes tough love is required. I'm not going to sit here and baby you, pat you on the ass and tell you good game because you spent 15 grand on a fucking Google image that's minted on the blockchain. You just gotta buckle down, grit your teeth, and face the reality that you bought something dumb. It's just that simple. But don't worry, I'm here to give you the final boss of dumb products. It's called the Mutalk. You probably already have heard of this because it went viral on Twitter recently. This is just one of those products that serves as this beacon to highlight financially irresponsible fools that are just so fucking reckless with their money they buy anything. Yeah, this absolutely looks like a fetish. This looks like some kind of BDSM gear out of Cyberpunk, but instead of getting a brain dance, you're getting a mouth dance. Now I know what you're thinking. Hallelujah, our prayers have been answered. For too long we've been plagued by voice leakage. It's probably one of the #1 complaints I have in the modern society. I'll go out in public and I just hear so much leakage, and it's overwhelming at times, you know. I just get sensory overloaded, I start to melt down, I curl up into a fetal position because I'm hearing all these conversations. But gone are the days of having that kind of meltdown, because now we have this muzzle that's available where You put it on your face during a phone call, a meeting, or a gaming session, and you can yell, scream, hoot, and holler all you want, and no one's gonna hear you. Also, for people who have been around the channel for a while, you'll know that 5 years ago I made a video on something very similar called the Hush Me, which is this little saw trap for your face. It basically aims to do the same thing, but it's more focused on making sure people can't read your lips. So it's only actually good if you're some kind of super spy engaging in espionage and you don't want anyone to see what you're saying or who you're saying it to. But it's fundamentally the same idea, just a fucking muzzle. So taking a look under the hood here, you have a little toilet seat for your face, and it looks like it goes directly into the microphone. So my heart breaks for anyone that you're having a conversation with over the phone, because every time you answer a question, it's going to be just screamed at them. It's going to be some way too dang shit. It's going to sound like an absolute fucking wall of noise. It'll be ear piercing because it's directly into the microphone and all of it is concentrated right into it. Unless they've somehow dampened it, which I imagine they must have. Surely that would have been a problem that they would have identified during testing. But then I feel like an even bigger problem they should have identified is how fucking stupid wearing this looks and why no one would ever subject themselves to the public embarrassment of having this strapped to their face. Now, I think this is completely unusable in public unless you're cosplaying as Bane from Batman, or if you just want to make sure you can scare every single person in the immediate environment around you. It's just, I don't see any case where this could ever actually be acceptable to have on your face. It's fucking alarming. But I think the idea of having some way of dampening sound for private conversations in your own home could be useful for people that live in apartments with thin walls, or if you're in a dormitory or any kind of shared housing, really, where, you know, you don't want to be like loud around other people and disturbing them. I could see the core idea itself having some merit of just like dampening sounds, that way like your roommates aren't hearing you, but it's certainly not this fucking horse feeder. There's got to be another way, because at that point you can just soundproof your room and it'd be a lot less fucking creepy. So here you can see some ideal use cases. For instance, use in the metaverse, which no one's in the metaverse, so no one's going to be using it there. Though I think if you did buy into the metaverse, you're probably stupid enough to actually buy this, so perhaps this might see use from the 4 or 5 people that actually engage in metaverse shit. But the next one is gaming. So if you're a gamer who gets a little rowdy, maybe your parents would get this for you to like treat you like some kind of fucking criminal in your own home, like Hannibal Lecter, strapped to the table with a fucking muzzle over your mouth because you yell too loud when you celebrate a big dub with your boys. Like, I feel like that'd be so shameful. Like, hold on a second, guys. I'm going AFK. I need to grab my gamer muzzle because I'm about to get really excited and heated in this one. Then you come back with your fucking face strap on. Like, it's so goofy. And then the other one is use in meetings in a noisy place. Maybe I could see some mental gymnastics to justify that, but I'll raise you a better solution. Don't take your meetings in a noisy public place. Go anywhere else.
Yes. Okay. No.
Quiet.
Oh geez, my wife just came out here and told me that my yelling is making it difficult for her and her boyfriend to fall asleep. I guess I was getting a little too rambunctious. I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean to keep you two up. I'll go ahead and get the gamer muzzle out from the closet so that way you two can get a good night's rest.
Yes, guys, yes. Very well, guys, very well.
Another glaring issue with this is after some use, it's going to be revolting, just truly disgusting, and you're going to have to clean it out frequently because it's just a fucking cup, a little diaper for your mouth where it's catching all of your spit, all of your everything that comes out of your mouth into one giant petri dish in front of your face. It's going to be like a trumpet spit valve. It's just going to be fucking gross, and it'll probably end up breaking the mic over time because it's going to be constantly wet and moist. It's going to be this damp environment. You're going to form your own little biome in the goddamn mute talk. So you're going to have to be like actually scrubbing that shit out. It just seems like such a hassle with very little upside. You could also just control your own volume if you're someone that gets really, you know, fucking animated and goes super hype mode for gaming and you live in an apartment with thin walls. Just maybe learn to simmer down a little bit until you can properly like soundproof the room. I wouldn't recommend getting this. I don't know why you'd want this fucking muzzle. It makes no real sense when there's easier ways of like dampening sound that don't require you to look like this. Also, when you pair this with VR, which they're hyping up a lot, it makes it look like you've been kidnapped by some kind of kinky pervert. So, like, you actually just look like you're in distress when you wear this in combination with, like, all the VR gear. He's not wearing headphones in this screenshot here, but add the headphones, and you've got yourself, like, a hostage situation. Overall, I just don't see any practical use for the Mutalk other than just being, like, this badge of dishonor where you can proudly display that you bought the Mutalk and people can laugh at you for it. That's it. I don't see why anyone would actually want this. Again, I do think there is merit to the idea of having something to dampen sound for like a shared home environment or thin walls, but this isn't it. There's definitely something else that can capitalize on that idea. So yeah, I just want to talk about this. That's about it. See ya. A couple months ago, we tried to get two of our friends onto the Netflix dating show called Love is Blind, but unfortunately things went awry. It didn't go as planned and didn't make the cut. However, I still want to share the whole process as well as their audition videos because this could have been something special. For those that don't know, Netflix has a program called Love is Blind, and it's a very goofy concept. Its whole shtick is people go on dates without ever being able to see each other. They go into these little pods that act like solitary confinement for prisoners, but in this case, it's prisoners of love. So they want to see if people can fall in love with each other without ever being able to know what they look like. Not exactly the most original or most profound concept. I mean, people get married to shit that doesn't even exist. I watched a whole documentary about women that fall in love with ghosts and get married to them. Actually just falling in love with fucking ideas of people as opposed to real people. And if you've ever played RuneScape or World of Warcraft, you know people are getting married all the time without even knowing what the other person sounds like, let alone looks like. So of course there's going to be people that are down to get married because they talked to each other in some pods and had a smile on their face. But regardless, the reason why we thought this would be fun is because Love is Blind came to our neck of the woods, Tampa, and they were filming their new season here. And I swear as God is my witness, if Tampa is known for one thing other than bath salts, it's good lovers. And we have the best lovers in our crew, specifically Caleb and Aaron. We thought this was the perfect opportunity to unleash the hounds and let Aaron and Caleb finally find love. So we signed them up. They went through the interview process. We had the videos filmed to submit for the auditioning where they'd vet through the contestants. And I just want to share all of that with you because what a wild ride it was. Even though I've already spoiled the conclusion of this anime, it ultimately ended in failure. Sometimes it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. We still have all of their audition tapes. They did many takes and many different angles to try and put together the perfect recipe for success. So I'm going to show you some of the best moments of those videos. Now before getting into that, I want to thank Opera GX for sponsoring today's video. Big thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring today's video. Opera GX is the best browser available. I switched over a year ago and I've never looked back. Its features are just the best. It offers the best possible experience. Not only is it not a resource hog like Chrome and all of that, but it's also just has everything you'd want while browsing the web. You can have your messaging apps on the sides, that way you can talk to your friends while browsing the web without having to switch between tabs or anything like that. It's very convenient. You can also just fully customize it exactly how you want. They even have these cool wallpapers for Moist Esports and myself, which is just amazing. They even have a forced dark mode options, that way when you go to a new website, you're not hit with like a flashbang on light mode. There's just so many options and so many features. And if you're already on something like Chrome, they even have a way of just importing your current settings and extensions into Opera GX so it's seamless and it's quick. One of the new features is also the ability to have the 12 newest uploads from myself in Opera GX so that way you can stay up to date. Like everything is just really cool. So I highly recommend getting Opera GX. I think it is the best browser available, and it's free to download, so click the link in the description. Thanks again to Opera GX. Now, the process for getting them signed up for Love is Blind was surprisingly simple. I thought it was going to be a big song and dance, a cutthroat competition to even get them considered. But I'm assuming that since they were in Tampa, they just didn't have a whole ton of people applying. Everyone was too busy doing literally anything else, so they kind of just got the fast pass through this process. Basically, you just say, hey, I'm interested and have a pulse, and they are super down to just like feed you everything they need to have you apply. One of the first things was answering a massive questionnaire, but even before getting to the questionnaire, there were some red flags that seemed that they might pose a problem for our boys here. They made it clear that they were going to be doing a deep dive through all of their social media, and for Caleb, that's a totally fine thing, his is all pretty squeaky clean. But this includes Twitter, of course, and for Aaron, we knew immediately this was going to pose some problems. This would be our first hurdle to overcome here, because when you go to Aaron's Twitter, there are some real nuggets of beauty. I'll just show you a couple of his tweets around the time that he was being considered for Love is Blind. So there's this banger here, wowee, that pussy has ray tracing. Sorry to say, the war on Christmas was finally lost when Israel's Iron Dome shot down Santa's test flight, killing all on board. Breaking, Grimace from McDonald's has passed away after choking on my cock. My girl is doing CSGO inspect animations on my cock. If Twitter shuts down, my odds of being on Love is Blind improve dramatically. So pretty self-aware on that one. Now, I think all of these are wonderful. These are motivational even. I could see these being hung up on sorority girls' walls. But I could see why some of the octogenarians at the Love is Blind headquarters probably would have an issue with these. But regardless, we kept our spirits high, and then they moved into filling out the questionnaires. Now, Caleb took this very seriously, giving the most generic answers possible, kind of being like that baseline NPC. Like, everything he was giving is what we thought the Love is Blind team would be looking for. Like a geriatric elderly person's definition of like what an old-fashioned good boy would be. That's every single one of Caleb's answers. Aaron, however, went in the complete opposite direction. It was fucking unhinged. He was like the Immortan Joe of Love is Blind auditions. He gave some of the wackiest answers imaginable. For example, one of the questions was talking about like a really hard period in the person's life, trying to get to like a more sensitive side, I guess, for like a sob story in the show. I imagine the responses they were looking for with that question were things like, you know, it was really hard when I lost my job due to COVID. You know, the lockdown took its toll on my mental health, that kind of thing. Aaron gave an entire fan fiction's worth of lore for his most traumatic experience. He told a story about how the hardest period in his life was the loss of his grandmother and grandfather when they tragically blew up in an oil refinery explosion. And the worst part about the situation was that he had to be called to the morgue in order to identify their charred corpses. So, I liked his odds. After hearing and reading some of his answers to the questions, I thought he stood a great chance of making it.
Hi, my name's Aaron. I'm 24. I love karaoke. I'm looking for that special someone to do karaoke with. I love blind women. Hi, my name's Aaron. I'm 24. I'm a cork pusher. That means I test drywall for businesses, and I keep up to date and make sure drywall's like completely safe. Fun fact about me is I ate 35 apples in a day, and I got arsenic poisoning. I was rushed to the hospital. I was gonna consider crying. I think I should like have a just a tragic backstory. Everyone I've ever dated has died. That's how I ended. It's like, let's see if you can be the one to break the curse.
Overall, a pretty solid first attempt here from Aaron. This wasn't the one we ended up submitting, surprisingly. To further clarify on the cork pushing thing he's talking about, this is actually like well-established Aaron lore. It's a lie that he tells people anytime they ask him what he does for a living, pretty much. He tells them that he's a union cork pusher. And when they inevitably inquire about what that position means, he says that he takes wine cork bottles and puts them up against drywall and lightly taps them, listening for vibrational frequencies to make sure the drywall is safe for the establishment. It's a beautiful thing. I'm actually surprised it's not a real job. But yeah, we didn't use any of these here, but he gave it many more attempts. I'd like to show you Caleb's though, because Caleb's were pretty fire. I am really surprised they didn't choose him. I feel like this is exactly what they would have wanted.
Hey, what's up? My name's Caleb, Joel Dixon. I'm 27 years old and I am looking for love. I'm ready to get in a relationship and I'm looking for something that's really gonna last a long time. Hey, what's up? My name's Caleb Joel Dixon. I'm 27 years old. I'm looking for love. I'm looking for a girl to tie the knot with so that way we can have a successful relationship, maybe have a couple kids and get that white picket fence home. Let's go. Hey, what's going on? My name's Caleb Joel Dixon. I'm 27 years old. I'm looking for love. Looks don't really matter to me. They never have. I was really ugly and fat growing up and I got made fun of all the time. So on the outside, that doesn't really matter to me. What matters is on the inside. Hey, what's up? My name's Caleb Joel Dixon. I'm 27 years old. And I'm looking for love. I don't really care about looks, you know, much like food. Some food doesn't look the best, but it tastes really good. I'm looking for that special someone that tastes really good.
These are textbook answers delivered with the appropriate energy that I feel like executives would have looked at and been like, okay, this guy's outgoing and will be a good fit. But I guess not. I really thought, I don't remember exactly which one we used, but I really thought like any of his would have actually flown pretty highly in like the internal discussions for who they should have for the fucking Tampa Love is Blind show. Like, who the fuck else would have even bothered auditioning? Caleb would have been like the only one that's not overdosing on Xanax who applied.
Hi, my name's Aaron. I'm 24 and I love calling women bitches. Hi, my name's Aaron. I'm 24 and I'm looking for a bad bitch to make my balls explode.
God, alright.
Well, we should get. We haven't done any like accents or anything though. Hello there, my name. Hi, my name's Aaron. I'm 24 and I just got out of prison. Hi, my name's Aaron. I'm 24. Oh, are you rolling?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name's Aaron. I'm 24. I was born on March 10th, which is the same day Shaggy Dog came out in theaters. I want to find a woman. Hi, my name's Aaron. I'm 24. A lot of my previous relationships just, you know, haven't worked out, petered out, things like that. I'm hoping in the pods, you know, maybe I can get a real connection, get something going. You know, getting locked into a relationship like that, maybe that's what I need. Just, you know, to fully commit to it. I am literally Guts from Berserk.
I can't quite recall which full take we used of Aaron to submit to them, but I'm pretty sure we Frankenstein together something that wouldn't make them scared of him. And neither one of our boys got chosen, which is weird. But I also would like to make it clear the footage I'm using here isn't the main camera footage. It's just the main camera footage was so big it took so long to import it to Sony Vegas because the program's kind of archaic that I just decided to use our backup camera, which was at this angle. So the actual footage was like straight on normal interview style footage. That's why this one's at like kind of a weird angle. So I don't know where we went wrong. I thought one of them or both of them should have been a shoo-in to make it on Love is Blind, but unfortunately not. I didn't want all this to go to waste, so I wanted to share it all with you so you could appreciate what could have been. It would have been a very special season of the show. Big L from Netflix not choosing Aaron or Caleb. And yeah, just want to talk about that a little bit. That's it. See ya. It's not often talked about, but I think it's something important to finally shine a light on some heroes in the YouTube community. The pranksters. It's a very dangerous occupation. In fact, there's already been 2 pranksters that have died for their craft, risking it all for the sake of nobody's entertainment, because that shit sucks. The vast majority of YouTube pranksters are these carbon copy clones of pranks that were popular 10 years ago for children that have now grown up and find it cringe. But for some reason, there still are channels that do the exact same pranks that were popular a decade ago, hoping that it'll catch fire once again. And for the most part, it hasn't, though there are a few exceptions for prank channels that are popular and people do still appreciate them. But I would argue at least they're trying different things. Even though I'm not big into prank content, some of the ones that are popular aren't doing the same exact shit from 10 years ago. You know, the stepping on people's shoes in the hood prank. That kind of shit that used to be super huge. There are still channels that try that and completely fall flat because no one wants to see it. It's trash. And what a lot of people learned is the vast majority of prank channels faked it. And for obvious reason, because you can't really go around with the whole giving people a titty twister in the hood prank gone wrong. and expect not to get your ass beat. So they'd have to fake the whole scenario in order for the video to work, so that way they didn't end up in the fucking hospital or in the ground in a goddamn coffin. But a lot of kids that grew up on that content must have not realized that they were fake, because twice now in the last couple of years, 2 pranksters have been shot. One of them died. He was doing the fake robbery prank where he charged at someone in a parking lot with a knife. The person turned around and just fucking executed him like John Wick. So he got shot and died for it. And now, what we're talking about today, a YouTube prankster named Tanner Cook pulled some prank in a mall that they haven't revealed what it was yet, that ended up getting him shot in the stomach and nearly killed him. But he pulled through. And in fact, this is actually a heartwarming tale, because he got shot and he immediately learned that that was great for his channel growth. So his channel grew by like 5,000 subscribers, and he made it clear in his interview after surviving the shooting and after surgery that he can't wait to get back to doing more of that content. He's an up-and-coming YouTube sensation. He does pranks where he's just a public nuisance. So he was doing a prank video in the mall, and a guy pulled out a gun and shot him in the stomach. It was a critical injury, but he's pulled through. And luckily, this has really helped open his eyes, because he gave an interview where he said he can't wait to get back to doing it because it's his passion. Doing shitty pranks got him shot, and he can't wait to go back to doing more shitty pranks. Oh no, this is the aftermath of the shooting. Where's the interview? Is it this one?
Tonight you'll hear from the 21-year-old YouTuber shot at Dulles Town Center in Virginia.
Our map. USA 9 and 31-year-old Alan Coley. This witness capturing the moment deputies arrested Coley, who is now facing felony charges including aggravated malicious wounding.
I was just playing a prank, a simple practical joke, and the guy didn't take it very well and shot me.
Officials
Not fierce.
And even after being shot, Cook says he plans to continue making videos because it's his passion. Now giving this simple statement to the community.
Just
wholesome.
Stay safe out there.
To be clear, the Loudoun County Sheriff.
What a great takeaway. He can't wait to get back to it because it's his passion. Bothering people and filming it for your YouTube pranks. Hey, at the very least, he's not faking the pranks. And I guarantee he said it's just a prank, bro, after he got shot. I guarantee it. This is not the only time this has happened. I actually covered a story like this, I think 2 years ago. YouTube prankster tried to play a prank in a parking lot, and the prank was killer clowns or something. So he charged him with a knife, and someone turned around, shot him, and he died. This is far from the only time a prankster's been shot. She killed her boyfriend while doing a YouTube prank. That's another one I talked about. That one's like old. That's like 2016. I don't even know what the prank was. But basically it boiled down to this couple wanted to make a viral YouTube prank. So a guy held up a book in front of his chest and his girlfriend shot him. And unsurprisingly, the bullet went straight through the book, straight through his chest, and killed him. Don't know what the prank was, but yeah, that was another one. It was a fucking Desert Eagle, too. Yeah, it was. She shot him with like a fucking fat round. Desert Eagle versus Dictionary. Yeah, I guess so. Wasn't a very competitive match. A lot of people always ask me what happened to the girl who shot her boyfriend, so I'll just give you a little bit of closure to this story. She did go to jail for a short period of time and is now under 10 years probation, and she's also banned from owning firearms, obviously. So that's kind of what happened there. And it's just a really tragic story where the pursuit of clout ended up with someone dead from one of the dumbest fucking ideas of all time. I still to this day can't fully figure out what the actual plan was. They both thought that a thick book would stop a bullet from a fucking Desert Eagle. They must have been mainlining stupid juice or something, just fucking injecting dumb particles right into their body to make them think that would work. So they even hyped it up like this is going to be one of the most dangerous videos we'll ever film. And so he grabbed an encyclopedia and she fired a fucking Desert Eagle at him, which obviously just tore straight through the encyclopedia and killed him, as 30 onlookers watched on. So I guess they turned this into like some kind of spectator sport and invited friends and family over to watch. I don't know if prank is even the right word for it. I think this was supposed to be some kind of like, you know, death-defying stunt. But there was no defying. There was just death. So he died, and that, of course, has been a very sad story because they did have a child together and she was pregnant with another child at the time. And that's kind of where that one wrapped up. I believe this was the first case of a YouTube prankster getting shot and dying as a result of a prank. So they were kind of pioneers in that field there. They were the first to do it. But anyway, let's get back to talking about Tanner Cook. His pranks are generic as they get. It's like if you ask ChatGPT to come up with prank ideas for you. It's just absolute clone of 10 years ago pranks. Being obnoxious and trying to make people upset so that way you can get a video out of the whole situation. It's just the same tried and true formula that worked 10 years ago and doesn't really work anymore. But there are people like Tanner that continue to try. I don't really know how you have a passion for making that kind of content. It's just having a passion for being an asshole, which is just a weird thing to say with pride. Now what's brutal is Tanner's own audience is eating him alive like piranhas that just had a piece of lunch meat dropped into the pond. He is getting torn to shreds in the comments saying things like, can't wait for Tanner to post the crying video and shit like that. It's brutal. Now, there's even people trying to defend the shooter, saying that maybe Tanner was doing like a dangerous prank and was shot in self-defense. I guess it is possible, but unlikely. I don't think Tanner was doing a, knife robbery prank or anything like that. He was probably just doing more of his obnoxious, annoying pranks, and getting shot for that is clearly some unhinged shit. I'm not someone that's cheering for the shooter. And I watched Mudahar's video on it, and he even revealed some information about the shooter as well that makes it pretty clear this guy was not exactly any kind of hero even before this shooting, assuming all of that information is accurate. I would wager a guess that the prank Tanner pulled was once again one of his stupid fucking, fake Target employee things where he's asking people to smoke with him and just constantly pestering him. And you don't deserve to be shot for that. You deserve to be bullied and made fun of for that. Not shot. That's not exactly a good excuse to fucking shoot somebody because they were obnoxious. Now again, I don't know what the prank was. I guess there is a non-zero chance he was doing one of the dangerous pranks where, threatening someone with a knife or making threats to somebody, and then you could probably make an argument that maybe it was self-defense. But we just don't know right now, and I'm very curious to see what comes from this because the shooter is of course being charged. Like, he didn't just shoot this guy and the cops are like, well, he was cringe, so you're free to go, sir. Like, he is obviously being charged for shooting this man. And we don't know exactly what led to it, so that's something I'm going to keep my eye on. But this was absolutely a massive fuck around and find out moment, and he still didn't learn anything from it, it seems. He sounds like plans on going right back to doing these pranks for his channel, which is just crazy to me. That blows my mind. To be so lost in the sauce that even after getting shot, it only further cements their belief that he is in the right and he is making bangers because he just got shot for it. I don't know, that is absolutely wild to me. But anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit because this is once again another case where a YouTube prankster gets themselves shot. That's about it. See ya. A big thanks to Bungie for sponsoring today. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. There's a lot of exciting new stuff in here. I'm sure you've all seen the trailers already, so like the grappling hook and everything. I think we're all pretty excited. We're going to also be playing with our other raid team members, Jackson, Char, and Donuts. Yeah.
What's the time for you? 1 a.m. isn't it?
12:30. So it's nice and early. This is Lightfall content right now, right? This is the seasonal story.
Defiance. Yeah.
Thanks, Risa Bungie.
Ooh.
Not the Bungie you think it is.
How sure can you be?
Well, it's Bungie Gungo, so
Okay,
probably not the right one.
That's just that's their casual account.
Their unmarked
They go
police
Gungu
vehicle.
mode.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Did you do any seasonal stuff last season? Season of the Seraph?
I don't remember either, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Do you remember going up to space?
This whole game takes place in space.
The raid, one of the raids, right? Deep Stone
Yes, then Keanu we spent like 8 hours on.
Were you there for that, Donuts?
Yeah.
You were in the team when we did Deep Stone?
Yes.
Oh, well, wait, hey, you can settle something then, because Jackson insists that it was me that wanted to quit when it absolutely wasn't.
Well, definitely wasn't me.
You.
Thank you. It absolutely wasn't me.
Who was it?
I think it was just like everyone was just getting tired.
But I feel like someone brought up quitting.
It wasn't me.
I think it might have been Danny or Matt.
I don't think it was Danny.
I also don't think it was Danny. Danny's usually good for the long haul on those kind of things.
Yeah.
But it wasn't me. I don't know why you always say it was me.
Why
It's so
assume it was
fucked.
you?
Why? When have I ever backed out of some
You
shit
lose.
like that?
You don't usually back out, but you lose steam quickly. Like once something becomes monotonous, you get bored of it.
That is such a fuck. Jackson, I play RuneScape. Are you kidding?
That is a good point.
Yeah, it wasn't me. You were fucking delusional. It wasn't me.
We were planning on trying something for DPS, but your chat said it was like completely brain dead, and it turns out it wasn't brain dead, and that's how many teams got through.
Oh, was
double
that
slugs?
slugs? Yeah, it was slugs,
Yeah.
right?
It was slugs and outbreak.
I
But
don't
Char
remember
said something like when he went back to watch the footage. Oh, he wasn't on the team actually, so he would have just been watching, I assume, something like that. He told me the other week that you were using a shotgun that wasn't a slug or the correct slug or something, so you were doing like no damage.
That sounds about right. Yeah, I believe that entirely.
So maybe that's what the chat was saying.
That's
Maybe
possible, yeah.
Maybe they were screaming it's not working because Charlie was using a gun that...
We'd also been going 16 hours. There's a really good chance that I never even fucking noticed. Like, my ability to read was probably so far fried.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a certain like time threshold where everything just becomes a blur.
Yeah.
It's about 30 minutes in for me usually.
I'm venturing out of my bubble here. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
You gotta kill the wizards are at the front. We gotta kill one of the wizards and bring back the orb.
Yeah, I'm going for it. Did I pick up the orb or a strand meditation?
You got it.
Okay. And now I throw this?
And then you throw it, yeah.
Huge. Woo!
Huge.
And now the EDZ is safe, baby. Oh, look at all these new friends.
Yeah.
This is at a 1782 as well. That's fucking fat.
Wait, 1782?
Yeah.
So it drops powerful, does it? That's good. Did you say you needed stuff from Nimbus as well?
Yeah, don't the rewards drop powerful from Nimbus?
Yeah. The bound. Oh, it's just reputation with him, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty high on reputation though. Nimbus fucking loves me, so we can head there in a minute.
Sweet.
Let me kill all these ads here with my ult.
You go for it.
That just went right into the boss. And
Yeah,
the
went
boss
to the
alone.
boss.
That was tragic. Holy
that
fuck!
was the worst possible thing that could have happened.
It didn't split off from him at all. God damn it!
Yeah, this did great damage to him. Oh.
Wish me luck. Oh, what a save. I'm such a hero. I'm a goddamn American patriot for that one.
You get the Bungie Medal of Valor for that one.
You'll see that on their official Twitter account pretty soon.
You get to meet the president of Bungie and shake his hand.
Oh
Should
man.
give you a powerful engram.
We haven't been here in a long time, Jackson.
I
This is
was
where
just thinking that. Yeah.
we spent like 3 hours trying to solve
Puzzle searching.
the puzzle.
I don't even remember what the puzzle was.
There was
I think
like
it was
a-
just to give you like a speed boost or something.
It was actually just a speed boost. It was like a little ball here.
So this was a puzzle that dropped randomly yesterday. See, there's like these white orbs everywhere above me right now.
Yep.
We gotta get all of them. So jump over it and then follow me.
There's one
Alright.
down here under this bridge.
Access code. Okay, I'm connecting the numbers in my head.
Go to donuts.
Wait, I was following you. And this is for an exotic quest.
Yep.
Yeah, exotic. Yeah, quests. Just
So-
a random, unique quest line that dropped. A mission that dropped yesterday. See, look up in the sky. The giant Vex portal now. Spawned in.
Oh shit! So we summon them through
Shit's
those
going down.
cubes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Those dirty perverts.
What?
Well, he's right. The Vex are known to be perverts. That's why they simulate all these different timelines, so they can get the most content.
That was what my thought process was as well. It requires the season pass. How do I not have that?
Do you not have it?
How
do you not have that?
There is no. I bought this thing twice because you made me buy it twice. There is no way I don't have this.
Wait, how the fuck do you not have it?
Wait, let me see if it lets me start it.
Okay, yeah, maybe it was just because I wasn't fire team leader.
But what?
Chat's saying it's just a bug. Honestly, with the amount of times I bought this expansion, it should have rolled out the red carpet for me. Like, oh Jesus,
Yeah.
Charles, welcome. It's so good to see you.
Friendly Harvey's like a bouncer.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thanks, Risa Whirlwind.
my apologies, sir.
Our database wasn't updated properly. Thank you for the 5 purchases of Lightfall. Oh, it's a glaive.
Yeah.
Wait, to get
Nice.
through where?
Up here. Jesus Christ, donuts.
I see.
Yeah. Hold, block, and go through. Yeah.
I'm trying.
Do you not
Subject
have?
authority insufficient.
Wait. Do you not have the authorization override mod slotted in on the weapon?
Jeez, what is all of this shit you're saying right now?
I forgot
You
to
don't
get
have it?
authorization.
You fool.
No.
You guys just get to watch me do it.
Oh, I got it too. Never mind.
Oh, you all go. Fuck.
Yeah.
Alright, whatever.
Now I'm authorized. I have permission.
You're welcome.
This is a cool area. I always like areas like this with the Vex that looks like some like Tron kind of shit.
Tron stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. Alright, so the mechanic here is there's going to be symbols right here, square, square, diamond, and then we're going to input the code into the middle thing just by shooting at this symbol. Square.
You want to see if you can read out
Square.
the symbols?
No, diamond. Oh, so I just need a better spot to see the symbols.
Diamond.
Yeah. Oh, I shot triangle, so good thing you got it before I did.
Diamond, diamond, end it.
Bang. That was all me, baby.
You access denied it.
Wait, what? That wasn't diamond?
What did you shoot?
I thought it was diamond.
That was all me, baby. Square, diamond, square, diamond, square.
Oh, I got too rambunctious. Alright, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Osteo really does just kind of fucking shred everything.
It is
Jesus.
nuts. And it's even better with the catalyst because it just automatically reloads on kill.
Oh my god, wait, what?
You can get up to like 100 ammo in the mag.
This is a cool mission.
I love it. And it just came out of nowhere too. I love when Bungie does that.
Yeah, there was a
So,
chance like
like-
nobody ever found it though, right? Like if you just had to be in the area when it dropped.
Yeah, you just be in that area and notice one of the cubes has shown up. And that's how you get into it. That's the kind of shit that makes Destiny cool.
Yeah. There was a block man with his hands up, like surrendering, but I shot him anyway. Is that going to be a problem, or is that correct?
Yeah, he was trapped in the Vexnal.
Yeah, that's a character that got removed with one of the deleted planets and he inserted himself into the Vex network like 3 years ago.
Why does he keep wandering around with his hands up?
He's trying to get our attention. He doesn't want to be in here anymore. He wants to be out.
Surely there's a better way.
Yeah. These exotic hidden missions are just...
Thanks to Tier 1 Sonic.
Yeah, like Whisper and Outbreak.
Yeah,
were
Whisper, Outbreak.
Ooh, Outbreak was pretty cool. That had that wild jumping puzzle.
Out.
Don't make the same mistake.
I never do, baby.
Yeah, and it had Trevor. Do you remember Trevor?
No, who's Trevor?
He was the giant kill robot that chased you in the maze in the Outbreak. Oh, you dick! You pushed me off.
Me?
Yeah, you're like, oh fuck!
Wait, I'm actually not moving. What are you talking? You're fighting ghosts.
I went flying.
I didn't move a muscle. I really do hope at some point, for absolutely no reason, they do bring back Migor just one time.
Yeah.
Just for the one
Bungie,
time.
if you're listening to this, please, it would be great fan service. Not for the audience, just for me and Charlie.
Yeah, does anyone else ever reference Migor, or is that just us?
It was just one random enemy.
It wasn't a
There's
random
nothing
enemy.
before. Yeah, it was.
No, he was he existed in the prison when we were trying to break out Cade 6, and it was like, watch the
Well,
fuck
yeah,
out, it's
but
Migor.
There was like no law reason for him being there, or having that name, or anything.
Yeah, true.
So, come set in this hole. We're gonna get. This will defend us from the deletion. The Vex network is trying to delete us from itself.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
28 seconds to collect 10. I've got 5.
Oh, I just got. Wow, that hobgoblin fucked me.
We got enough time to go get him.
Yeah, that hobgoblin is not messing around, I'll tell you right now. That guy's fragging out.
We got 9 seconds.
Get in the hole!
I'm in.
Or hobgoblin
Oh!
sniper.
What are you saying? Everything went wrong there from speech to gameplay.
Appreciate it.
How fucking pathetic is it that they're trying to delete us from their network?
Yeah, it's pretty
This
cringe.
is how they try to do it.
You'd think there'd be a much easier, more efficient way. Kind of like in Avatar, like the first movie, why not just nuke from outer space? They could absolutely do something like that here, just...
Well, they live in the Vex network, so they'd be killing themselves too.
Oh, like this is like their own world, basically?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay.
That would be a pretty powerful way of killing us, I guess.
Or just send like 10 hobgoblins.
True, they could just really double up on hobgoblins.
This place is dangerous hiding down here.
That hobgoblin's still looking at me.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh my god, that was all our fragments.
No, I deposited 5.
Jesus, those hobgoblins do, fucker. Yeah, pick up.
I got you, I got you.
We're gonna get deleted there.
These hobgoblins are going insano style.
Yeah, you gotta deposit. Deposit. Uh-oh.
I deposit.
Oh yes, I made it.
You won't believe who took me down. It was that bastard quantum hobgoblin. That dirty rat.
Everything hurts.
Where's this guy going? Wait, what?
Yeah, where is he?
He's going straight to hell. He's going right back to the milk. He's actually in the milk.
Oh, I killed him.
He drowned. He deleted himself.
He emptied his own recycling bin. What a noble way of going out.
This file is too large. Do you need to permanently delete it? Yes. Alright, down here.
Thanks to resub Starbuck and Shadow. Oh, I don't know if I have a sufficient authority here, Jackson. We're probably gonna need your VIP pass. Oh, never mind. Okay.
See, that's what I mean. You're a follower, not a leader.
Hey, I just play by the rules. It said I don't have authorization. I was like, alright, I'll go home, I guess.
Isn't this cool? Look, we're
cool.
below the Vex milk.
Oh, it's hollow under the milk.
Oh, that's where he was trying to go.
Ready?
Yep, ready.
In lore, we haven't even, like, apparently we haven't even fought, like, the combat units of the Vex. So, these are all just, like, the workers, and I guess the cum lords, the cummers, the milkers.
I like that idea. We're just beating up normal blue-collar workers of the Vex community.
They don't even care enough to send their like combat personnel yet.
What the fuck would this guy's job be if not combat? It's a giant gun on his arm.
That gun's made for milking.
Yeah, it's
Maybe,
usually
I guess.
used for stirring the milk pots. Fun fact for you, Charlie. Brachion, he was a D2 vanilla strike boss that we killed a lot of times. So he retreated into the network, really, or something. And now he's back. Repurposed.
Like, back in what way? Like in another strike, or is he here with us right now in this room, or like what do you mean?
What do you mean? He's the boss.
Oh,
the name.
Oh, I didn't look at the name at all. Gotcha. Gotcha.
You really are bad at reading.
I just
like,
didn't.
an hour.
I just literally didn't look at the name at all. I threw a grenade at him and it missed, and for some reason he looked down and like pure disappointment. Yeah.
How fucking dare you?
I don't know what the fuck that was about. Yeah, he felt like offended, I guess, that I missed.
Nice job.
Nice. Easy.
First try.
See, one of these hidden exotic missions each season, and I think the game's going to be in a really good spot.
Oh, I got a lot from that.
The next move. That's the one.
Let's go, 1784 helmet. It's about fucking time.
A powerful concentration of light energy?
It's a really interesting dog statue.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Callus's face.
Have you seen the horse statues with the many asses?
No, why? Like the horses have a lot of asses?
Yeah, it's great. It was in the Vow of the Disciple raid. I don't know if there's any in here. Oh yeah, that might be them there.
It's a meta commentary on society.
What does it mean, though?
Well, one horse can have more than one ass.
Did you know, Charlie, that there's a speedrun mission in this? Like an actual node that you can select on a map, and the goal is to do it as quick as you can. That might be something you're interested in.
No, I didn't know that. I actually think Destiny 2 speedruns are really cool. I remember the one they used to do for Scourge, I think it was, where like they do the crazy sword fly out of the map and shit. That one was wild.
Well, yeah, Sneak was asking about that the other day if you wanted to get more into D2 speedruns and stuff.
Yeah, I'd be about it. I like the speedruns for this game. I think they're very cool. I remember this mission, and I don't think we're gonna hit 100k.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh.
That was the
Oh,
worst
we
moment of
should
his
have
life.
Waited. Yeah, a lot of
Oh
ads.
yeah,
Come
ad
on.
spawn.
Do you want to just...
Yeah, let's
reset?
just restart on the difficult. This is easy anyway.
We went a little Weenie Hut Jr. on this one, so just crank it up one. We should be fine. I'll carry us.
You didn't die. That's not this.
Broken shield. I need to stun.
Oh, loadouts are locked.
That's unfortunate. Good job. That's what I like to see, Charlie.
Yep.
What did you hit him with?
Oh, I didn't do anything to him. He just got afraid of me or something. I don't know.
Wait, what? What? No, you did stun him.
I didn't. If I
Maybe
stunned him,
you
it was an
use-
accident.
Is it Osteo? Does
The
Osteo?
strand rounds. Oh, and he's not running strand weapons.
I mean, is it Osteo Strand?
No, no.
Oh,
I guess it's skill.
Wait, what the fuck did that?
You have Radiant from your melee. Ah, that stuns?
Oh,
Radiant
yeah.
does work.
Okay.
Oh, apparently the reason it's not letting me stun them is because I'm using an SMG which already has overload.
Yeah, that would be it.
Man, the turret and I just had a biblical battle up here, I'll tell you what. Wow, what a showdown.
To get you to 1 HP, why did you just drop down all the way?
I thought it was supposed to be down here, I forgot where we're going.
Yep. Get ready to melee.
Thank God it didn't come down to that.
I don't feel like our score's that much higher.
I think we're only at like 14k right here.
Oh, were we? I thought we were at 30. Maybe.
Oh, we didn't kill either one of them.
Oh, Jackson wanted to go back and get the other one.
Oh, thanks, Jackson.
Yeah, you're welcome. I don't want. It's only me every single time. And it's only the first time. You guys struggling with the barriers?
No, I'm stuck.
Oh?
There was nothing even shooting you. How'd you die?
I actually don't know. To be honest with you, I insta-died to whatever the fuck it was, though. Oh, God! Good God.
Yes.
Okay, then that is absolutely what's hitting me. Oh, God.
You're the last person alive.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
No, it's for me at the grab lifts again!
Oh, God.
Wait, just wait 15 seconds.
No, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it.
No, just
I
wait
can do
10
it,
seconds.
I can do it, I can do it.
I'm up at 10. What are you doing? You gotta
Yeah!
go for it if you're gonna go.
Well, this should be fine. It'll reset you with us. It was a calculated. It was a calculated. See, welcome to the other side of the grab lift, bud.
Yeah. But you were like teasing them, and then you went out, got shot, and then like ran headfirst into the wall.
Yeah, I panicked.
Here he comes.
Whoa!
Yes.
Should we? Yeah, don't kill him fast, I guess.
I don't think we'd melt him nearly as fast this time on 1830.
I could with my super.
I can't see his belly. So I'm just poisoning him. Oh, there we go. Now I can see it.
Ads. Fuck it.
Can probably just finish him now, I'd say.
What if we stop moving? Oh my god, he's fucking suppressed me out of my super.
Oh no, I'm being held! Oh, you can
So
finish him.
fucked.
Oh, I finished him while being held.
That was quite a no-use situation. Good work.
Nice.
No.
I wonder if I can ricochet this and get the wave to hit this way. I did. Damn, that was so clean. Those angles.
Is that unstoppable slot there?
Oh man, these angles, I'm so nasty. What the fuck? My brain is so big.
Oh, Garask is here.
We don't actually kill him in this. I don't think, do we? I think we run away from him because he was like the big bad when Rohan killed himself.
Is that true?
I think so. I'm almost positive if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh, it does say he's undying.
True. That's one step away from it saying was there when Rohan died. After his name.
Oh,
No,
he's dead. Oh, there he goes.
I must have been misremembering.
How could you forget Grosk?
I do remember that big thing there opens, and then we have the Sparrow race, which is probably going to be a disaster.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Okay.
If I get shot once, I bet I'd die instantly.
Yeah.
It's gonna be up to you guys. Oh my, why would you do that, Jackson? Why would you push me into him?
I didn't even see him. Don't worry, that's fine. You're fine. Do we have to kill that guy?
No, no,
Wait,
no.
you get points for rezzing someone, 75 points.
Yeah,
Yeah, quickly
so
die
you
again.
you can just farm points at the end if we need it.
This is gonna be
I
rough.
can muster more than that.
This is gonna be very scary. Oh, I thought it was open.
Oh.
Jump the gun.
Wait, does it not open?
It is.
It does.
Yeah, it is. Jesus. Oh god. What the fuck?
Oh, whoa, 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 who's hitting? Whoa, whoa, whoa! What the fuck was that?
It was an orbital bombardment or something. I think Kyle nuked us.
Why did he do that?
That's what it was. Yeah, it was her. Kyle fucked us up. Alright, this is gonna hurt.
This is gonna be easy.
Oh, there's nukes.
I'm rolling up the caboose.
Just one of us needs to make it.
Yeah.
This reminds me of the final level of Halo.
Yeah, Halo 3.
Well, both, yeah.
Oh, I took a bullet and didn't die instantly. That's actually huge for me. Okay, didn't get so lucky second time.
Go donuts! Yes!
Donuts go! Let's get it! Yay! Let's get it!
Nice job.
Our hero. I don't know why I feel so inclined to at least briefly talk about this, but it's just kind of a captivating story. I'm sure you've at least heard some whispers about this supervillain, but there is a serial sperm bank donor who has now fathered over 500 children, which has caused a lot of outrage because there are real dangers associated with this, because he's got more kids than a male seahorse, right? And they deliver like 2,000 babies at once. He's on track to match the seahorse numbers. So the problem is, these kids will grow up, and there's a chance that they find each other and never know they're related, so it could lead to inbreeding and incest. It's an incest concern, which is why a lot of people now are starting to rally against this sperm donor, because it's a big deal. He has too many kids. He needs to be cut off. The bartender needs to shut that shit down at the sperm bank. Tell the goddamn milkman here that, you know, no more deliveries. They've got plenty of supply for a lifetime. His name is Jonathan Jacob Meyer, and his name even sounds made up. That sounds like some John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith shit right there. But he's apparently well known in the sperm scene. In fact, he was even blacklisted from donating sperm in the Netherlands in 2017. It is just a legitimate problem. I went over it a bit more on stream, so I'll show you some clips from that before getting back into it. Did you hear of the serial sperm donor with 500 plus children who's being sued for increased incest risk? Yeah, what's his name? Caleb texted me. It's like he has like an NPC name. It's like John Madison or something. Well, it's probably not John Madison. That's one of the fucking founding fathers. But oh, it's James Madison. What's the guy's name? Jonathan Jacob. Jonathan Jacob Meyer. Jonathan Jacob Meyer has donated sperm to at least 13 clinics, including 11 in the Netherlands, where he was blacklisted in 2017 for fathering 102 children. Man's out here trying to be the next Genghis Khan. Be the dad to half the population. The group alleges that the serial donor has lied about the number of children he's fathered. We're taking action against this man because the government is doing nothing. He has global reach via the internet, and he does business with large international sperm banks. Do they like him? Do the sperm banks like him? Is he providing them like a valuable service that they defend him? I have to imagine they have access to plenty of sperm. They probably don't need them, right? Would I ever donate sperm? Probably not. Not even because I think it'd be like a yucky, weird experience. I just feel bad because I'd condemn a kid to be short. And not everyone can deal with such a burden. Yeah, I wouldn't want him to grow up to have like short man syndrome, like short man rage. If I had known he had already fathered more than 100 children, I would have never chosen this donor. When I think about the consequences this could have for my child, I'm sick to my stomach. Going to the court is the only way to protect my child. That is quite an interesting situation. He's fathered so many children that it's now a non-zero risk that those kids grow up and then they end up, you know, reproducing with each other, not knowing that they're related. Do you think this is a kink of his? No, I think he's just some kind of, like B-tier supervillain from a comic book. Like, he hatched this nefarious plot, and it's a long-term con where it's like, I'm going to fill the Netherlands with, you know, hundreds of my children, and they'll never know. And then the inbreeding will commence and lead to generations of brain decline. I'll destroy the Netherlands from the inside out. That kind of thing. Holy shit. An Australian couple paid over $6,500 to a Danish fertility clinic for his sperm. What? We chose him because he was worldly, creative, and very intelligent. He was open to meeting his donor children, and he looks like my partner. It sounds like she was just attracted to him. He could have just given it to you au natural. You probably wouldn't have even had to pay $6,500. He won't be stopped. I think it's disgusting. I'm incredibly angry and disappointed. I can't believe I have to tell my child that he has hundreds of siblings. Yeah, it is kind of fucking wild. So right now, it's a civil lawsuit against him because he knowingly continued to donate sperm like an absolute madman, just tossing these things out like free samples at a mall food court. And he did it at 11 clinics in the Netherlands, which has led to over 100 children in the Netherlands alone. And he continues to donate it internationally as well to spread his seed even further across the planet. He himself is saying the reason he keeps donating so much sperm here, like gallons upon gallons of it, is because he just wants to make sure everyone can have the joy of having a child, and he's doing his part to give them the tools necessary for it, I suppose. I don't think he realizes just how big of an issue it is to father more than 500 kids like that. I mean, it's not like a small thing, right? You would hate for those kids to end up meeting each other, not knowing that they're related, and then leading to fucking inbreeding, right? That's terrible. That's awful. I'm hoping they do win the lawsuit against this guy, and I'm hoping the sperm banks are gonna do their due diligence to ensure they don't keep using his samples. They're gonna have to like double and triple check those to make sure that it's not John Jacob coming in again under like another pseudonym or anything like that. Going in disguise, he's got like a fucking fake mustache and glasses on and goes to jerk off into their facilities. So yeah, it is actually pretty distressing. So just wanted to talk about it because the whole thing's wild. That's about it. So yeah. I'm about to hit you with some cold water and give you some shocking news here. If you're standing up, this is gonna blow you over like the big bad wolf on one of the little piggies' houses, so I hope you're sitting down. It's recently come to my attention that a lot of brands and big corporations run by soulless suits that haven't had a human thought run through their brain in 50 years have deemed me a brand risk. I'm not what they consider advertiser friendly. I'm as surprised as you are. When I got this information, I did what most men would do. I ate an entire can of spinach and I said, why I oughta. I was ready to teach him a lesson. It made me upset. I was personally offended and, I scoffed. I caught off guard. I understand the majority of my content isn't family friendly by normal standards. I recognize that there's very few families that are going to gather around the dinner table and throw on my latest upload where I'm talking about sucking my own dick. Or talking about that police officer who kept getting farts sucked out of her ass at the department headquarters and then got fired for it. I get that that's not like a traditional family style content, but I also don't view it as a brand risk. The reason I'm talking about this is we had cooked up a really fun collaboration with a big brand that I'm personally a huge fan of. Obviously, I can't say their name. I'll have to treat it like Voldemort here, though I would like to and just shoot some spitballs at them because they hurt my feelings, but I can't. But anyway, we had a really fun collaboration with this brand, and Then we got word that they have no desire to ever work with us again because I posted our latest music video from The Gentlemen, which is Troy and I's music project. We've made music for years now, and our latest one is called Filthy. And I posted this music video only about a week before we had this collaboration like set to go live. And pretty much 2 days after we posted this video, they sent us like a panicked message letting us know like they can't touch us anymore. Filthy was too far. This music video went so fucking hard that they canceled any relationship with us going forward. Now there's a lot to unpack here, but before getting into the meat of it and starting to digest it all and give you all the info, I would like to let you know that even though this brand may have fallen through, there's one brand that never will, and that's our brand, Moist Global. We have a new line that just now released today. Yeah, I know you can't help but appreciate this fashion statement right now, and I bet you're wondering, Charlie, where can I find a beautiful tank top like that? Well, don't worry, your prayers have been answered. This is part of the Moist Global gym line, which is available now at moistglobal.com. It's got this beautiful tank top as one of the pieces there, which instantly just make you big and strong like me. We also have other selections available. It's a very wide, very great line, such as this beautiful sweatshirt here, which is extremely comfortable. That feels like being hugged by your grandmother if she was cloned 15 times and hugging you all at the same time. Then also these sweat shorts, which are extremely nice and very comfy. And this great workout shirt. If you're not into tank tops, there's this nice t-shirt here that you can wear instead. And then a pair of slides. I am a huge fan of slides, and I think these are fucking amazing. In addition to all the new gym wear, we did also restock the Happy Coat due to popular demand, so that's available there as well. So that's moistglobal.com. Get everything you've ever wanted. Now, this was the first time any of my videos has been named and shamed by a brand that we had planned on working with. A brand that reached out to us to do something big together. So it really was kind of, weird. Especially because I don't even see why it's that big of a deal. The song goes hard. The song is very clearly pretty extreme. It's graphic. It's silly. I'll go ahead and give you like the lore of the song. I've been really into listening to that kind of music, like Corpse Style. Also, Do Not Resurrect is another artist I've been heavily into. And I just kept spitballing the worst lyrics ever in that style for some reason. So I hit up Troy and asked if he thought it'd be fun to do, and he was super into the idea. So I started tossing him like the most alarmingly gross lyrics of all time, which eventually led to the name being Filthy. We were on the fence between Filthy and Disgusting, and I just think Filthy sounds better as a track, so that's why I went with that. And I do fully recognize that the lyrics come at you full throttle without holding anything back. They don't pull any punches. The opening line to the song is, "The shit I spit is grimy, I make her pussy slimy." Like, I get that when you're fucking 60 years old running one of these major Fortune 500 companies, you hear that and you're like, oh, gee willikers, fuck, oh my goodness, oh my god. Yeah, I get that'll catch you off guard, but I still just don't even think that's a brand risk. Like, this is so far removed from what we were doing, I don't think it should matter, but, I'm already getting carried away. And maybe one day I'll even release the director's cut, because Troy had to, like, reel me in. He had to, like, simmer me down. Because I was a cauldron of grossness that was bubbling over. I was sending him lines to the point where Troy was like, we need to tone it down a bit, Charlie. Like, I'll go ahead and give you a couple that I still remember off the top of my head. I'll go ahead and give you a sneak peek here of the Snyder cut of this song in the original form. One of them was, "Pee and poop is stinky, she's tugging on my winky, spitting in my face 'cause I like it when she's kinky." Another one, which is I still think straight fire, I think this series of lines go hard, was "Curtains of beef, vaginal queef, labia looking like a Christmas wreath." I think the one that broke the straw that broke the camel's back was one of them I sent to Troy had to do with squirting. And I had a couple different lines with squirting, and I can't remember which ones I was sending his way because it was just such a fucking flurry of lines I kept tossing his way. I think the one where he was like, wow, this is way too much, was the one that went something like, "We're fucking till it hurts, I'm thrusting till she squirts, she's sucking on my dick like it's a tube of Go-Gurt," or something like that. It was somewhere in that ballpark. This shit was unhinged. Like, I do think Troy made the correct call, the executive decision to, like, take it down to a more acceptable level, because nobody wants to hear that kind of shit, I don't think. Just imagine if we released the pre-alpha of that song and this brand heard that. Oh my god, the suits at that company would have actually just fucking died. They would have had a heart attack listening to those lyrics. They were truly going Insano style. I fully admit that. But I'm very proud of that song. And you know what? I fucking stand behind it 100%. I don't care if it lost this brand or 1,000 brands in the future. That song slaps. Filthy goes so hard. Troy killed it on that track, and I think we made something special in the best way. Yes, it's foul. It is ferocious, even violent points. And that's what art is all about, god damn it. So I'm super proud of the track Troy and I made. The Gentlemen are taking over in 2023. And Filthy is just the start. That's just a little appetizer to the incoming main course. Now, I would like to say, I just don't ever really understand this rationale of, because this person, you know, gets a little explicit and vulgar in some videos, they're all of a sudden a brand risk. I don't do anything that I think is, like, risky for brands to associate with me. I'm not going out there setting fucking churches on fire or anything. I'm just a goofball sitting in his room, and I'll talk about some silly topics or make a silly song about sex and shit. Like, I don't see why all of a sudden that somehow besmirches any companies that might want to work with me in the future. That just doesn't compute. Like, let's say this company wanted to make a song with Troy and I, then I'd understand it, because now the song catalog is, you know, Filthy and then this collaboration. That would make sense to me. It's like, okay, I see why they really wouldn't want that, because our last song is all about sex, and now we're doing a song with them, and I see why there'd be a, you know, maybe a conflict there. But what we were doing had nothing to do with the music that they had a huge issue with. And I don't think anyone would have associated their brand with the Filthy song. It's just, I really feel like it's so disconnected from reality. And I also just hate this whole push for everything to be so fucking sterile and squeaky clean. Like YouTube releasing new Weenie Hut Jr. guidelines to profanity, and all of these advertisers wanting just the most uninteresting, inoffensive garbage for every possible avenue, instead of just making something that's entertaining, which I think should always be the focus for a brand first and foremost, because that's what people remember. If you're just going to release a fucking nothing burger, why even do it in the first place? You're not going to get anyone interested. At least just make it memorable or entertaining, at the very least. It's just a kind of frustrating thing that I've been noticing more and more now. And this one was really something special, where they just point blank told us they don't want to work with us ever because we released a dirty song, which is baffling. So I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I found it to be an interesting and silly subject to talk about. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Russian car fighting. Well, it's not just Russian car fighting, it's called Karjutsu. Karjutsu. But yeah, they're blowing up on Twitter. I know all about it. They also have phone booth boxing. Yeah, you might recognize the caster as JT, baby. I thought it was actual car fighting. No, they just fight in a car.
Oh, right away,
oh goodness gracious, he got the unbuckle. The unbuckle record there.
And blocks the seatbelt of Davidson. You can see here in the top left-hand corner of your screen, reaches over, blocks the seatbelt with his left hand.
This is like some technique Dale would have taught you from Detroit Survival Training Fitness.
Davidson into the driver's side door, and right now you can see he's trying to slide his knee through for knee on belly, or possibly even mount here.
Oh, he's in a bad position there.
Oh, he looks like he's got the driver's side seatbelt.
Oh, he's gonna strangle him with the seatbelt.
That driver's side seatbelt around the neck of Davidson, and Davidson, it's just.
I haven't seen this one. Jesus Christ.
He's figured out what's happening.
Oh my God.
He's got that seatbelt wrapped all the way around his throat. He's trying to defend, but there's not a lot that can be done here. He is in a bad situation. And
yeah, that's
like
rough.
That, Raymond Felton wins the. Davidson doesn't
this
look
is
happy,
barbaric. You don't know the meaning of the word barbaric.
And you can see here in
this is civilized.
Here, Felton right away gets to smashing, and as soon as he
action
sees the
movie combat,
to grab that seatbelt, he grabs the seatbelt. You can see right.
Wait until
here,
he hits the
he's
ejector
starting
seat.
To push it across. Good job, Ray.
Oh, but God! Now Davidson's got the driver's seat. He'll start banging his head on the fucking steering wheel, honking the horn with it.
Okay, round 2 underway, and it looks like.
Oh, he got the seatbelt again! You can't keep giving up the seatbelt.
Ray already all over Davidson. Davidson's trying to get
Oh,
out of there.
wow. Good wiggle. Good wiggle. Oh,
He's fighting
that's
hands,
rough.
but that front headlock, that's the go. Not a lot of room to work.
Maybe throw him through the
inside car.
sunroof.
Okay,
Oh!
Davidson's making a little bit of space here.
Good
for himself.
recline,
He's
good
laid down
recline.
the passenger side seat. Bell gets caught around his left arm, and currently.
Well, he's in a
left
good
leg.
position right now, though.
We've got
He's
another
got that like
guillotine
squatting
attempt here
lotus
into the
technique
front
going
headlock.
on. Oh, that might be all she wrote.
Ray's got quite a bit of experience into it. Takes a submission.
Oh, he's going to the back
round.
seat.
This is a
Oh, you
2-round
can't give up the
fight,
back
and
seat.
What that means essentially is that Davidson has.
If there's one thing I've learned from Salt,
to secure a submission
that Angelina
on
Jolie
Felton, or
movie.
he will lose the match. If he can get his right
Oh,
knee
God,
down
fake
on
taxi's
the seat for a
popping off.
couple of seconds, he can score
Recline
4
the
points
driver's
from that,
side
but no, it
seat.
doesn't look like Ray's going to let that happen.
Full mount?
I think Ray would rather give up his back here, and that's what's happening. Davidson taking the back of Felton. He's
Damn, what a
wrapping up the rear
turnaround.
naked choke. Doesn't look like they're both absolutely exhausted, and it's almost 90 degrees inside the car. It is a miserable.
Oh, yeah, they didn't even turn
situation.
on the air
Davidson
the air
realizing
conditioner.
the safety
Oh, no!
lock. The safety lock stops Davidson, and it looks like Ray heard the safety lock and then grabbed this. It's going to happen.
This
for
is like
Davidson. But what a
wrestling, but
fantastic
with
match.
also
We got
doing the
20
hot
seconds
car
left.
challenge.
Davidson can try and secure something here, but he doesn't have any time to finish.
No, there's
Let's
no
listen in here.
time to finish here.
Oh, we've got a tap. Wow.
Oh, wait, what?
1 second left. Davidson rear naked choke tap out over Raymond
Okay,
Felton.
little plot twist there.
Wow, let's take a look at the replay here.
Everything wasn't lost at Makeout Reef this time.
Q Davidson won the second round with a rear naked choke, and here we
They
are
should add
in the
another
back
element
seat.
to this.
4
Like
minutes
when they're
for
in their
one of these two
backseat component,
competitors to
there should be an
submit the
Uber
other
driver
one
up
and win the
front, and
match.
you get
If
like
that does
a,
not happen,
I don't know, maybe
we will
something
go
on the
immediately
judge's
to
scoring
sudden
card
death.
if you tip him.
And he's trying to fiddle with the seatbelt.
Maybe get the
again.
headrest
This
off
time
and start
he's
beating
going
him
to
with
that
it.
back seat belt, and it looks like the safety lock. And he's got it.
Oh, that's
All
gonna
right,
be
Q
this is gonna be
Davidson with
tough.
6 points. That'll go to the leaderboard for the season. But right now,
They should add a
Davidson is
component where the
trying to win
vehicle's
match.
moving, so you have to
He's
do it in
got
a
the
moving
seat
vehicle
belt, and
too.
he's trying to wrap it around them. You can hear these two athletes breathing. This is it. They are miserable and absolutely exhausted.
Oh!
Davidson pushes the passenger seat forward.
He said enough
and now
enough
he's got the
fishy
seat belt
business.
all the way
I want the
around
whole
neck
seat
of
belt.
Ray Felton. He's got the seat belt on the right side.
He's got 2
He's
seat
gonna reach
belts.
under now with his
He's
right
dual
hand
wielding.
here. He's going to reach under and he's going to grab the
Gonna
seat
fucking
belt
decapitate
and
him.
pull it behind the head of Felton, pushing with his left hand and using his right forearm. And
Yeah,
there
no
you have
shot,
it.
yeah.
Ezekiel
There was no
seatbelt
shot he gets out of that.
by Q Davidson to win the match. Almost looked like we were watching a crime. Raymond Felton, fantastic fight. Q Davidson.
That
what
did
a
look like a
great,
crime. It was
great
like murder
come-from-behind
footage.
win. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Edison versus Punisher. Okay, just one more quick one. With a name like that. Oh god, he's got the door open! He's gonna fucking start slamming his head against it. Slamming the door into it.
Oh, here he goes.
Oh, jeepers!
Side of the car. And
Oh,
there he
fuck.
Goes. He's thrown Sam out.
Oh god, they even broke the windshield. What the fuck happened?
Leverage with his.
Jesus, wait, this one's crazy.
And there it is.
4 points, red.
Oh, what? Now this is an interesting technique. The motorboat of death.
Position to be in. The opponent is behind the steering wheel. Faust is looking to make
Good
a little bit
tactic
of,
though, open the
A
door.
little bit of space here so he can work, and he's opened up the driver's side door, which doesn't seem like it's
Smothering with
for
his
him.
own
He's in a
tits there. That was a good
position.
strategy.
Sam just, it looked like an unintentional eye poke there.
Yeah, that is a big guy. Holy
Laying
shit.
Flat in the driver's side seat with his head on the armrest.
Maybe put a finger in his ear. Lick your finger and put in his ear a little wet willy. It'll stun him.
Sam's looking for that right
All's
arm.
fair
Now
in
he's looking for the
Karjitsu.
left arm.
Oh
Sam's
god.
just hunting here, and it
We,
doesn't
we've
look like
we've
there's
got to
much
get
available,
something
but
cooking
he's in
here.
great position.
Come on, Rants. Get your finger and like go up and down on his lips. Give him one of those.
Into the car, or Faust is shrimping
It'll
his way
scare
over
him.
to the other seat. Oh, here he goes. He's got his feet
No,
up on
baby.
the Side of the car, and there he goes. He's thrown Sam out. Sam's head is
He's
about
wiggling.
an inch from the mat, front of the throne.
It looks like being in the driver's seat is a huge
Sam's staying
disadvantage.
very calm. You can look at his eyes and see he's very, very calm here, but he's in a bad position. Faust
This
is
looks
secure
very-
mount.
this-
He's got
this almost looks
about 8
romantic.
inches worth of seat belt here. The safety lock has kept him from.
He,
pulling
he's
the
not even
seatbelt
taking
out
the threat
completely.
seriously right now.
I think Sam is successfully defending. get a different camera.
What is he? I can't tell what I'm looking. Oh my god.
Gripping the wire that holds the headrest to the seat, and also in that hand.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough.
8 inches of seat belt. So he has got Sam trapped against the seat.
This is one of those moments where you need to be able to breathe out of your ass.
Sam is unable to move. His head is stuck to the seat. He's being choked by the seat belt. Faust is in position. He's got.
Oh, he's getting with like the Joker laugh. They're going crazy in the hot car.
Going to do with it, but he has got a fantastic.
Someone let out a little fart there. What was that?
Here for some sort of a front choke.
Oh, that'd be a good strategy, actually. Stink them out,
work inside the car.
Rip ass, and then go to town. I think Rant really kind of took control of this round here.
And it looks like we're going to the third round.
That's the back seat time.
Heavy breathing from both competitors.
These are some big boys here for the back seat. That's not a whole lot of room to work.
Faust is trying to shove him in between the seats.
What are you watching?
And just a little bit of a misstep by Sam has put him in a
Oh, you gave up your belly.
Holy
you showed your belly. You showed tummy. Oh, but wait a minute.
Sam, the bully choke. But while doing so, he has absolutely gotten himself into a bad spot. His hips are trapped between the two front seats, and you can't
oh yeah, that's gonna be all she wrote.
Has figure forward the legs of Samuel Eidson.
He's gonna turn the car on, rip the wires out, and shock him with it.
Currently, Faust is a very serious situation here. There's no mobility whatsoever for Sam.
Yeah, he's got his legs locked there. He's got him in like a coffin stance.
Oh my gosh. Sam's trying to stay as calm as possible, but able to escape.
Yeah, I think this one's kaput. I don't see how Sam gets out of this. Unless he rips the steering wheel off and starts like slapping him around with it.
Oh, he's going to jiggle the keys here, create a little bit of a diversion. And he has absolutely passed from the back seat to the front seat. He still has mount. Wow.
Jiggling the keys for a diversion?
That was clever. Floorboard.
Just hide in the floorboard, Sam. He can't get you there.
Okay, here.
What is happening?
Try to win this fight right here. 10 seconds.
Oh.
Holy smokes. Sam's
that
head is stuck behind the steering wheel.
And what is
Sam
Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
What is it? Jeepers creepers.
Sam and Faust has in the match. Rant the Punisher Faust by submission. Holy smokes.
All right.
Wow. Championship.
Man, Sam was in such firm control for round one. But then it was all Rant's.
The third round, it was.
Today I want to show you something that will undoubtedly scare you, have you trembling in fear, wetting your britches. And no, it's not a picture of me without a beard, but it is something equally as terrifying. AI! AI technology is advancing at a rapid rate, and it's reaching levels only thought possible in science fiction. That experience you just had of your heart sinking from my masterclass in jump scares is the natural reaction to AI. It's showcased that the flesh is cringe and machines of the future. Pretty much anything humans can do, technology can do better. AI can do better, rather. And that includes entertainment. I have been glued to AI and the entire industry that's bloomed from it for years now. I have been like a moth to a flame, following each and every development and new AI product that's come out, because it is fascinating and at the same time a bit startling. Now, I think it's naive for people to write off all AI as evil and saying we should ban AI outright and never pursue it. I think that is such a dogshit way of looking at the technology. As with every new innovation, there is good and bad that comes with it. It's some certified goofy goober goofball shit to just write off all of the good things AI can do for humanity and focus instead on only the bad things they can do. I'm not here to get into the nitty-gritty of like the pros and cons of AI. I feel like you should be able to immediately recognize some of the incredible things AI can offer, especially in the medical field. But again, that's not what today's topic is. Today I want to show you and talk about a viral clip on Twitter that's going around that has to deal with AI in the music industry.
You might notice that I sound like Kanye West. No, Yeezy didn't record a voiceover for me for this video. I didn't learn how to do impressions. This is AI.
So let me come back to my original voice for a second because this is crazy.
The caption of this video says that it'll change the music industry forever, and that's 100% accurate. This technology will forever change the entire landscape of the music industry. It's important to realize that AI technology, especially when it comes to voice models like this, are still very new. And they're already advancing to a point where they're starting to get pretty goddamn convincing. And right now the main usage is just shit posts like having Joe Biden and Donald Trump playing Overwatch together and experiencing gamer rage and shit, or making goofy AI generated tracks. But this technology has huge implications for the whole industry going forward when it comes to music. And it's already advancing very quickly. I made a brief mention of my own AI voice that's been getting used on YouTube pretty often about like 3 months ago, where they had me singing Rap God. And I was like, damn, that sounds pretty good, but you can easily tell that it's AI at some points because words get all mumbled and jumbled. It sounds like I'm overdosing on Xanax sometimes. Like, it's clear that it's not perfect, but it can and most likely will be in a relatively short period of time. So in this example with his Yay voice filter, you can tell that something's a bit awry there. It doesn't really sound 100% accurate. It sounds a bit glitchy, like something's wrong there. So you can tell it's not actually Ye speaking. And he also goes 10 seconds without mentioning Jewish people, so you know for sure it's not actually Ye. But if you're just hearing that, you'd be raising an eyebrow. Like, you would have to second guess, like, oh, whoa, was that actually Ye?
Now all you have to do is record reference vocals and replace it with a trained model of any musician you like, which is exactly what I did. I found this Kanye style beat on YouTube. I wrote 8 bars and I'm gonna record them now, and then I'm gonna have AI Kanye replace me.
So before showing you the results of that, I would like to mention that he did covers of popular songs with this Kanye voice model, and they sound very convincing. Even knowing it's AI, it is pretty fucking convincing. Now, how this affects the music industry should be obvious, and he explains it there. You don't really need the artists to come in and do full songs anymore, and they don't even have to write the music themselves or perform it. They can just give you reference vocals, and right now, there's services where if you just have a minute of uninterrupted audio from anyone, it can make and train a pretty decent AI model on it that sounds pretty good. Now, imagine that extended to a professional level where, holy shit, it's going to sound very close to the real artist. That's alarming. You'll never know if the music you're hearing was actually created by humans or just AI. AI is actually extremely good at creating songs themselves. There's entire channels dedicated to just AI-generated music, and it can do pretty much every genre. And that even includes, like, metal. There's actually some pretty fucking hardcore AI-generated metal tracks out there right now. So, for the music industry, you could have AI make all of the songs and only rely on reference vocals. So you wouldn't even need to, like, pay an artist to perform or make an album. You would just pay an artist to come into the studio one time, or maybe even a handful of times if you really want, like, a perfect model, to record these reference audio samples, and then they would just use that forever to make full albums based on that. And that artist would never actually make the songs themselves. They'd just kind of be the face of it. Meanwhile, AI is doing all of it. And not to sound like a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist, but I really do think this will end up being the reality of the music industry in the future, because it'll just end up being cheaper, like more financially viable for these major labels. Instead of hiring like bands or artists to make the music and perform it, they'll just save money by having AI do all of it and then just using the voice models they've trained. Because as this technology continues to develop, it's going to be easier to use and cheaper as well. So that's just my bold prediction here.
I got a fantasy that's beautiful, that's dark and twisted, but I attacked the whole religion all because of my ignorance. What was I thinking? That was some bitch shit. I lost Adidas, but I'm still Yeezy. Back in the kitchen, man, I'm a genius. Boys in the hood, just like I'm easy. Kanye, Wheezy, Southside of Chicago, life ain't easy. All praise be to Lord Jesus, Donda, please rest easy.
I got a fantasy that's beautiful, that's dark and twisted, but I attacked the whole religion all because of my ignorance. What was I thinking? That was some bitch shit. I lost Adidas, but I'm still Yeezy. Back in the kitchen, man, I'm a genius. Boys in the hood, just like I'm easy. Kanye, Wheezy, Southside of Chicago, life ain't easy. Oh, praise be to Lord Jesus, Donda, please rest easy. All right, let me cut it there.
Pretty spooky stuff, and I think it's understandable. A lot of people on Twitter were pretty unsettled by it. And I also agree with quite a few people on Twitter that pointed out that it's pretty diabolical to put a bar about Ye's deceased mother in here and then have AI Ye rap it for you. I think that's pretty weird. But it does lead me to something else I'd like to briefly mention, even though it's not directly related to the AI in the music industry per se. It is just AI voice models in general. I've talked about this a lot, but going forward, as these continue to become better and better, you can have these AI models say anything. So pretty soon, when you hear like audio recordings that are leaked of politicians or movie stars or something, you're going to have to take all of that with a grain of salt, because pretty soon all of that's going to be very easily faked. I actually made a video showcasing some AI voice models for Obi-Wan Kenobi, for example, where he was talking about Ahsoka's orange pussy and how she was one of the finest meat saber wielder Jedis in the entire temple and stuff like that. Like, it'd be very easy to just have these AI models say anything to try and get people in trouble or try and start shit online. Like, it could go easily beyond shit posting where it's just like jokes to a point where, you can really kind of fuck someone with it.
And keep in mind, this is the worst that AI will ever be. In just a few years, basically every popular musician will have multiple trained models of them. And also the UI, the front end of this, is all going to get a lot simpler.
Again, he's 100% right. We are currently in the worst stage AI will ever be. It's only going to get better, and significantly better. It's already getting huge steps forward every couple of months. It just gets more and more mind-blowing what AI is capable of.
You're going to be listening to songs by your favorite artists that are completely indistinguishable. You're not going to know whether it's them or not. And I'm just starting to think of all the good, all the bad that's going to come out of this. I want to hear your thoughts in the comments, so drop those below.
Oh, I'll let you know what I think, all right. I'll give you a piece of my mind, and it won't be a comment. It's a whole video. I think there's not a lot of good that comes from the AI voice models in the music industry in particular. I don't see many positives. Now, I know there's people that will probably try and spin an argument that it's great because now you can have deceased artists still releasing new tracks thanks to the AI technology. So, for example, Michael Jackson already has a few AI voice models that are pretty good. So you could release new Michael Jackson tracks. But I would argue that's not a good thing. Like, that to me is kind of fucked up. He's dead. He can't consent to having new tracks come out post-mortem here. It just feels so creepy and disgusting, like fucking his corpse like a necrophiliac for the sake of making money off of new tracks from his name. It doesn't feel right. The artist is gone, and the music they made should rest with them. That's the music they poured their heart and soul in. They made that with their own blood, sweat, and tears. And to dig them up with these voice models and have them releasing tracks that they had no part in making is just, I think, wrong. I don't think that's a good thing. To me, I just really feel like that ruins and belittles all of the hard work they put into their career before they died. It just kind of dismantles the whole legacy, because then there's new tracks coming out that they didn't make and they might be shit. I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of that. Let me give you another example, one that pertains very personal to me. Linkin Park. I love Hybrid Theory and I love Meteora. Chester Bennington has passed away, unfortunately, and I would be extremely upset if they started to use AI voice models in order to have Chester Bennington deliver vocals on new Linkin Park tracks that start coming out. They have recently released 2 new tracks, but those are tracks that were actually recorded by Chester himself. So those tracks still have the very human element to it that I can appreciate. So if they, 5 years from now start releasing new Linkin Park tracks with Chester Bennington doing the vocals, I wouldn't like that. I really would feel like that'd spit in the face of all of the incredible work that he had done throughout his career. So I don't see that as a benefit, and that's like the only argument I could see people making for a good thing that can come from the AI voice models in the music industry. Everything else I think is just negatives. You'll have significantly less people entering the industry because they have to compete with all of these mega corporations that are just churning out these massive mainstream hits that are all generated through these AI voice models, from the most popular artists of all time. It'd be very difficult to compete, and most people aren't going to get signed to a label because it'd just be cheaper to use AI in the first place. So I just don't see a whole lot of benefits to the music industry for this kind of AI implementation. Now, that's not to say that I think it should be banned. I'm never really on the side of banning things, especially when it comes to stifling potential innovations. Maybe I'm just a little short-sighted in potential benefits that this technology could have. Like maybe if the artist themselves wants to start using the AI voice models to help complement their work, or even, weave it in with their own, personality inserted into it, I could see that maybe working. But again, I just don't exactly know. But overall, I don't think it should be banned, but I also don't think it offers anything super beneficial to the music industry as a listener of the music. I only see the financial benefits to the companies, which I don't really give a fuck about the companies. My heart's not breaking for Universal Music, who has billions of dollars to spend and now just can cut corners using AI technology to fuck their artists even harder. I just don't see a lot of great things with it. But I do want to highlight the technology itself because holy shit, I cannot believe how quickly all of it is advancing. This AI technology is unreal, and I can't even imagine where it's going to be in the next couple of years. So just wanted to talk about it a little bit again, and that's really about it. See ya. There is a lot of drama and controversy surrounding slapping right now. And as a result, I've been wrapped up like a Christmas present in the middle of all of it because for the last couple of years, I've been seen as the preeminent expert on professional slapping. I'm like the Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart for slaps. I can hear a slap and I can tell you who threw it. I've made so much content on professional slapping over the last few years. I love that sport more than a fish loves water. I followed it from its humble beginnings as a circus freak show side act at a weightlifting competition, all the way into what it's blossomed into today, an entire industry and silly niche sport. And as a result, I've been catching a lot of blame for what's recently unfolded with Power Slap. Power Slap is Dana White's new slapping sport, and it is remarkably dangerous. And I'm sure if you've been on Twitter today, you've seen the viral clips from episode 1 with the wild knockouts that look like someone getting hit by 5 different trains from all angles. It's very brutal. And since I've covered slapping for so long, people are blaming me for bringing it to Dana White's attention, as if I'm just like his little court jester who's keeping him up to date on things like slapping. He and I aren't friends. I've never spoken to him in my life. I'm not a fan of Dana White. I think the way he treats the UFC fighters is a fucking joke. I think it's criminal how bad their contracts are. And I have absolutely nothing to do with Power Slap. But I feel the need to defend myself because for a lot of people, especially UFC fans, they're looking at me as the supervillain, like the mustache twirling evil guy behind the scenes, the puppet master that made Dana White dance, which I actually find extremely entertaining because Power Slap flopped harder than Morbius. This did not do well for him. Dana White's invested millions upon millions of dollars in this, expecting it to be a smash hit, and the only thing it smashed was his fucking wallet here. So if I truly did influence his perception of how popular slapping was, I find that to be a great joke because he invested so much money into it only for the reality to slap him in the face. Contrary to popular belief, I don't like Power Slap. I don't like what Dana White is doing with it, and I'll explain why. What he's doing is significantly more dangerous than the slap fighting that I enjoy, such as Slap Fight Championship. There is a very strict set of rules as well as medical supervision and regulations that they follow to ensure that people aren't just getting hit with fucking frying pans and forgetting who they are and where they were. Now, of course, by the very nature of this, it's dangerous. Everyone knows that, including the slappers, and everyone also knows it's dumb. That's not some secret, it's not a deep cut. Everyone knows it's stupid. And they do everything they can to make it as safe as possible, except in Dana White's Power Slap. The whole thing is just supposed to be like a wow, this is silly shit that I can't look away from. That's like, ask anyone who is in the slapping scene. Even the owner of Slap Fight Championship, JT, will tell you, it's just a fun, over-the-top, goofy sport. But he has a set of rules that keep it as safe as possible for the athletes. Rules that aren't being followed by Power Slap, even though they do borrow some of the best slappers in the world for the show. I want to show you the clip now that's floating around, and then I'm going to go over the key differences. Now, this is one of a few viral tweets that's floating around. This one is coming from an actual neuroscientist who's talking about the brain injury because after he gets knocked out, he goes into what's called the fencing position. It's actually a pretty terrifying thing, and I have no doubt that this guy really did suffer greatly from this. And he's far from alone. This isn't some, like, crazy accident that no one could have seen coming. Every knockout they show in the clips that's floating around are all pretty devastating, and I'm sure they will have residual effects for quite some time as a result. Now, to the untrained eye, this seems like business as usual for slapping sports, but there's actually some very key differences. The first, and in my opinion, one of the biggest problems, is the absence of the no stepping rule. Now, to be fair, they do have stepping listed as one of the fouls, but it's not enforced in the actual show, so it might as well just not have even been written down in the first place. It basically is absent. In normal slapping tournaments, you're not allowed to step into your slaps. It's all just upper body rotation. You can't be like, doing like a Happy Gilmore up to the barrel and then slapping them on the way by with a drive-by. Because obviously when you're stepping into a slap, you're generating significantly more power with it. And since you're not able to defend yourself in slapping, they're taking the full force of this wallop. They're getting served a quarter pounder with quadruple cheese. It's a lot more force behind that because they stepped into it. Now you might be asking yourself, why aren't they enforcing a no stepping rule if it's so commonplace? And the answer is because Dana White only cares about the spectacle of the sport. And in his little smooth brain, he thinks the spectacle is just big KOs. So the more KOs, the more people are going to get interested and hype and excited, the more people will watch it, which is more money in his pocket. So anything to really increase the amount of KOs, I imagine Dana White views as a positive thing. So they're not enforcing a strict no stepping rule, which is leading to significantly more knockouts in Power Slap than in any other slapping tournament I've ever seen. Compare this to any other slapping tournament, and it's like 10x in Power Slap. And it's not just because of the no stepping rule, they also don't really enforce clubbing. Another common rule in slapping is no clubbing. That refers to not hitting with like this part of your hand. Because at that point, you're basically just fucking punching the person. It's like a monk strike, like a monk palm strike to the face. What you're supposed to be hitting with is up in here. I'm giving the anatomy of a slap right now, but this is what you're looking to actually hit someone with when it comes to slapping. It still generates power, it's still nice, loud, Looney Tunes level noise with a slap, and it's still exciting, but it's not nearly as dangerous or potentially fatal as getting clubbed like this. That's very serious, by the way. There actually has been a fatality as a result of slapping tournaments where a famous strongman from Poland named Artur unfortunately passed away due to the injury he suffered in a slapping tournament. I actually made a video, I think 2 videos on this guy. Artur was this absolutely massive strongman. He was really cool, but unfortunately he passed away due to the injury he suffered in a slapping tournament. It was absolutely tragic, and it's why safety needs to be taken very seriously when it comes to this sport, which right now Power Slap isn't doing at all. It's like handing a loaded gun to a toddler in the dark. If you watch all of the KOs that are floating around on Twitter from Power Slap, every single one of them pretty much is a club. It would be called a club in every other slapping event except Power Slap, I guess. It is just non-stop clubbing there. So the fact that Dana White's wiping his ass with any level of rules that help the fighters not suffer life-changing injuries is pretty disgraceful. It's not because he didn't know about these rules either, by the way. He's someone who's clearly done his research on it because he's emulated and even taken things from like Slap Fight Championship. But for some reason, he's not actually enforcing the rules because he's too enamored with all of the knockouts. And there have been pretty much non-stop knockouts from Power Slap, it seems. Which isn't really something to be celebrating because these are real people that are taking this damage. So I don't like Power Slap, and I don't like people assuming that I do. I really think there's a world of difference between something like Slap Fight Championship and what Dana White's doing here. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next episode they have like a halftime show where 2 people just hit each other in the face with baseball bats until one of them loses their entire fucking head, just gets decapitated. Like, it's just very clearly designed to just maximize the amount of knockouts, which I just don't agree with. So to all of the UFC fans that are upset at me for talking about slapping and making content about slapping for a couple years now, I really think you and I are on the same team. I don't support what Dana White's doing. Yes, I do love the novelty and the thrill of watching a slapping tournament, but one that's handled professionally, that does have the slap fighter's health in mind. Of course, I just recently made a video about one that was equally as dangerous as Dana White's slapping tournament, the one where that guy's face got like actually completely rearranged. But that one I was talking about it being extremely dangerous too. But anyway, point is, I don't like power slap. So yeah, that's about it. See ya.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
I can't even begin to describe how low the bar has been set with video game live action shows, with things like the Halo television series being an affront to God and probably just a downright violation of the Geneva Convention. That show is absolutely atrocious and should be considered a war crime, and we didn't even have a moment to catch our breath because they came right back around and dunked our head in the septic tank with Witcher Blood Origin. Point is, video game live action shows have not been hitting. They have been shitting, and my god, it's been awful. Now, video game shows have been working in like an animated format, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, for example, or Arcane, but Last of Us was live action. So I was a little scared, but I was cautiously optimistic because Last of Us, the game, is a fucking masterpiece. The first Last of Us game is an unreal experience that already has all of the DNA to be a great show. All you have to do is follow the roadmap without getting too cute with it and thinking you know better and changing everything. And I'm happy to say they didn't. Not only did they follow the roadmap of Last of Us, they improved upon it. The things they changed or added actually improved the overall narrative somehow, which I didn't think was possible. It fleshes out some characters we didn't get to spend a lot of time with in the game, like Sarah, Joel's daughter. She was only in there for a little bit, but in the show, she has like a whole episode dedicated to really giving a ton of information about her, and we learn a lot about her and Joel's relationship, so it makes what happens next feel much more impactful, which is incredible because in the game, that intro sequence I still think is one of the finest in all of gaming. The intro to The Last of Us is pure perfection, and in the show, it is done justice. It's done just as well, if not better, because we got to spend more time with Sarah, so everything that happens feels bigger and more emotional. And they don't do that with just the characters, they do it with the world itself, and I really appreciated that. All of the main story beats are still fully intact, however, there's a lot more that does go differently than the game in this show. For example, Bill and Frank. Bill and Frank in the game are not a huge part by any means, but in this show, they have an entire episode dedicated to them and their relationship. Now, there's things I like and dislike about that approach, because I think they did a great job with Bill and Frank's relationship. I think it's a good episode, but I do miss the chemistry between Joel and Bill. In the game, the two interact. The two, they work together. I'm trying not to get into spoilers too much here. In the show, Joel is very, very, very minor in that episode. Very minor in Bill and Frank's life. So you don't get that same effect where Joel and Bill have this chemistry together. And that's okay. Like, I didn't mind it. I did miss it a little bit, but the episode still does a great job, and the story beat is still intact. Bill does still serve the same purpose in the show that he did in the game. So all of that is still intact, and they go about it in a different way that I think does work, but I do miss the Bill and Joel chemistry. And I feel that way about a couple of other things as well. Example, the infected in this show aren't prevalent, like at all. They're there sometimes, but very sporadically used. And I get that they're not the focal point. They weren't the focal point in the game either. But in the game, you do encounter them quite a bit, and it helps with the pacing of things and making things feel higher stakes. In the show, since the infection, the infected, all that is kind of at the back burner to the people and the characters around it, it doesn't feel like the stakes are always as high as they say they are because we, while watching the show, haven't seen it as much. So I would have liked if they played a bit more of an integral role in the show, if we saw a bit more of like how devastating and how brutal life is out there with the infected. But it's not that big of a deal. That's not a huge complaint of mine. It's just something I wanted to point out. I really don't have major complaints about the show in general. I liked it a lot. I think everything they did here worked. I think Pedro Pascal as Joel was an amazing choice. I think Bella Ramsey as Ellie was amazing. Like, all of the characters did a great job, and I can't believe the tactic of don't play the games before playing the roles worked out, because I hate that shit. I don't see the point in telling your talent to not play the source material. I still don't get that at all. Like, you don't have to be impersonating the characters. You don't have to be fucking cosplaying as them or whatever. Like, you don't have to be a caricature of it. But it should at least be good to have that knowledge of how their role was played in the source material. But I digress. They told them not to play the games, and it still worked. The portrayal of Joel and Ellie in the show was very faithful to how they were portrayed in the game. Like, it was just really well done. And I also liked the new characters they introduced. They did introduce new characters that I thought would absolutely just be a stupid idea, but they made it work. And those new characters added a lot of elements to the development of both Joel and Ellie, or the world around them. Like, everything they did here was a good call for the most part. I don't have anything that I can point to and be like, that sucked. But there is one thing I can point to and say, I wanted more. And that is in regards to the finale. I feel like they rushed it. Now, not in a terrible way. It's not like this is a horrible, rushed, awful ending or anything like that. But I feel like they wanted to get through it pretty quickly when I think it would have benefited from maybe an extra episode. Like, if they had one more episode to really drive in the nail with everything that happens at the hospital and everything leading up to the hospital, it would have hit much harder. They kind of speed ran that and made Joel the fucking Terminator. They made him the goddamn Punisher out there. He was nearly immortal, like John Wick going through there, dispatching everything, and it didn't have that big buildup. This is a spoiler, but you know how it goes in the game, right? Like, you know Joel eventually takes Ellie back because to get the cure, they would have had to kill Ellie. And he had already lost his daughter. He wasn't going to lose Ellie, the closest thing he's had to a daughter since. So he snaps, he kills all the Fireflies, he takes Ellie back. All of that happens in the space of like 15 minutes at the end of this show. That entire sequence is like 15 minutes in the show. If they had dedicated a whole episode to building up to that and building to that and even exploring in the hospital beforehand, I think it would have really benefited from that, because I think there was a lot more that could have done there as opposed to just speed run how that plays out. Now, I get in the game that it also happens quick. I do understand that, especially since you are the player character and this is your moment. Like, you just go fucking hog wild. You kill like 1,000 fucking people. It's all gruesome. It's all bloody. And it is here too. It's gruesome, merciless, bloody, all of that you expect. Very faithful. But this was a good opportunity to do more with it as well and deliver more in this moment. At least that's what I would have liked to see, but I'm not disappointed either. Like, I can't say that I think it's bad, because it's far from it. It's not bad. I guess I just really wanted more from it, because I thought there would be. Like, they have whole episodes dedicated to flashbacks, right? Like, they have a whole flashback episode for Ellie and her best friend and how she ended up getting bit. I think this was a really good opportunity to give a whole episode dedicated to the most important turning point for The Last of Us with Joel and Ellie here in the hospital. So that's just like the one thing that I'd like to point out as another thing that I think would have really helped overall elevate the show. But it's also not bad in its current state by any means with the ending or how all of that's tackled. It's still extremely good. The Last of Us is an amazing game, and I'm happy to say The Last of Us show is an amazing show. Plugging this into the moist meter, I'm giving The Last of Us show a 90%. I think they did an extraordinary job with it. They absolutely fucking crushed it. So I'm very happy to see that it was done well. And yeah, as most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. Right now, there is the wackiest legal battle I've ever learned about going on in the shadows. There's a secret war between major food brands and the FDA, mainly cereal producers like General Mills and Kellogg's, because the FDA is proposing new guidelines on the term healthy when it relates to things like their cereal. And under these new potential guidelines, their cereals would have to erase that term from their marketing. And they're not too happy about it. They're wiggling their fingers saying, no, 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 we have a First Amendment right to free speech, which they have been using for years to effectively lie and mislead their customers into thinking that their cereals aren't bad for them. Free speech is a beautiful and sacred, wonderful thing that plays no role in this corporate greed and false advertisement. I think it should be obvious that corporations can't just make shit up and make any claims they want to, just pull random, like, nonsense claims out of their ass for their products in order to sell it. Like, there needs to be some truth to the claims. Like, this is not a free speech issue. This is literally just bad business practice and fucking lying. Alleged lying. I want to make it clear. Alleged. General Mills and Kellogg's have been fucking shaking their fists and wiggling in anger at this whole situation. I don't want them to get mad at me, too. Alleged. Take a peek at this puppy. Fruity Pebbles and Lucky Charms threaten to block healthy food labeling guidelines in court, saying it limits their free speech. The proposed FDA rule mandates that foods labeled as healthy must contain a major food group such as dairy, fruits, or whole grains, and must fit certain limits on saturated fat, sodium, and added sugars. The rule limits cereals, for example, to no more than 2.5 grams of sugar per serving in order to be labeled healthy. A restriction food manufacturers claim would exclude over 95% of ready-to-eat cereals. Holy shit, yes. What? Which is great. That is good news. That's huge. It's about fucking time. I couldn't tell you the amount of people that for some reason are brainwashed into believing these fucking labels that their goddamn Frosted Flakes or whatever are healthy for them. It's nuts. That is long overdue. Among the most vocal food companies are producers of high-sugar cereals which are largely marketed to children and have been criticized as a driver of the obesity epidemic in America. Because they are. In a joint filing made last month, the largest cereal producers in the country, General Mills, Kellogg's, and Post Consumer Brands, decried the proposed nutritional criteria and threatened to file a lawsuit challenging the guidelines as a violation of corporate free speech rights. You absolute slimy worms. Corporate free speech rights to lie to consumers. We have a right to say whatever we want to sell our product. And how dare you try and strip that from us, even though it's a blatant lie. Most cereal, like Captain Crunch, Frosted Flakes, Lucky Charms, Fruity Pebbles, are not healthy. And that it's a complete fucking sham and a joke that some of those boxes have that term plastered on there. In the cereal industry, the word healthy has less meaning than the word literally. It is completely devalued because they've been able to skirt these guidelines and get away with labeling things like fucking Lucky Charms as healthy when it's not. It's there for one purpose and one purpose only: to mislead customers into thinking that what they're purchasing isn't bad for them. Even though it's nothing but a giant fucking sugar bomb. You're purchasing just a ton of sugar, and for some reason they've been able to call it healthy for a long time now. It's very deceptive. It's literally just false advertisement. And I don't think that's slanderous to say. I don't know if General Mills and Kellogg's are watching this, but I don't think that's slanderous. There is tons and tons of research to indicate the role that high sugar shit like cereal plays a massive role in the obesity epidemic that America's been experiencing for quite some time now. And finally, the FDA is doing something worthwhile of stepping in and saying, it's about time we restrict this a little bit more. You can't just slap healthy on anything you want to willy-nilly. We're going to stop being so loosey-goosey with healthy. From now on, it's going to need to adhere to stricter guidelines. I'm actually surprised they didn't double down. Instead of calling their foods healthy, I'm surprised they didn't try and say, like, doctor recommended Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Number one, pediatrician recommended Fruity Pebbles. Like, really go hog wild on trying to mislead people into thinking it's good for you. They did go hard on fortified for a while, saying it's fortified with crucial vitamins and minerals and all that. But I feel like they could have gone even more hog wild with it. What about protein cereals that cost like $8 a box? You're getting into these really fringe cereals I don't know about. I can't tell you which are healthy and what aren't of the ones you're listing. All I'm saying is I'm agreeing that 95% of these cereals would absolutely be wiped from the healthy label because they're not. Like, they're straight up not. The sugar that's present there isn't like natural sugars either most of the time. So you can't even make it the argument that like, oh no, but what about the cereal with 30 grams of sugar but it's all healthy sugars? Because that's never the case. The rule, if finalized in its present form, the companies wrote, would be open to legal challenge in that it violates the First Amendment by prohibiting truthful, non-misleading claims in an unjustified manner and also exceeds FDA's statutory authority in several ways. It's so frightening that corporations can bully an organization whose sole goal should be the safety of the products that we consume on a daily basis. Prohibiting truthful, non-misleading claims, but that is the exact opposite of what these claims are. Slapping healthy on Fruity Pebbles is an affront to God. The organization contend that the healthy labeling requirements are an unconstitutional overreach of government power. Food companies, the Washington Legal Foundation argued, have constitutionally protected commercial speech rights covering their ability to use the term healthy to describe their added sugar products. This is terrifying. This is just scary. What the fuck? Nobody should want a world where corporations can pull claims out of their ass without ever having to prove them or verify their authenticity or ensure that the claims are truthful. That is a horrifying world. They could literally be boxing up poison and selling it to you with a smile on their face and with the word healthy slapped on the box, and nothing would be done about it. They are fighting tooth and nail to defend their right to literally fucking lie to customers about how healthy their foods are. They are not, by any stretch of imagination, by any definition, healthy. And yet they've been able to get away with using that term for so long that they refuse to let it go. They become so accustomed to lying to their consumers that they are now throwing this massive public hissy fit, this legal battle. The FDA, the Washington Legal Foundation, wrote in its brief, cannot explain why consumers cannot make their own healthy decisions based on nutritional labeling data. Rather, it seeks to limit the food company's speech. Oh my god, it's like listening to someone cry victim on Twitter, but from a corporation. What are you talking about, man? You're just blatantly lying on your products. Obesity's on like an absolute astronomical come up, and you're slapping healthy on some of the foods that are a big contributor of it. What are you talking about? The group does not disclose its donors and did not respond to a request for comment. In previous years, the Corn Refiners Association, a lobby group that represents the high fructose corn syrup industry, has disclosed financial ties to the Washington Legal Foundation. Can't believe that. Drug companies including Purdue Pharma, the makers of OxyContin, have used the Washington Legal Foundation to challenge government rules and establish legal precedent to reduce the ability for prosecutors to seek criminal charges for drug company executives. You love a story with some heroes you can root for, like the Washington Legal Foundation fighting for the little guys, like drug company executives. The joint filing from cereal manufacturers not only scorn the labeling rules, but also argue that sugary cereals pose no health risks and are in fact beneficial to society and childhood health. Love that. What a great claim. The company stated that they view the extremely strict guidelines as alarming because cereal is one of the most affordable, nutrient-dense breakfast choices a person, adult, or child can make, with a wide range of options to suit different cultures, preferences, and tastes. Cereal companies claimed are cereals, the companies claimed, are already recognized for nutritional benefits given their inclusion in a range of federal programs that serve the nation's vulnerable populations, such as the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, and the National School Lunch Program. This is so foul. It's candy in the morning. It is literally candy in the morning. And yet they're here with a straight face saying that it's nutrient dense. Well, it is one of the most nutrient dense breakfast choices a person, adult, or child can make. And saying that it poses no health risks and is actually beneficial to society and childhood health. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. Next, they're going to argue nutritional facts are unconstitutional. Yeah, we shouldn't have to say what's in our cereals. We shouldn't have to say what's in our food. It's to protect our right to privacy. Oh man, this is so fucked. How does this just keep getting worse? The company's charged that cereal delivers on nutrition when eaten alone, but when consumed as part of a breakfast, it elevates the nutrition further, with cereal eaters exhibiting an overall higher diet quality. As evidence, the filings cites a 2019 study conducted by in-house researchers employed by General Mills, the maker of Lucky Charms, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and Trix, among other brands. They're doing it again, right in front of our face. Do you guys remember, and I've talked about it a lot, but some of you might also remember, there was a period of time, not that long ago, like 25, 30-ish years ago, where the entire America, all of America, vilified fat. They said the fat in our food is making us fat. This is why we're getting obese, because of fat in our food. And sugar was actually looked at as the good guy. Those studies were paid for by companies like this that were trying to placate their responsibility for the contribution they played to the obesity epidemic and put all of it on top of fat. And they're doing it again right here in 2019, trying to make arguments that eating cereal actually helps eaters exhibit an overall higher diet quality, I guess. That's so crazy. The agency, they wrote, should recognize the beneficial role of sugar. Sugar plays a role in foods beyond palatability. It controls water activity, creates texture, adds bulk, and also contributes to flavor complexity. We are literally going back in time. Literally going back in time. They're trying to make sugar a hero again. Sugar is actually really good for you. It is healthy to eat 30 grams of sugar in the morning with our cereal. Independent research, however, have found that diets high in processed foods and sugar intake are linked to obesity, diabetes, higher risk of stroke, obesity-related cancers, hypertension, and dental diseases. You don't say. You're telling me that the research that wasn't paid for by the actual sugar-producing cereal company said something totally different? That I just can't believe. Yesterday, we were blessed with one of the most recklessly stupid things I've ever seen broadcast on Twitch. It had all of the perfect ingredients for a beautiful fairy tale: alcohol and crossbows. Before showing the clip, I'll go ahead and give you the important lore tidbits so you can be brought up to speed here. The channel is Official Duck Studios, which is a name I'm sure a lot of you have heard of before. They're a big channel here on YouTube, and they also produce Twitch content. They were doing a drinking stream, and somewhere along the pipeline, things got a little wacky. They took a sharp left turn into Sillyville and hatched a marvelously dangerous idea of, could their crossbow penetrate a closet door? A question that has plagued the mind of scientists for hundreds of years now. And Official Duck Studios decided it was their time to shine. They were finally going to get an answer to this age-old question. Just some modern-day myth-busting. But instead of just shooting the crossbow at the door and seeing the results, they sent their cameraman behind the door, I guess to get like a more cinematic angle of it. Now, for any of you out there that have finished the 3rd grade, you'll know that the answer to this question is yes. A crossbow can easily penetrate a closet door. Closet doors aren't exactly known for their durability. They're not made out of like a fucking titanium core. You know, we're not talking about a vault door. We're talking about a closet door which if you like bounce a basketball off, it will have it fucking explode. But they sent their cameraman behind it, and he ended up getting shot by the crossbow, which led to the channel getting banned. Now, I want to be clear, I've watched a good bit of Official Duck Studios content, and I am a fan of their work. This was a wild stunt they tried here. I'm not exactly sure what went awry, but the clip is magnificent in a concerning way. So I talked about it on stream, but I couldn't show the clip there for obvious reasons. But I can show it here on YouTube, baby. So we're going full throttle here. The clip isn't like disturbing or anything. You can't see any like blood or guts. His intestines aren't like pouring out of a hole in his abdomen or anything. But you can see the crossbow easily get through the door and hit him in the stomach. Now it is important to note that someone had the foresight of a potential catastrophe and decided to shoot the crossbow bolt without the tip, which actually saved their cameraman Joey's life.
You don't have to make a poll, just type chat yes if you think it'll go straight through, or no if you think it'll get stopped in the door. Are you ready, Joey?
If anyone said no, if anyone for even a split second thought there was a possibility that a fucking crossbow bolt wouldn't pierce through this door, you need to get the fuck out of stupid town. Like, holy shit. There was no world where the crossbow bolt was gonna get stuck or ricochet off the door. There was only one outcome, which was full penetration.
I don't think Joey's right behind the door. If he is, I'm not liable for this. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Are you good? Are you actually not good?
Yeah, I don't exactly know what Joey was thinking either. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong here except for one thing. That hero that decided not to have the tip on the bolt. That was the difference between a Mortal Kombat fatality and just a big boo-boo. He showed the aftermath on stream. There is blood, but it's not gruesome or anything like that. It's just something that's going to be painful for quite some time. It's probably not even going to need stitches or anything. I don't think. It doesn't seem deep enough for that. So overall, he got very lucky in an unfortunate circumstance. I still don't know why he positioned himself like a fucking hockey goalie. Like he was there to deflect the crossbow bolt. Like he could have... There was no reason for him to go in the closet in the first place. He could have just been filming from outside and they would have known if the crossbow went straight through or not. I still don't know why they sent him in there, other than to just, like, put him in harm's way for fun, I guess. But even when he went in there, he still could have went, like, off to the side, because there was clearly some room to the side where it's not, like, right in front of the door. But he just went in there and just fucking posted up. Just, like, right in front of the door to take up as much space as possible. So if it went through, he was going to get hit. So that was wild. The channel did get banned for this. I don't think it'll be a perma-ban, but I'm also not sure. No, like I said, I don't think there's going to be a perma-ban. It's Official Duck Studios, and they were drunk. Yeah, sounds about right. I don't know how anyone would have thought that the door would stop a fucking crossbow bolt, even without a tip. There was no world where it was just going to ricochet off of that door. It's a closet door. That shit's made out of, like, construction paper. Oh, nice. I didn't even know this part. Conversation began with him asking his chat whether or not they thought the bolt would go through the door, letting his chat vote on it, despite most of them saying yes, and he himself saying the door was toast if it got shot by the bolt. They sent Joey behind the door anyway and shot at him. Nice. I guess that's good. He wasn't, like, surprised. Maybe this was like a premeditated murder attempt. Is the guy alright? Yeah, he's fine. They didn't have the tip on it, so he just got, like, a moderately deep puncture. What if it went in his butthole and out his pee-pee? Finally, a real intellectual asking the hard-hitting questions. If they did put the tip on it, he would have probably fucking died. A shot to the abdomen from a fucking crossbow. What a way to go out. Oh, true, yeah. Like the couple that tried to stop a desert eagle using an encyclopedia. If it had the tip on it, would have went smooth through the door like butter. Oh, you haven't seen the clip then, because it goes smooth through the door like butter without the tip. It's a fucking crossbow. It had no problem going through a closet door. Closet doors, you can, like, accidentally break if you open it normally. Like, a crossbow bolt was always gonna pierce through that. Bro got wall banged and got a hit marker. Not wrong. He was very close to having a major problem here. I still can't believe that shit. The thought process is wild. Musket? Yeah, maybe they should try a musket next. Can a musket penetrate a closet door? We'll send Joey inside to try it out. How many doors does it take to stop a crossbow from killing my friend? That's like an old school Mr. Beast video. Honestly, that'd be kind of hype. Like, if Joey's up for it, he could just double down on this. Maybe he could train himself to have an immunity to crossbow bolts. Like, he's already got a taste of it. His body's adapting. So now maybe they send him behind 2 doors and they shoot the crossbow and see the kind of damage there and just see if his skin is getting thicker. Kind of like how ninjas used to train with small doses of poison to build up an immunity. He could do that for crossbows. And then pretty soon he can storm any castle without fear. I don't know why anyone's surprised they got banned for this. I've seen like 4 people say, why did he get banned? Gone are the days of being able to shoot our friends with crossbows, I guess. God damn it. What happened to a free country? We can't just shoot each other with crossbows anymore. It's all gone to the birds now. You guys know, like, this shit's happened quite a bit. You guys remember, can't remember his name, but I think he was with Soar. He brought out a loaded gun on stream while drunk, cocked it, and immediately just blasted a hole into his wall, into his fucking family room or whatever. He got banned for life on that, and no one even got hurt there, but it was just a recklessly dangerous action that he got banned for. This time someone actually just got fucking shot with a crossbow. Yep, a good desk pop. Yeah, a classic desk pop. This was like 2 years ago. He was drinking from a shoe. It's called a shoey, you swine. And yeah, like I said, he was drunk and then blasted a desk pop, which was crazy. But yeah, this isn't like an isolated incident. This shit's been enforced for a long time. You shoot somebody on stream, you usually face repercussions. Yep, Soar Carl. This is what it looks like when a man is operating using 100% of his brain power at all times. It's like I'm perpetually taking that pill from Limitless. I just came back from pickup basketball, and hooey, what a performance I put on out there. That's one for the textbooks. It's really a shame that I was cursed to be 5'6", because if you take my raw athletic abilities and my pure prowess at basketball, and you just scale me up, like if you slide the slider on my character creator sheet just a few inches to the right, I'm a real threat in the NBA. But regardless, I'm getting carried away. That's why I look all disheveled and shit, because I was out there going hard. I was grinding, and if you want to know what a real man smells like, take the side of your hand and rub it in between your ass cheeks like you're swiping a credit card and take a sniff, because that's what it smells like right now for me. But I'm not here to talk about basketball, though I am here to talk about something just as stinky, if not stinkier, than myself right now. The banning of books. We're going backwards. The human race is devolving. It's pretty clear we've learned nothing from history, since it continues to repeat itself, and right now, there's been a lot of books that have been banned, but one that I want to focus on today is a really, really wacky target for this. Assassination Classroom. It's a manga, and you've probably seen the anime because a few years back it was a very popular anime. And yesterday it was announced that it's been banned in at least one middle school, removed from their library, and faces potential bans in other schools throughout the district. To quote Jennifer here, the local chair of Moms for Liberty, she states, "We don't want students to think it's okay to kill their teachers." Hey pal, you just blow in from Stupid Town? This is their real reason. They think that this manga is somehow going to encourage students to kill their teachers or become school shooters or some shit. If you don't know what the plot of Assassination Classroom is, I'll break it down real quick. Basically, there's an alien, he's already fucked up the moon, and he's threatening to destroy the Earth, but he won't do it on one condition: he be allowed to teach a class. He wants to be a teacher. And all of the students in that classroom are assassins that are determined to kill the alien before the end of the school year, before he has a chance to, wreak havoc on the Earth. And it turns out the alien's an amazing teacher, and the students all take their attempts to kill him. That's fundamentally the story in a nutshell, just like really simplified. I can also 100% guarantee you, I fucking promise that the people that have banned this book and are lobbying to continue to ban this book have never read it. They probably never even opened it. They read a single paragraph plot synopsis, most likely on a fucking Reddit comment somewhere. They probably have no fucking clue what the story is even about or what goes on in it. They just immediately went into this frenzied panic and decided to just slap the ban hammer on it. And the worst part is, I'm not even surprised. Like, a caveman brain activating here and using absolutely no rational thought process to just ban this book doesn't shock me in even the slightest. And I understand school shootings have become more common than free food samples at a mall food court, but I'm gonna tell you right now, you didn't just stop school shootings by banning Assassination Classroom. I don't think there's a single human being on this planet that opened that manga and was like, I might need to kill my teacher. What if they're a fucking alien? Oh my god! Like, that's never happened in human history. And it never would. If you genuinely think your children are at risk to becoming school shooters after reading a fucking manga, there is a lot more problems at play there. You're gonna need to really step up your parental duties and really get involved in their life to ensure that they're staying on the straight and narrow. If you are actually concerned that they are going to read this and just bring in a fucking Glock to school to blast the teacher. It's a crazy thought process. Growing up, I always heard the expression, history repeats itself, or we have to study history or else we're doomed to repeat it, and I just never subscribed to that belief. I thought it was all just a bunch of baloney, a whole load of hooey. But now, I see how true that is. They legitimately are going backwards into, like, the panic in the 60s and 70s or whatever, 50s, whatever, with rock and roll, where they're like, fuck, it's the demon music! This is gonna cause everyone to go fucking loopy and start causing violence. Or with video games are causing violence, they're responsible for so much violent crime. Like, it's mind-blowing. And now we're banning manga. A manga that is about a fucking alien. We are reaching like a comical status with the shitty decisions being made with decisions like this. Now, Florida and that other school district aren't the only two places that are looking to ban this manga. Apparently, other states like Virginia and North Carolina are also up in arms about Assassination Classroom, and various other counties have reported complaints against it. So honestly, at this point, this almost feels like a marketing campaign for Assassination Classroom. It hasn't had this much buzz in years. It's gonna pop off in popularity, I imagine, as a result of all of this. But yeah, it's tragically silly. This is so fucking stupid. Using this manga as some kind of like scapegoat for school shootings, like, oh, finally, we figured it out. This is what went wrong. We've had Assassination Classroom manga in our libraries. That's what's contaminating the kids' brains and turning them into school shooters. It's this manga. We've done it. Eureka. School shootings are solved. Ban this manga and we're good. It's so fucking goofy. This is gonna do nothing to help anything, and I really hope they continue down this line of logic, so like the next thing they start going after is like Romeo and Juliet, because it might encourage their kids to commit suicide, so they need to start banning every single thing of Romeo and Juliet. Like, there's just so many ways that you could explore this absolute insanity. You can extend this to everything. Like, oh, we have to ban every book because something bad happens into it that might make the kids want to do something bad. Fuck! No more books! Words are the devil! It's getting stupid. It's getting real stupid. And since we're on the topic of books, there's another thing I want to complain about real quick, a little bah humbug in here for something that's a little different but still related. I am getting sick and tired of books being rewritten to fit modern sensitivities. I don't know how many of you are aware of this, but right now there's this movement going around to rewrite classic books in order to fit modern sensitivities. So, for example, Roald Dahl is an author I'm sure many of you are familiar with. If you don't know his name, you definitely know his work, like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It's been getting some revisions. They've taken out a lot of content from some of them, changed some words around, like really trivial stuff, but then sometimes outright removed not insignificant moments, like completely like changed it. All because they believe that it is no longer fitting for the current climate, our modern society. So they've taken it upon themselves to just rewrite it. What fucking heroes? Just rewriting books, huh? Amazing. Surely there's nothing wrong with that. Just completely changing the author's words around. Why fucking not, I guess, huh? I think it's ridiculous. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. I'm not a big book reader anymore. I've made that very clear. I don't really read a whole lot of novels or anything like that. But that doesn't mean I never did. I used to read a shitload. Up until, like, late middle school. Well, yeah, like, late middle school-ish. I used to read a lot. And, of course, I hate the idea of just changing shit because it no longer fits in modern sensitivities. Like SpongeBob. SpongeBob, for example, had 2 of its episodes just completely scrapped when it made it to Paramount Plus. One of them being the iconic Panty Raid episode, all because they no longer believed it was appropriate. So they gave it the old 1-2 buckle my shoe to the shadow realm with you. They fucking axed it from the service, and you can no longer watch it on, like, Paramount. It's gone. Because they thought it was inappropriate now. I think the obvious solution, instead of just banning episodes if you think that it is offensive by today's standards, is to do what has been done in the past for, like, old cartoons if there was, like, racist shit in it. In the beginning, you just make it clear, like, hey, this happened a long time ago. By those standards, it was okay, but by today's standards, it's really not. We don't support, you know, the beliefs of it. However, we want to keep the art intact and deliver it to you as it was aired and as it was written. That is the way you handle it the correct way. Instead of just getting rid of it or rewriting it, I think that's just fucking stupid to just, you know, pretend it doesn't exist or censor words because it's no longer fitting in today's society. It's stupid. Just make a disclaimer at the beginning like, hey, this book was like written 100 fucking years ago. There are some words in here that are no longer okay words. We recognize that, but we're not going to get rid of them. This is how it was written, thus this is how we're going to deliver it. Instead of just fucking revising it. I think that is an absolutely awful thing that is now becoming extremely commonplace. And I wanted to just rant about that a little bit and just, I don't know, it's just been grinding my gears because every couple of weeks now there's a new author that's the target of this, like, revision and revising, rewriting of their work because it's no longer modern sensitivity conscious. So just wanted to talk about that. This whole subject is just so fucking ridiculous. We are actually not learning from anything throughout history. It's pretty baffling stuff. That's really about it. So, yep. Monster Energy files lawsuit against indie game over title. Monster Energy has filed a lawsuit against the indie game Dark Deception Monsters and Mortals. This time the company claimed the developer Glowstick Entertainment broke copyright with the horror game's title. So, no, wait. So if I go on Steam right now, I bet I have a game with monster in the title. Clash of Monsters, Garshasp. Well, they wouldn't fuck with Garshasp. He's way too powerful. Monster Hunter, Monster Challenge. So are they trying to, like, own the word monster? Because this seems like such a weird topic or target. I don't know this game, but I can't imagine it's, like, super huge. Yeah, I just read that they did this to Ubisoft Gods and Monsters. And of course, Ubisoft, being the cucks they are, fucking bent the knee to it, I guess. Company has expanded its settlement terms by preventing Glowstick Entertainment from ever using green and white logo on a black background. What the fuck? Huh? How is their title confusingly similar to the energy drink in any way? What in tarnation? How? It's not like it's just called Monster. It is literally called Dark Deception, Monsters, and Mortals. So it's even plural, too. How is there any level of confusion? This is some awful, litigious bullying for no reason. How popular is this game? I'm unfamiliar with it. Is it a big game? Is that why they're doing it? There's 8 people playing this game right now, with a 24-hour peak of 17 hours, and the all-time peak was 254. Why are you targeting them? Why? What the fuck? This doesn't make any sense. They actually went out of their way to find an obscure title to be an asshole to them. This game came out in 2020 as well. It's not even like it's a new thing. It looks like they're trying to set a legal precedent to sue bigger companies. Oh, interesting. That is very nefarious. I'm not knowledgeable enough on the law to know if that's, like, actually a plausible strategy, but they did successfully bully Ubisoft, which is, it's a lot bigger than Dark Deception, Monsters and Mortals. So why would they then downsize? Own the right to the word monster? That'd fucking suck for me because my Steam name is Monster. That'd be brutal for me. It's gotta be personal. Yeah, maybe someone on the Monster legal force played Dark Deception, Monsters and Mortals, and he was like, "Damn, this is fucking awful. I'm gonna send them something. I'm gonna sue them." Imagine Rockstar doing that. Brother, we don't even have to imagine. Did you guys forget when Take-Two did that to It Takes Two? Take-Two owns Rockstar. So I guess it wasn't Rockstar themselves, it was Extension. Additionally, Livings posted an official document from Monster Energy to explain their lawsuit's terms. As seen in the image, Monster is pushing to prohibit the word monster in the game's name, claw-like designs, or green and black imagery. Glowstick Entertainment also won't be able to use the word beast or unleash. What is this? What has happened to us as a species? What the fuck? It is well known that Monster Energy is a notorious trademark troll. Unfortunately, they're at it again. For a company that likes to target their drinks at gamers, they also like to try and bully and bankrupt game studios with lengthy, high-dollar litigation. Monster was actually shoehorned into Death Stranding. I guarantee you, somewhere in that game, the words monster, beast, or unleashed was used. That'd be quite a beautiful plot twist if they sued that game after forcing their way in there to be ham-fisted into it. Oh, that's right, they did remove it, didn't they? That's right. Living's plans to fight Monster Energy in court. Dishonest companies like Monster Energy depend on doing their bullying in secret while presenting a clean image to their base, athletes and gamers, he said. Showing their true face publicly is the only real way to stop them. Bro, hats off to this guy. Like I said, I don't know the game. It's not a game I have ever heard of before, but I really hope this blows up their game. I hope they get tons of players and it turns out to be just like this hidden gem. This guy seems to have a good head on his shoulders. He gets it. Monster Energy's past legal battles include suing an Ohio restaurant for containing the word monster on its sign, a Georgia welder for using a similar M logo, and a man's aquarium hobby forum called Monster Fish Keepers. Yeah, this one makes sense. Shame on you. This would have confused me too. If I go to Monster Fish Keepers, I would be wondering, where can I purchase the energy drink? What's all this shit about crustaceans, right? Like, I'd be confused as fuck. That would be a legitimate cause for concern. Those are so close. It has the electrolytes the fish crave. They're gonna try to copyright the Monster Mash next. Things are the bits doobie. That's a great fucking idea, actually. Make MWL with Monster vs. Dasani. Not the Dasani part, but having a character in the MWL just named Monster and see if we can get our names in the headlines with Monster Energy suing us. That'd be huge for us. Spread the Moist Wrestling League a bit further. That's a great idea. By getting sued. Yeah, but they wouldn't win the lawsuit. There's no shot. Having a wrestler named Monster and then trying to make the argument that it's confusing for Monster Energy somehow. Like, this is just a frivolous dog shit nothingness. There's just, I can't imagine a world where they could actually win this if it ever makes it to trial. Because who the fuck is going to confuse a Steam game called Dark Deception, Monsters and Mortals with Monster Energy? It's just to bully them and keep trying to monopolize the word monster, I guess. I mean, Apple tried to trademark the word apple and the court just said no. I'm sure it'll be a similar case here. Oh, I'm confident they win this. I mean, again, I can't imagine a world where Monster Energy somehow makes a compelling argument that this game is somehow confusing for their brand to their customers, unless Monster is going to have some kind of bombshell revelation during discovery where it's revealed that Monster Energy is actually shrinking everyone's IQ and turning everyone into fucking lobotomites where they can't process a difference between a video game and an energy drink. That they think their customers are so fucking stupid that they're gonna get confused here because they see the word monster and caveman brain activate, so they assume it's an energy drink. Like, I just can't imagine a world where they can make, like, a compelling argument. I wonder how they even found the game. The only way that I could envision the way they found this is that they were on Steam literally looking for anything with the word monster in it to be a target of a lawsuit. That's the only way they'd be able to find it, because again, this game has only ever had 274 players at its peak. That is its biggest player count. It's not a massive game, but I hope it turns into one as a result of all of this. They went out of their way to find someone to sue. It's not the game, it's the font. You're putting words in their mouth, unless it's in this lawsuit. I didn't read the actual lawsuit, but even still, the font is still far removed, and it is still plural monsters, and doesn't match that closely. The only thing in common is that it's all squiggly and spooky, whereas this one, I just don't see it even being close. But that's also not even the argument they were making, I don't think. They were saying that it's confusing for their brand to the customers. For far too long now, the unexplainable mysteries of our universe have plagued humanity's greatest minds. But now, that time has passed. We've entered into an age of enlightenment. And I actually am convinced now that those so-called intellectuals, those scientists, weren't all that smart to begin with, because those idiots never even thought to ask a YouTuber what the secrets of the universe hold, because YouTubers know far more than anyone else on this planet. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say what everyone's thinking. YouTubers are probably the smartest people humanity has to offer, period. Bar none. And then under that, maybe then we could talk about astrophysicists, but even then, the gap between first and second place is so wide. When it comes to the intellectual food chain of society, YouTubers are at the tippy top, the cream of the crop. We're the apex predators of big brain. So what am I talking about here? Well, Logan Paul, with his degree in influencing, flexed his mega mind, all the billions of wrinkles in his brain, firing neurons working overtime in order to produce irrefutable evidence in how the universe actually functions. And he posted the receipts. He posted that proof on Twitter. He just flopped that meat on the table and said, "Here, I'll do it myself then." And I gotta tell you, it's impressive stuff. It's very compelling. And I think all of us are smarter now for having witnessed it. Please tell me you've seen Logan Paul's tweet about understanding the universe. Infinity as a concept doesn't exist in natural universe. Sphere, circle equals God shape, celestial body. Universe is likely finite. 3 contained, 3 spherical. Time infinite. Eventually all stars will die equals no more light. That's an and? What? This is an and? I've never seen that. That doesn't look anything like a normal and symbol, but alright. Eventually all stars will die, no more light. If universe is contained, has an end, can we assume apple in a box theory? When everything is dead and dust and becomes a dense collection of matter because gravity, black holes everywhere. Bro, what, did he go on like an ayahuasca trip or something? Like what the fuck is this? The universe essentially collapses on itself, high density and temperature, Big Bang. Universe repeats. Life is cyclical. We become the apple again. Conclusion. Nothing matters except the time we have now and each other. Love. A force of attraction similar to gravity. Black holes, wormholes, laws of physics no longer apply. Infinity exists. Multiverse. But who/what created and why? God. He's done it. He's achieved nirvana. He's in the mainframe of the universe. It's all laid out right in front of us. We can see her bare bottom. On the table, he has placed it upon us. We get to gaze into the infinite wisdom and see the universe for the truth of what it is. This is like some filler shit they'd have in like a B movie for a villain. Like right before the villain commits some kind of horrible atrocity, they're like flipping through his sketchbook and it's like, oh, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? And then the next page is like burning bodies. What in the Moonfall? This is some very Moonfall shit. I'm surprised he didn't go into like mega structurist kind of shit. Exactly, yeah. Moon hollow, but why? Because infinite temperature, but Apple. I don't think Logan's an idiot. I think he knows exactly what he's doing with this shit. I think he was hoping to get people talking by posting some lunacy. It didn't, I don't think it like really worked for him though. This didn't get like crazy engagement. He just kind of got laughed at, it seems. He's trying to get people to buy Prime. I know. I am curious if Logan Paul actually converts and gets people to buy the product. Because I feel like it's KSI that actually does all of the heavy lifting. I feel like every promotional piece Logan Paul does is laughable. Like, I feel like he actively deters from people taking it seriously, meanwhile KSI fucking crushes it. For a while, I've talked about something that I feel a lot of people overlook, and it's the importance of stuntmen. Their work is some of the most important in all of movies in general, and I always have such a deep appreciation for the art. Especially growing up on things like Jackie Chan movies, I've always paid very close attention to stunt work. And today I saw a video on Twitter that really just inspired me, tickled my Elmo, and made me want to just talk about this because this stunt guy is a goddamn hero, and he may very well be immortal.
3, 2, 1, action!
When I first watched this, I thought they just tossed a doll down the stairs like a dummy in order to make it look like someone got thrown down the stairs. Until the very end, I realized, holy shit, that's a living, breathing human being there that just got thrown down the escalator. The dude got fucking potato sacked, thrown out like a trash bag, a slinky going down the escalator here. So then I watched it back and I was like, okay, maybe he's in like some kind of full body suit of medieval armor to help with the impact here. Kind of like that guy who built the anti-grizzly bear suit, and he used to like get hit by trucks and shit to prove how strong it was. But then I realized he's not doing that either. He does have some kind of like padding on himself, but it's kind of light. He looks like one of Shredder's ninjas from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So while there is padding there, it's not like he's in some kind of juggernaut bomb defusal squad uniform here. It's pretty light. And it seems to be a real escalator. I don't know what you can really do to modify an escalator to make falling like that hurt less. Even if each one of those steps was a memory foam pillow, it would still hurt quite a bit because that's a long fall, and he does a few tumbles there. He like lands on the back of his neck on like that second one there. So, you know, it seems like a pretty risky stunt, but I have no doubt this guy probably did this with a fucking smile on his face because stuntmen are actual warriors. They're fucking champions out there. I also wonder how many takes they've done of this. Like, this is probably like take number 12. It's like, hey, the first 11 were okay, but you weren't flailing around enough, and we really want like almost a neck-breaking action when you're falling, so we're gonna do this again until we can get that effect. You know, like, they probably did this multiple times of him just getting fucking tomato canned down this escalator. It honestly kind of reminds me of that iCarly scene where Gibby falls from, like, the roof onto just bare concrete. We had Noah Monk on the podcast who played Gibby in that show, and he said that that was done for real. A stuntman actually just fucking, like, belly flopped onto concrete and broke, like, all of his ribs. So when you see that impact of Gibby bouncing off the cement, that's a real person that happened to, and his ribs paid the ultimate fucking price for it. And I have no doubt this is probably just as real, but somehow this guy seems like, okay. Gibby had to be taken off on a stretcher after that. The stuntman, he had to be, like, goddamn taken out there, like, nearly had to call in the chopper rescue unit to airlift him out. Meanwhile, this guy probably just walked it off. Rubbed some dirt in it. Like, it's crazy. Stuntmen are actually super, super impressive. And I really hope they're being paid well for John Wick 4 here. This got me even more excited for John Wick than I already was, seeing a stunt like this. they didn't take some kind of easy way out with like CGI or using some kind of like animatronic or doll or something. They actually just had an absolute madman do this stunt for real, and that is super fucking cool. Anyway, this wasn't the only thing I saw on Twitter that was inspirational. I saw something that was honestly a tear-jerking moment that I kind of just want to share with all of you. This is like a little bonus that I'd like to dive into. Recently, Hasbulla has been on this absolute blow-up. He's really popping off. Most people know who that is by now. He's got a very strong social media presence, and people love him. And from everything I've seen, Hasbulla seems like a really nice, likable guy. And he recently went on Mike Tyson's podcast, Mike Tyson's show, and things got real interesting real quick. Like, even just the way he's talking to him. Oh, Jesus Christ. He like blows a raspberry on him. Like, he had no idea that was a man. Honestly, it's just kind of like a wholesome thing. Like, I don't think Hasbulla was offended or anything. I don't think Mike Tyson was upset that he snuggled Hasbulla. Like, I think it's just not a big deal. It's just something silly and fun. Now, to be fair, Mike Tyson could do this same thing to me. He'd be like, hey, Charles, throw some punches at me real quick. We'll toy around a little bit. I'd be like, all right, you got it, Mr. Tyson. So I'm throwing these wet noodles at him, and then he just picks me up and starts cradling me and rocking me back and forth until I start to get drowsy, and maybe he starts, like, biting at my ear a little bit. Unsurprisingly, there were some people on Twitter that were very upset about this, and, I mean, that's par for the course. You could post the cutest picture of your dog ever, and you'll somehow outrage 1,000 people on Twitter. That's not surprising. But I do want to at least mention that I feel like in this case, this was just one of those moments where Mike Tyson made a bit of a blunder here, a boo-boo. It just feels like a truly victimless, harmless, wacky moment. Mike Tyson probably just wasn't too knowledgeable on who Hasbulla was before he was booked for the show. But it is just, it is super goofy that he picks him up and then starts like nuzzling him. And then he immediately starts chomping and biting at the ear of Hasbulla, which I think is like self-aware from Mike Tyson here. I don't think that he's just naturally drawn to like biting people's ears off or anything like that. I think that was just supposed to be like a joke, and who knows, this might have even been like a scripted, planned thing, and I've fallen hook, line, and sinker for the bait. Regardless, though, I think it is still just kind of a goofy, fun moment, I suppose, that I thought was worth at least mentioning. That's really about it. So yeah. Yeah, I'm talking about scams again. I don't know what to tell you. Every single minute there's another scam born, and every 5 minutes there's another victim of a scam being taken advantage of. It is unreal, the current landscape of the internet with how rampant scams are. It's crazy. There are more active scammers on this planet than there are ants. It's just vile. Nowhere and no one is safe. I'm going to make up a statistic real quick, and I want it to be an alarming one just to illustrate the intensity of the situation. 1 out of every 2 people in this world is either a scammer or a victim. So, sleep in fear. Now today I'm going to be going over a scammer that I'm pretty confident most of you haven't heard of. I only recently learned about them thanks to a YouTuber named Maddie Balls who made a great video exposing the whole situation and going over it thoroughly. So the link to the full video, of course, is going to be in the description of this one. I'm just going to show some of the clips and go over like the general broad strokes of what the scam is. It's a pretty interesting one, albeit nothing unique about it. But what I find interesting is their commitment to the facade. So the scammer is named Carter Jameson, and he's built his career, well, career is a term I'm using super loosely because it's an illusion of a career. Carter Jameson is an Instagram influencer, which again is a term that has no meaning at all. That is the biggest nothing fucking sandwich of a term. But he has 1 million followers on Instagram, almost all of which are botted, by the way. And he sells courses, which are like media packages in order to get you clout. The man is a literal clout vendor. He's an exposure goblin, and you pay him thousands of dollars for these packages to hopefully blow up your brand or increase your online presence. That's his whole hustle. He's a guru scammer. There's nothing unique there whatsoever. But what's impressive about Carter Jameson is his tenacity and persistence to prey on gullible kids and desperate adults. He seems to have been a born slimy weasel of a person because he's been scamming for quite some time now and he's only 19 years old. This is a young man. He's like fresh out of high school and already a notorious scammer. In fact, he was one of the puppet masters behind Lana Rhoades' NFT scam from like 8 or 9 months ago, which I know a lot of you are probably familiar with because that was a huge scam. He was one of the people behind it that made off with $1.5 million in that rug pull. This was his first major scam, and I guess he must have really enjoyed the taste of shit in his mouth because he just continues to scam from here. It's only escalated. So not only does he do the press package shit where he like sells these $1,000 packages of like articles or whatever, he also does these very shady giveaways where I'm not entirely convinced people actually get the items they're supposed to receive from the giveaways. But even still, giveaways in and of themselves and the way that Carter Jamieson does them are always sketchy because he's hiring rappers and pretending to be friends with them in order to promote the giveaway. So that way people start following the account and, you know, signing up, whatever, all that, under the idea that they're going to get this item, and also under the idea that the rapper that is there is a big supporter, so it must be legitimate, even though that's not exactly telling the whole story. Carter Jamieson also has 2 other NFT scams that he has run since the Lana Rhoades one, so he's just been on this upward trajectory of thousands upon thousands of scams that he just keeps fucking spearheading. And like I said, he's only 19. I have to imagine he started doing this as a child, like an actual toddler. Like he probably opened a lemonade stand when he was 8 years old, but didn't actually sell lemonade. He sold water with like a hint of lemon in it because he wanted to save money on the lemons. So he just sold people the idea of lemonade. Like, I guarantee this guy's been scamming for a long time. Like, probably took notes out of Ed, Edd n Eddy when they were scamming for Jawbreakers. He probably was scamming around his middle school for, you know, $15, $20 off like a homework racket or something. Like, this kid seems to just thrive off taking advantage of people and lying. His whole personality is fake. So I'm going to go ahead and play clips from the video so that we can get a deeper understanding of exactly how all of it works. But this one is a pretty sad one. Like, he's 19 years old and he's already a piece of shit. Carter Jamieson. I'm unfamiliar with that name.
Carter Jamieson is someone who's been seen with Chief Keef, Kodak Black, Lil Durk, Bobby Shmurda, Summer Rae, Lil Yachty, Steve Will Do It, Cole Bennett, and many other celebrities. But how...
I'm going to just take a guess. Knowing nothing about this, he paid to take all of those pictures with those celebrities. He's a trust fund kid with a lot of access to money. So he puts on a front that he's actually a popular guy, like friends with all these rappers, and he uses it to try and promote. I'm just going to do crypto. I think crypto's easiest. Lock it in.
The digital marketing company Gateway Agency. But I think he's a liar. So to understand how this guy has made
Called
millions
out,
from
Jesus.
lying, misleading, and scamming, we have to dig a little bit deeper. Recently
Oh, actually, damn, fuck. I'm starting to change my mind. Maybe it's not crypto. Maybe he sells like courses. Maybe he's one of those gurus, like get rich quick guru kind of shit. Because he's a 19-year-old entrepreneur, owner of Gateway Agency or some shit. Whatever other imaginary made up garbage he comes up with. I'll stick it out on crypto. I won't backpedal.
getting a ton. Is he really even a scammer? Well,
I'm gonna go ahead and take a stab at it. He does not have all of these followers legitimately, 100% botted to a certain level. A lot of people on Instagram do that. How does this kid know all these people? He doesn't. He pays to be near them. And who is he? Just a kid with a lucky spawn, born to a wealthy family.
so Carter Jamieson is another one of those social media gurus you see online, but instead of selling you a course, he's selling you popularity. You might notice he has decent engagement in relationships with one guru who promises to scale your digital footprint to the...
My second guess was the right one. Son of a bitch. Yeah, maybe crypto's too outdated now. Everyone just immediately conflates anything meta, Web3, whatever with a scam. Rightfully so, by the way. Like, yeah, if he's a modern scammer, he would have had to adapt into the guru space, which is now the money maker.
actually proves his guiltiness. Botted engagement. Before his engagement
Sounds
increased
about
100
right.
times because of Juice WRLD
That's
fans
Instagram.
hate bombing him, he could be seen botting his account, as you can see from all these fake comments. And if that isn't proof enough,
No,
here's a
this is
picture of
really
him testing
fire.
out botted engagement
Shit's
on one of
flames.
his Twitter accounts. And here on his YouTube channel, you can see over 1,000 botted comments on one of his YouTube shorts that only has 600 likes. So it's
Huge.
safe to assume that he's botting likes and possibly followers.
They're just
too.
very
Then there's
passionate.
his
They
press.
forgot to
When
like.
I first saw on his website that he had a ton of articles and content, and another even says this story is paid for by an advertiser. Members
I actually had no idea that that shit was there. Obviously, a lot of journalism is paid content. Like, I mean, is what it is. I didn't know that they actually disclosed it in those cases. I thought they still kind of kept that under wraps. But I guess they also got hit by some new guidelines or something, or maybe I've just been oblivious to those notices.
someone with a lot of followers, we tend to think they're legitimate.
The deception
I
exists
don't.
because the large follower numbers trick our brains into giving out credibility naturally from the social proof. More followers means more credibility, right?
But I don't think Carter's...
Maybe I'm being baselessly optimistic, but I feel like that perception's starting to waver a bit. It used to be bigger number, trustworthy person. That used to be the rule, but I think with crypto and everything, it's kind of shaken everyone's faith in that concept. So I'm hoping that's changing, because it feels like it kind of is, slowly but surely. But maybe I'm just wrong in wanting to believe. I like how the YouTuber is basically milking this guy's downfall for views and content. Why does everyone have to have like some kind of weird contrarian perspective on everything? This guy even said at the beginning, like, he was a very generous guy about this whole thing. He's just telling the story, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's just telling the story about this guy's hustle, which is a scam. It's so weird. What goes on in your mind to want to immediately take some kind of weird combative stance on someone just literally exposing a scammer? I don't get it. I actually don't understand it. It's just too easy to agree, so someone has to disagree even if they don't believe. I suppose, but I'm not here to be an armchair psychologist. I really just don't get it.
He uses a method called loop giveaways where he partners with popular people to give away items. Carter and probably others will spam DM people with details about the giveaway campaign. They show the estimated growth and how much it'll cost to buy into it, and the reason that account will be following all of the investors. So in return for their money, they will be receiving thousands of real followers. So when he gets that investor money, he buys the items for the giveaways, flies out to meet the influencer or the rapper, takes some pictures with them to make his Instagram look better, takes pictures for the giveaway, pays the influencer, and keeps a ridiculous amount of money for doing little to nothing. It really is an infinite money glitch. And the giveaways themselves aren't necessarily scams. They're not against Instagram.
It's like a social media
anything.
STD.
And I think he actually does give away the items. He might not. I'm not sure. I have seen people say they haven't gotten their stuff. That might not be true. But we have, and his business offers a variety of other overpriced services. For example, you can buy different press packages that offer articles and other sorts of
For the low cost of $8,000, you can get the musician package, which is a 15 article package. Oh, whoa, and I missed the... Oh, that's the low end. What the fuck? The $20,000 value is so much better. It even has the word cheaper. It's the market domination press package, which is 20 mid-tier press package. How are you supposed to gain clout without spending 20 grand on this package? Holy shit, wait, all the answers are right here. This is the key to success. He's giving away the keys to the kingdom. Holy fuck. And for the low cost of 20 grand?
press, like this Google Knowledge Panel package, which costs $6,500 when you can do it for free yourself. Then in the description, he has the nerve to say, you must have 20 other notable articles.
Yeah.
He sells ad management, verification, websites, billboard advertisements, and more. And I'm going to take a random shot.
Why? Who is dumb enough to pay for a fucking billboard advertisement? Who in their right fucking mind is like, oh my god, the billboard package. I need it. I'm gonna blow up with a good billboard. I don't think a single human being of the last 10 years has looked at a billboard and actually signed up or even visited what it was advertising.
especially because apparently they only accept payments through Cash App, which is very sketchy. And I guess he also used to sell paid shoutouts on his Instagram and then just delete them right away after you paid for it, which probably didn't really make a difference because most of his Instagram followers are either inactive or fake. And if none of this, the reason that I believe he is scamming when it comes to the giveaways and the influencer marketing is because he's been caught scamming before. Before Carter brought his scams to the rap community, he was exposed for being one of the masterminds behind Lana Rhoades' CryptoSys NFT rug pull, where her, Carter, and some others made off with $1.5 million in Ethereum.
It's crazy. Somehow, anytime there's a scam, it's like this interconnected web. Like, all of the scammers that currently exist have always existed, and they've been part of all the other scams we've followed. What a throwback. What another reoccurring character. Another season that they're making an appearance in, another cameo.
There were 6,069 awful-looking NFTs that were being marketed as an investment, and investors were promised that this was a long...
Unlike other pump-and-dump projects, we don't just plan on stopping after minting, so we actually have to be able to fund all that stuff.
They were hyping it up so much to the point where multiple people even got tattoos of the NFT, and they were reposting it. Personally, I can't imagine knowingly scamming people, watching them get tattoos of the NFT, and reposting it. So they...
I'll tell you one thing, I can absolutely imagine that. If you're one of those absolute bumbling idiots that buys into CryptoSys and you feel so strongly about it, you get a tattoo on your fucking thigh of the CryptoSys logo, you deserve to be laughed at. The scammer at that point, I'm on the scammer side. Laughing at you is like the least they can do. You've earned that shit. That's a fat fucking L. My God. Everything else I disagree with the scammer on, but laughing at people that do that, I actually completely agree.
$1.6 million was drained out of this mint for the NFTs one day after they sold the collection.
The reason that they did this is because apparently Lana's feelings got hurt by the negativity in the community, but obviously this was just an excuse to take the money. Tons of people in the community talked about this rug pull, so it's a pretty well-known scam, and somehow Carter still has a career. And this wasn't the first time that Lana... Right now, Carter has other NFT projects like Billionaire Butterfly Club, which I'm assuming is
I was kind of right. He is doing crypto scams.
Rug pull type of deal. But in
this is the fraternity apes party, guys. Everybody in this is in the highest level frat of the real life.
Fraternity Apes Party,
what
or
the
FAP
fuck?
for short, is an NFT
Cool.
project where the incentive isn't an investment, but it's that you could go to a cool party with tons of influencers and celebrities, and only holders
that's
of the
worth it.
NFT can get in. I doubt any of the people there owned one of these awful-looking NFTs. They somehow even got the Nelk Boys to show up, but they probably paid them too.
Yeah,
and then they actually
somehow they got Steve Will Do It there. The guy notorious for literally accepting anything that has a dollar bill attached to it. It's a mystery to me how the fuck Nelk ended up there. This kid, I'll crack the code. I think I was right initially. This kid came from money, and he used that money to buy himself an advantage, to put himself in the position so he could scam people easily by presenting himself as a popular influencer. So he did the crypto scams with Lana Rhoades. He's doing the guru scams right now with the gateway giveaways, and he's done, what, 2 other crypto-based scams with NFTs and shit? He's just one of those douchebags. Perpetually living in his father's shadow.
Fake lifestyle. The rappers and the other people partnering with him, or more likely their management, should probably look a little bit more into who they're partnering with.
Why would they do that?
At the money they're going to receive, because then they end up associating with a bunch of scammers, which doesn't really make them look good.
Yeah, but their audience doesn't care. This was a great video. Good shit, Matty Balls. Yeah, I didn't know anything about this guy. This is an interesting story. Hold on, I want to look something up right now. This video is not very old, right? It's like 2 months old. Has he addressed this? His whole Instagram is fucking rough. But yeah, it's just shit like this. It's just him holding money. I don't even think people buy his course. I'll just say it. I think people are not dumb enough to fall for someone like this. You'd be surprised. I guess, but his prices are outrageous. $8,000 all the way up to $20,000. Like, nobody can afford those packages. Like, the only people in his audience that might not be aware it's a scam are actual teenagers that are just blinded by, like, TikTok clout and an overwhelming, insatiable desire for attention. They can't afford $8,000 packages, and certainly not the $20,000 package. So, like, who the fuck is his audience? Or, rather, his clients? No one can afford that shit. You underestimate the stupidity of the average adult. I really don't. I feel like of most people in the world, I am usually pretty on the mark with how dumb people can be. This is just out of the price range of stupid people. And certainly out of the price range of stupid kids. You were surprised by the age of CryptoZoo victims. I was very surprised by that. You are correct. That one did catch me off guard. I wouldn't have expected adults to be in the Logan Paul audience, let alone falling for a Logan Paul NFT project. But that was a low barrier of entry for them. This is an extremely high barrier. Especially for very little return. Meet the 18-year-old who's the CEO of a successful social media agency. And then right underneath that, this is paid for by the advertiser. Ah, so it's trustworthy then, huh? Surely this will be an unbiased look at his story. Let's see. More than the stunning content, he wanted to explore the algorithm that leads the influencers to a staggering number of followers. After 6 years of grinding with Instagram, Jameson was finally successful in decoding the algorithm to earn over 1 million followers. He decoded it, he was in the mainframe, and then he found the secret, which is his daddy's credit card to buy bots. Little botted followers. Fucking genius. Holy shit, this guy's good. He's a savant. He's like the Mozart of Instagram. Because he never did anything? Well, no, I just wanted to know about, like, his parents. Like, usually in these kind of cases, they always try to be that person that pulls themselves up by their own bootstraps. Like, I came from nothing. My dad was a normal blue-collar worker, just a true red-blooded American patriot working 2 jobs to put food on the table for me and my 6 brothers. And my mom also had to work night shifts down at the local cemetery. Like, I don't know. Usually just like some kind of sob story. So like people like relate to it somehow and like put him on a pedestal of wow, he did it himself. But he didn't even bother with that step. Do all scammers usually come from a rich family? I wouldn't say all of them. That'd be a disservice to say all of them. But I would argue a good 85 to 90% of all scammers do come from a very privileged background. At least in the digital age.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the Super Mario Bros. Movie. So, a lot of you already know, they did try to make a Mario Bros. Movie in the 90s. Most people view it as an unholy abomination. I look back on it fondly. I grew up and I actually really liked that movie. I watched it a lot as a kid. I could recognize it had nothing to do with the games, but I couldn't help myself from just getting excited watching it for like the 20th time. There was something about that film that was just kind of special. It was unique and very weird. It was like a real avant-garde fever dream kind of movie. And I get why they stopped making movies after it because it was received so horribly and is still considered one of the worst movies ever made by a lot of people. But I just wanted to get that out of the way right now that I still have a very soft spot for that film. But anyway, I'm glad they're trying again because, as a lot of people have mentioned, this opens up the door for Nintendo making other big budget movies on other IP they have, such as Metroid, Zelda, all of that. So they needed this one to slap. And I'm happy to say that it does slap. Now, I'm not going to tell you it's like a Vasily Kamatsky style slap where it's like unreal and it's going to rock your world or fucking shake the foundation of animated films forever, but it is good. And I want to get this out of the way right now since there's already been controversy. I don't know what the movie critics watched, but it certainly wasn't this film. It had like a 46% on Rotten Tomatoes yesterday. And I don't know what happened there. They must have been boofing crazy pills. That is outrageous. This is not by any means a bad movie. I wouldn't even consider it a mediocre movie. I would say it is good. Above all else, it's very fun and captures the spirit of the games extremely well. Going into this, I was apprehensive about Chris Pratt voicing Mario. It just seemed like a pretty silly fit, and in the trailers, I was less than impressed. It honestly sounded like me delivering the lines when I first woke up in the morning. So I didn't think that was going to work, but after watching the whole film, it seems like they really just did a montage of his worst lines for the trailers, because the rest of it actually worked pretty well. I didn't have any like problems with Chris Pratt as Mario or any of the other voice casts for that matter, so that was a nice pleasant surprise because I expected that to be like the one thing that always rubbed me the wrong way about it, but it didn't. The film is extremely simple, which runs contrary to one of the popular reviews that said it's totally inaccessible or like hard to follow, which I'm hung up on these reviews. They've actually got me tilted. I'm fucking stun-locked on how stupid some of the reviews were for this movie, and then calling it somewhat offensive. I really don't know what happened there. If that doesn't prove that general movie critics are pretty worthless, then I don't know what will. Calling Super Mario Bros. Inaccessible or confusing. It's... Moving on. The thing about the film is it's extremely simple and is very clearly catered towards families as opposed to like hardcore gamers, right? This is an IP that's existed for fucking 4 decades now, pretty much. So a lot of the people that grew up with Mario and actively play it are adults. And this is not a film that's like geared towards them, but it is a film that they will enjoy. I am 28 years old, and I had a smile on my face a lot of times in this film. It's chock full of references and Easter eggs that you'll point and be like, I get that one, and it's cute. But it is a film that is very clearly for an entire family, younger audience, as well as something parents can enjoy too. The narrative is as simple as it gets. Mario and Luigi find themselves in Mushroom Kingdom, and they get split up where Luigi gets captured by Bowser and Mario's got to free him. And through that simple premise, they go on an adventure, they meet Donkey Kong, Princess Peach, and they go to free him. I will say that I actually do have a complaint about the narrative. I don't really understand what the point was in splitting Mario and Luigi up for this movie. I feel like that was just kind of a misstep. I understand Peach is usually the one that gets captured, and if they really didn't want her to be captured here and have her have moments to shine, that's fine. Just don't have someone get captured then. You could still have Bowser cruise up in the goddamn fucking war island and breathe fire and everything, and that's still an imminent threat that Mario and Luigi would be motivated to stop to help people. You didn't really need Luigi to be captured. For the most part, for the majority of the movie, Luigi's just the damsel in distress fucking hanging and putting his thumb up his ass with nothing to do. Which I think kind of sucks, especially because Charlie Day's performance as Luigi was really good. He does have some moments, but I just really think that was kind of a weird decision to have him be captured. Like, if you did want someone to be captured, I do think it probably should have been Peach, and if you didn't want Peach to be the one being captured, well then just don't have anyone be captured in the first place, and everyone works together, you know, fucking power of friendship like anime's taught us, and they go stop Bowser for the good of the Mushroom Kingdom. That would have still been just fine. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but I did find that a little stupid to have Luigi just be totally out of the equation for most of the film. But aside from that, it really does capture the spirit of just fun Mario shit. So there's a lot of like platforming moments where he's running like an obstacle course, or if him and Donkey Kong are teaming up to get to a destination, they're picking up power-ups on the way, shooting the, you know, fire flower and just going kind of crazy, killing, well, not killing, you know, jumping on things and blasting them, kicking shells. There's even Mario Kart moments on Rainbow Road. And it's all really fun, and I think it really captures that essence. And it's beautifully animated. The movie is like shockingly gorgeous. They did not cut any costs on the quality of the animation here. That really impressed me as well. Everything in the film looks amazing. Now, the next thing I'm going to compliment might actually be something that some of you view as a problem, but I actually appreciated the pacing in that they didn't bother spending a whole lot of time fleshing out characters. The characters are super simple. Like, they don't really get much depth. For example, Mario shows up to Mushroom Kingdom. He's a total fucking stranger. He's being hunted by toads. Like, he's immediately, like, this problem that they're trying to, you know, fucking kill and burn at the stake. You know, the demon has entered the battlefield. But then he happens to run into Peach at the castle, and she's like, oh, human, like me. All right, great. You can join me in my cause here. And that's it. Then they immediately become best friends. You know, they immediately hit it off, you know, fucking fireworks falling all over the place. They love each other immediately. And they never really, like, bother exploring, like, their relationship or even, like, how they feel a lot of the time. It's just very surface level. And I like that because I've never played a Mario game for the story. I don't think there's many people in the world who have. It's all just about fun. So the film just being pretty short and very focused on like action and platforming and Mario references and fights and fucking karting, I think is for the best, as opposed to bothering with like this 20-minute scene building up, Mario, his dad being disappointed in him, which is a plot point, but it's not something they harp on. It's something he mentions one time, and then it's like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe your dad's right. Maybe you are a disappointment. And they're like, oh, no, I'm not. Let's drop it. And then they drop it, and they don't bother, really getting deep into it. And that's good. You have these little, sprinkled in moments of character development, but nothing too heavy-handed, because the film didn't need it. That wasn't the primary focus. So, for a lot of people, I do think that'll be a complaint. For me, I actually preferred it. Because, I wasn't going to this movie for some kind of wild narrative that was going to have me tearing up. I just wanted something fun. And that's exactly what they delivered. Also, hats off to the music. It was really nice seeing some of the most famous, iconic Mario tunes come to life in this film, and even fit in different ways was very fun. But this is actually something I heard Chris Stuckman mention. This rubbed me the wrong way as well. There's a lot of moments of 80s rock in here for some reason, which makes no sense. Fucking AC/DC Thunderstruck playing out of nowhere, or them running around to Beastie Boys. I don't know what the thought process was there. It really doesn't work at all. Even if you're a huge fan of those songs, seeing them in this movie, it's like, oh, that's not hype. That's just fucking weird. Almost feels like watching some kind of YouTube AMV where they try and make a song like that fit the atmosphere, and in this one it just didn't work successfully. But when they actually have the Mario music that they've composed in different ways, it works very well. So they should have just sidelined that whole 80s rock thing they toyed around with here. That probably shouldn't have made the final cut. But yeah, anyway, I just really don't have a whole lot of complaints about the film at all. Plugging Super Mario Bros. Movie into the Moist meter, I'm going to give it a nice 80%. I think it's a lot of fun, and that's all you should really expect going into it. It's nothing amazing, it's nothing that's going to blow you away, but you're going to have a fun time watching the film, and it really does feel like watching the game come to life. So I think they did a great job with it, and I'm hopeful that they'll continue to do this with other property. Most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. Hooey! Do I have something special to share with you today? It's been a little while since I've just dragged something wacky into your lap and set it down like a cat bringing in a mouse from outside. It's rare that I see a video in 2023 that leaves me confused and even a bit shocked by what I just witnessed. That just happened today. I saw this video a few hours ago, and I couldn't get it out of my head because there's so many questions with so little answers.
Ok, j'étais en train de manger, ça fait 3 quarts d'heure qu'il est là, devant ma voiture. Et voilà qu'il se met à aller chez ma voiture.
The look on this man's face conveys 1,000 different emotions, and all of them are off-putting. He looks like he's cheating on his SATs and cautiously looking around to make sure no one's looking at him to catch him in the act. He almost looks a little bit proud as well. This is clearly some kind of weird fetish from this guy, and this isn't the first car fetishist. In fact, I watched a whole documentary on a guy who loves fucking cars, so he'll make out with cars, and a camera crew actually went out to film an entire piece on him, and they were staying in a hotel, and one evening he actually went and busted a nut on their SUV in the middle of the fucking night. The guy is not even a car fetishist, he's a car rapist. It wasn't even his vehicle, so I can only imagine the heartbreak and betrayal that his car must have felt at that moment. Unless, of course, they're not monogamous. I actually don't remember all the details on that. But regardless, if that guy was cruising your neighborhood or the local Walmart parking lot, make sure you got a chastity belt on your car's muffler, because he is coming for that cussy like a man possessed. He was a fiend. I'm getting sidetracked. Point is, There are car fetishists out there, and this dude is probably one of them, I would imagine. Or this is his desperate, pitiful attempt at getting this woman's attention to try and, like, flirt with her somehow by throwing himself on top of her car and sexually licking it, tongue-fucking it, like he's trying to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop. I don't know, but he's doing it right in front of not only her, but her spaghetti as well. The spaghetti that's sitting like right in front of her steering wheel. You know, he's got no shame, clearly.
C'est un mec, mais trop bizarre. Allez, dégage! Allez, dégage! Dégage! Allez, dégage!
I've got to tell you, I don't think this was the best decision from her given these circumstances. Blasting the windshield wiper fluid was probably the most erotic moment of that man's life. He clearly curls his toes when watching the car's animated films, and now you've just convinced him that his cunnilingus on your car was so good that he made it squirt. Now he thinks it's a squirter. So he absolutely filled his trousers there, blew the whole load.
Allez, dégage! Mais dégage de ma voiture!
Oh, also, she was backing up while doing this, so he was actually like waddling along with her car while holding on to the hood and licking it. He is determined. Now, I've tried looking up information about exactly what was going on here, like what led up to this moment. Is this just a complete stranger? At first, when I watched this, I thought it was the security guard. I was like, wow, that's one hell of a way of enforcing order at the business place, I suppose, if she wasn't supposed to be parking there. Instead of like asking her to leave or anything, just immediately start licking the car and freak her out enough to make her want to leave. It is a bold, interesting strategy, but I couldn't really find anything like that. All I've seen is people hypothesizing what could have been the cause here, and the leading theory seems to suggest that this guy just wanted her parking spot and she wouldn't budge, so he hopped on top of her hood and started licking it as like a gross out kind of thing to make her want to get out of that spot. And I guess that would make sense to a certain degree if you're a fucking psychopath. Like, I don't know who's going that far for a fucking parking spot. Like, just park somewhere else.
Non mais je suis en train de rouler, le mec qui reste sur ma voiture.
Boss battle completed. She managed to get him off the hood by just accelerating, driving away. And he holds on for quite a little while there. He goes on a little adventure, really gripping onto the hood tight like it's a fucking roller coaster ride. But then eventually she slows down and he gets off and runs away, I guess. What a wild encounter, though. This is one of those weird random events in like an MMO almost. It feels so odd that this actually happened, and I have no fucking idea why it happened at all. And also, while she was driving away with him on the hood, it really looked like a green screen. Like, it actually just looked like him in front of a fucking green screen. It was so comical. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to share this because I've been thinking about it ever since I watched it this afternoon. So, yeah, that's really about it. See ya. One of the largest streamers on the planet just caught a permaban from Twitch. Adin Ross. I'm sure this is a name you've heard of by now. He's absolutely blown up over the last couple years, and last night he got banned again. This is far from his first rodeo. He's actually a veteran in this field. He's gluttonous when it comes to Twitch bans. He's eaten those puppies like muffins out of the oven. This is his 8th ban, and by far his most severe. As of right now, it seems like this is a permanent ban from the platform, and just like the mystery of why I'm so short, the reason for it is unknown as of this moment. However, a lot of people, including myself, have been speculating as to what the cause could have been. Recently, there's been this unholy floodgate, like a dam that's broken in the mind of Adin Ross's brain, that's led to him making the worst decisions imaginable over the last couple months. So you might not be familiar with Adin Ross Twitch streams, but you've probably heard his name because this goofy goober streamed the Super Bowl on Kick. He just streamed the entire Super Bowl watching it without permission from the NFL. It's not like he had some kind of like back alley handshake deal with Fox or the NFL to rebroadcast it. I'm pretty sure Adin Ross can't even spell the word license, so he didn't have the rights to restream that shit, but he just still fucking went hog wild with it. Now, Nothing has come from it yet. I don't know if anything will. As I understand it, in cases like this, the lawsuits take a couple months before they start to actually form. So if they do decide to pursue action, it probably wouldn't have happened now anyway. It'd still be a couple months out. That's if they even decide to. Then there's no telling if they will. But clearly it's a huge no-no to freely rebroadcast without the rights the biggest American broadcast. You can't do that. It's illegal. Now, let's say you haven't heard of that fumble that Adin Ross recently did with the Super Bowl thing. Maybe you've heard of him over the last week or so because he also just freely streamed porn on Kick. While streaming, Adin Ross decided to go to Pornhub, I guess to make a point about how you can do anything on the site. And he just he showed porn to his audience, and keep in mind, a lot of his audience is very young. They're minors, they're actual children. Now, he's not going to face like a felony charge from this that I've seen a lot of people say he might, because in the stream title, I believe he had 18 plus there, which I guess is a legal safety net for him to fall back on. But everyone knows Adin Ross viewers are skewed very, very young. So it's still a very fucking creepy and weird thing to do, especially with that audience and on stream. Now, what makes this really interesting is how hypocritical it is, because Adin Ross has recently come out very hard against porn. He's taken up the Master Shield and he's blocking anything sexual. He's made these very huge statements about how porn will ruin your life and addiction to porn is gonna send you straight to hell and it's gonna make everything in your life miserable. And he's not wrong. Addiction in any form is life-ruining. Porn addiction is a super insidious one that absolutely does ruin lives. But he's taken the stance of porn is the devil. It's the ultimate evil. And then he turns around and watches porn on stream. He just hasn't been making smart choices. It's just been one bad decision after another from him recently. And also, it didn't help that a few clips from his previous streams started going viral on Twitter, and people were calling him racist for those clips. Now, I haven't seen all of them. I've only watched one of them, and to me, it seemed more like a shitty joke that was poorly done, as opposed to evidence of him being a legitimate racist. But I haven't seen all of them, so I don't really know for sure or anything like that. But the only reason I'm even mentioning those clips is because this is another thing people are pointing to as a potential reason for his Twitch ban. But anyway, after his ban on Twitch, he did go live on Kick like an hour or so later in order to talk about the whole situation. And my god, that devolved into complete unhinged lunacy. Holy shit. That went wacko mode off rip. It was brutal. He went from like talking about the general situation immediately into trying to bring on actual Nazis. And I don't use that fucking word lightly. I hate that the word Nazi has become so meaningless and watered down. Literally everyone gets called a Nazi now if it's even a slight disagreement on even a trivial opinion. When I say Nazi, I mean an actual neo-Nazi, a self-proclaimed Nazi. Adin Ross wanted to bring on to stream to learn from, I guess, or interview. Super weird idea. He was on some goofy shit. He even asked Trainwrecks if men can get raped, and then made it seem like he doesn't think that's possible, like that whole concept of a man can also be the victim of rape. Like that was lost on him, like it didn't compute in his mind.
So just keep your eye there. You know what I'm saying? Keep your eye on every
I have a
corner.
question. Can guys get raped?
Yes.
Guys can get raped?
Yes.
Can you give me an example?
It works the exact same way. It just, right? Like, we can talk about it later, and you can ask me and we can clarify things. But yes, men can get raped too, yes.
Okay. Thanks, Train.
All right, bro.
Thanks, Train.
It's baffling that that even needed an explanation for him. And the fact that he even got combative about it, like, give me an example, is super concerning. You can hear Train is also surprised and stunned, like, what? Like, you can't be serious. But this is, again, just only another small piece of how off the rails this stream went. So it devolved into absolute wild madness, much to the chagrin of Trainwrecks, Trainwrecks being one of the owners of Kick. Train was literally in a call with him trying to like talk him down from these terrible ideas and literally advising him not to do half the shit that he wanted to because of how bad it made the entire site look and what that opened the site up to and the reputational risk associated with all of it. So it was just a complete disaster from top to bottom, but he did say something that shed light on his ban.
Did they tell you why you got banned, or like not them specifically, but like in the email?
Yo, Blood, thanks for the host, bro. Okay, so yes. I got banned for basically I don't know if I should say that publicly. My legal team is advising me not to, But
And don't say it, yeah.
But Train, what I will say is this though. What I got banned for makes no sense because I haven't. It said all I can say is it occurred on. It says it occurred on stream or on VOD. It wasn't occurred like somewhere else. It basically was occurred on my stream or on my VOD. So it makes no sense. Does that make sense?
A little confusing here, but as I understand it, Twitch is claiming that something Adin Ross did happened on their service, whether on stream or on one of the Twitch VODs, and it seems Adin disagrees with that, thinking that whatever they're talking about happened elsewhere. I believe is the situation. It's a little hard to follow since he and his team aren't revealing what exactly the reason is, but it seems they were given a reason, which is more than a lot of people get. Usually with a Twitch ban, they don't ever tell you what the fuck you got banned for, you just have to guess yourself, which is always such a fucking headache. And I also think this highlights a problem with Twitch and the way they handle bans. I don't understand why they don't just publicize the reason themselves. That would make every situation significantly more transparent for everyone, the streamer, the community, literally everyone. Unless it's like an actual legal matter, I don't see why they don't just reveal the violation that the streamer made. But I'm getting a little sidetracked. Adin Ross did get banned on Twitch. They did give him a reason. They haven't revealed it. Him and his team have not revealed what it is yet. I don't know if they will or if they're planning to anytime soon, but they do have a reason, and it seems Adin thinks it's nonsense, and it seems like whatever they're pointing out as the cause, they're arguing happened on their platform, while Adin seems to disagree with that. But yeah, that's where this whole situation's at. This happened while I was streaming last night, so I saw most of it unfold in real time. I'll go ahead and play you some clips where I started making other speculative guesses, some potential game theories on what Twitch may have slapped him for. I don't think any of them are good reasons. If any of these are accurate, I don't think they are, but I'll still show you these anyway, just in case one of these does turn out to be one of the actual reasons. I'll look like a fucking genius for getting it right, I suppose. Though again, I don't necessarily think any of these are good reasons. This must have actually just happened, like, during this stream right now. Because there is nothing on Twitter about it. Here, let's check LSF. Usually they're hot on the case of everything. Nothing on LSF. Oh, no, wait, here. It's in the Rising from 10 minutes ago. Yep, Adin Ross just got banned. Did he do anything recently on Twitch? I know he showed the porn on Kick and all that, but did he do anything on Twitch? Oh, true, he did make that statement about moving the Kick. I don't know if that's a violation of Twitch's terms or something. They didn't ban Ninja when he moved to Mixer. He went live on Twitch saying he's live on Kick. Is he live right now on Kick talking about it? Well, immediately got porn. I just wanted to see if he was live, and it's just immediately porn. But yeah, I don't know if that's true with what Chatter said there. If you go to the streamer bans, it says the ban was 12 minutes ago. Yeah, this is fresh. This is right off the press. This shit still got steam coming out of it. Well, it looks like he's gonna have to really jump in with both feet on Kick now since he's no longer got Twitch. Hope you already signed that contract, because if not, oh boy. I hope for Adin's sake he already signed that Kick deal, because otherwise Kick is going to negotiate the fuck out of him to bring it way down. They made him a seriously high offer. It wasn't 150 mil, but they gave him a bag. Like, offered him a bag to move to Kick, but that was under the assumption that he'd have Twitch. Like, they had to get him off of Twitch, because he's already got a huge audience on Twitch. But if that's gone, they no longer need that bag because he has really not many other options. YouTube's not going to pay him to go to YouTube, I doubt. So Kick is going to really negotiate hardball on him, I think. So hopefully he already signed that contract. Otherwise, he just missed out on a lot. God damn. They must have accidentally CC'd Twitch reps on those contract negotiation emails and they wanted to fuck him up. He can still go to Facebook Gaming. True. There's always Facebook Gaming, I guess. No, I don't think they banned him because of his whole Kick stuff. Because, I mean, Train literally owns Kick, or at least a part of Kick, and he still actively streams on Twitch. He's not banned. So I don't think that was their reasoning for it. Something must have happened, or, maybe they actually did take the off-platform porn broadcast into consideration. I really couldn't tell you. Why was his Kick stream bannable on Twitch? I don't know if it was or not. I'm only speculating on potential reasoning, because I don't think he was live over the last couple days. I'm just taking spitballs, just like everyone else. Is the kill yourself thing bannable? Again, I don't know if Twitch actually enforces the off-platform behavior rules. I think that was just meant as like a scare tactic, like a little boogeyman thing to keep in mind. The whole kill yourself thing was the message he sent to Jake, who reported on him streaming porn on Kick. He sent him a message saying, keep yourself safe, KYS, and then like a little smiley face at the end. I don't think that would have been why Twitch banned him. I have no clue. Did you see the drama about a Boston Marathon runner shitting in a dude's yard? The dude complained on Reddit, and then the Boston subreddit defended the runner that shit in the dude's yard. I'll check it out. Okay, so this is kind of like the patient zero here. One of the marathon runners just took a shit in my yard. Video inside. Looks like there was hard evidence here. No questions to be asked. They couldn't have tried to blame it on like an animal or something. There was apparently porta potties throughout the route. Man, everything's fucking deleted. This one's not. Someone said it's an emergency. Why would you approach her during this? It was probably embarrassing. She took a shit in his yard. OP responded by saying she should have the courtesy of not shitting on my lawn. There's no possible way her actions can ever be justified. I'm on OP's side here. Like, you can shit other places. There's porta potties throughout there. Plenty that you can do. But yeah, the comments are more on the side of the runner. I think this is one of those astronomically rare circumstances where it can actually be justified. What do you want to happen now? Don't fuck up this woman's life because she didn't want to shit herself. Just don't shit in his lawn. What do you mean, what do you want to happen now? Put her on blast. This lady just fucking shit in my yard. Why? Did she pick up the shit after? No. She left it there and continued running based on the other comments I've seen. Oh my god. Wait, these comments, this is like the most Reddit shit I've ever seen. The comment said, OP should take a lesson from this post. Being a decent human actually requires some effort. On her part, like, just have the decency not to shit in the yard. Yeah, here you're loaded. Yes, you have some ground to stand on because this person... Yes, you have some ground to stand on, too, because this person some personal shame. But what else do you get from it? And all of OP's responses there are so focused on my, and even stating in no circumstances is this justified, quite showing of how this person is developed. No, yeah, obviously he has some ground to stand on, but that ground is covered in shit. That's the problem. What the fuck? So focused on my. Yeah, it's his fucking yard that she started shitting on. What? This is crazy. This is crazy. At least this one's got downvotes. The other one was updated. But he probably got downvoted because of terrible grammar. His grammar was more shit than that lady's ass. So they probably downvoted for that, because the other ones are updated. At least we're getting to a point where some of these awful takes are fucking downvoted. Damn, OP, you didn't even offer the bathroom. Boo. Right? That's the humane thing to do. Do you want to clean up in my house? You're right, OP should have been out there with his baby wipes helping her wipe her ass. Maybe get her some Imodium and water while he's at it. Shut the fuck up. You can invite some stranger into your house after she poops in your lawn. Finally, a man in the Boston subreddit with a fucking brain in between their ears. Yeah. What are you talking about? Didn't even offer the bathroom. What's he supposed to do? Be monitoring his ring at every hour of the day, making sure there's not some vigilante pooper coming through? Like fucking rushes out there and cradles her like a baby, dragging her to the bathroom? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What kind of chaos? What kind of madness? What world are we living in? What kind of fantasy? Please, madam, come inside. Use my toilet. Use my facilities, quick. Put your sphincter away. There's better choices. Don't embarrass yourself. Again, at least this one has downvotes. You're acting like someone pooped in your yard for fun. She's running a marathon and didn't know what to do. It's not like she could just go home. Yeah, it's gross, but she was probably already embarrassed about the situation. Fucking hold it till you get to the porta potties, or even at the, even at the bare minimum, just shit on public property. Like shit on the street. Just anywhere else. At least bury it. And if you know what, and I'll go a step further. If you're going to shit in someone's yard, at least have the decency to pick it up. Like a dog. Marathon runners shit their pants all the time. Half the sport is being able to push your body to the limits and accept the consequences. I don't know how common it is, but there is an iconic photo of a marathon runner who's approaching the finish line with fucking doo-doo running down both of their legs. And they have like this really grimaced expression on their face. Actually just covered in more shit than like a baby who filled their diaper. The video is on Twitter. Let me see. You can't really see anything. This guy's got a huge front lawn. Some people also came around the corner and caught her in the act. I don't know if those are like marathon judges making sure no one poops themselves or something, like the goddamn defecation police, but like 2 people come around the corner and actually watch her shit on this man's lawn. Did she not wipe? Well, she didn't pack baby wipes or toilet paper for the marathon. She didn't expect to be shitting in it. Tactical shit drive-by. Yeah, looks like it. But yeah, she just leaves it. Doesn't even look like she makes an attempt to clean it up. That is foul. So the better option was for her to shit herself instead of going in someone's yard. Do you hear how ridiculous that sounds? Like you'd rather someone be covered in shit and publicly embarrass themselves instead of have a corner of poo on your lawn. It's literally part of the sport. Nearly 60% of marathon runners report shitting themselves. I think you're pulling this out of your ass. This stat is just as shitty as this woman in the yard. Like, I don't believe that. But yeah, there's a couple of other options. Fucking poop in public on the street outside of other people's property, or if you're going to poop on someone's yard, treat it like a dog shitting and literally pick it up after yourself. Yeah, 100%. It looks like that's all we got. That was quite a journey. That was an adventure. First off, runner's diarrhea, as it is known, is a real thing. A study published in the National Library of Medicine in 1992 asked 109 long-distance athletes about their bowel movements during runs. 62% reported that they had stopped for a bowel movement during training. 43% said they had nervous diarrhea before a race, and 51% said they had experienced diarrhea after a race, and 12% reported full-on fecal incontinence while running. That is shockingly high. But that's probably why they have porta potties throughout these marathons, for situations just like this. I guess I don't know how close together those porta potties are, though. Maybe there's like a big gap in between them. Yeah, wild situation. I didn't realize how common poopy pants were during a marathon. I thought that was kind of like an isolated incident. What you did was wrong, but I'm sure in her mind it was sheer panic. Hard to say what you'd do unless you're in the same shoes. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, like I said, I don't think this was premeditated. I don't think she planned on shitting in someone's yard that day or anything. But even still, like if you know like the floodgates are opening, I would say just do it on like public land, or at least clean up after yourself. Like find some bushes on public property, shit there, or clean up after yourself at the very least instead of just leave it like it was a hit and run, like a drive-by. Twist, she wasn't even actually running in the marathon. Oh yeah, maybe it's a very nefarious plot. The marathon was just a cover. There was a second shitter on the grassy knoll. This was cool. This was a nice little rabbit hole. I don't even remember who brought that up, but that was interesting. I've got a piping hot meal fresh out of the Olive Garden microwave straight to your dinner table here. This news is fresh off the press. The CEO of Twitch has announced that they're stepping down. Emmett Shear has been with the company at the helm for 16 years, apparently, and today has decided to move on. So he's quit his position and passed the torch. This is really interesting because it happens so soon after YouTube just experienced something very similar with Susan stepping down. Back to back, these two major companies had their CEOs walking off into the sunset together. I'm not normally conspiratorial, but perhaps there is some kind of correlation between all of the UFOs we've been sighting recently and now these CEOs stepping down. Maybe the Illuminati's making some plays for the shadow government. Things are getting very odd. But anyway, Emmett left us a blog post kind of detailing his 16-year adventure here at the helm of Twitch, and even made a Twitter post kind of going over it briefly as well. In October 2006, we started working on live video for the internet. That became Twitch. More than 16 years later, I'm now a father and ready to move to my next phase of life. I wrote a blog post, but the short version is, thank you so much to everyone who built this with me. I'd like to make note that this is probably the first time Emmett Shear has ever said a single word about Twitch on his Twitter account. I've said this a million times, but you would have no idea Emmett Shear is the CEO of a major company like Twitch if you didn't just look it up yourself. I bet you were even scratching your head when I said the name Emmett Shear. You're probably going, who the fuck is Emmett Shear? Is that like a NASCAR driver or something? Like, who's that? I bet most people were probably under the impression Twitch didn't even have a CEO. That position was filled by Amazon androids or something. Emmett Shear has been my poster child for the last couple of years for a CEO that is beyond out of touch with the company that he runs, and it really does convey the idea that he doesn't care about it. Again, he doesn't talk about it. He doesn't engage with it ever. He doesn't celebrate anything about Twitch. If you scroll through his Twitter, you'll never really find any mentions of anything going on Twitch. I imagine he probably doesn't even know 5 streamers that use the platform. Like, I've made this very clear. This is no secret. I've been very public that I'm not the biggest Emmett Shear fan. You're not going to see me heartbroken, curled up and crying over Emmett Shear no longer being Twitch's CEO. Right? I think he has been the most passive CEO of all time, and it's really felt like he is embarrassed of his position at this company. He doesn't talk about it ever. He is never at any of the functions. He doesn't know like half of the shit on his platform. I bet the reason he stepped down is because someone at the office might have accidentally like CC'd him on an email reminding him that he's the CEO of Twitch, and he's like, what? I'm the CEO of Twitch? Still? I thought I gave up this position 8 years ago. Hold on, let me rectify this. So then he just put in his 2 weeks notice. Like, he just has not, in a long time, been active in the platform he is the CEO of. So, I haven't been a big fan. Obviously, the changes that Twitch have been experiencing over the last couple of years have been overwhelmingly fucking terrible and misguided, showcasing just how out of touch a lot of the higher-ups at the company are. So, you know, Emmett Shear stepping down actually kind of had me pumping my fist a little bit. And I know I'm not alone with that sentiment either. I saw a lot of people celebrating like they had just won the fucking Super Bowl, hoping that maybe this is the turning point for Twitch where someone new will step in that's more in touch with the community and will try and correct the ship here and lead Twitch down a better path than the one that it's currently traveling over the last couple of years. But unfortunately, all of that excitement soon turned to excrement as I continued to read. They did announce who the new CEO will be. And unfortunately, it's more disappointing than Season 2 of Promised Neverland. I think this was a big fuck up, but they've chosen to give this position to the current Twitch president, Dan Clancy. I think this is a bigger blunder than when Jeffrey Toobin masturbated on that Zoom call and lost his job. Like, this is so silly. Dan Clancy is kind of just like the bearer of bad news for Twitch. By far his biggest claim to fame and the biggest stain he's already placed upon the company even before becoming CEO is this. He was the brave warrior that proudly posted this. A letter from Twitch president Dan Clancy on subscription revenue shares. This post still lives in infamy and still haunts the platform and scares a lot of creators because we're actually coming up on the period that these changes are supposed to roll out and take place. This was the post where Twitch announced that they are going to be getting rid of the 70-30 split with partnered streamers that are on those deals. So 70-30 will no longer exist. The shares will go down to 50-50 across the board, and they will never go back to 70-30 ever. So it'll be 50-50 across all of Twitch for everyone, no matter what, making it the lowest shares on any streaming platform across the entire internet. Now, in order to make up for this, they doubled down on ads. Something everyone really loves, Twitch ads. The unskippable fucking 30-second ads that play when you click on a stream. Yeah, people love those, so you can imagine how great that news went over. Like, yeah, we're taking away 20%, but we're giving you more ads. So, they are going hog wild with their ad program, incentivizing creators to run more ads to make up for this difference now in income, and just pushing ads even further down the throats of everyone on the platform. This was by far probably one of the most controversial decisions Twitch has ever made, and I still, to this day, have not seen a single person come out in support of it, because Twitch is an Amazon-backed company. Amazon, of all companies, can probably afford to keep Twitch running, without problem, I would imagine, especially considering subscription revenue is not the main driver of revenue for the platform in general. It was just extremely greedy to have that be the target, the first thing they target when trying to be more monetizable. Instead of focusing on other aspects of monetization, they immediately went right for the throats of creators by taking away something that had been established on the platform for like a decade now, with that like 70-30 split shit. So this was a big deal. It is still a big deal because it's supposed to roll out within the next couple of months, and Dan Clancy was the one who announced it publicly. I don't know if he was the one that suggested the idea. I don't know how involved he was with the decision-making process with this idea, though as Twitch president, and from everything I've read, it seems like he's very hands-on with these kind of decisions and these policies. So I would wager a guess that he was very on board with this. Now, even aside from just this decision, people have talked about him over the last 8 or so months, kind of speaking to his character. A popular streamer named Jake and Bake actually got to meet him and had this to say.
I'm gonna be honest, dude, the president of Twitch, I'm sure personally, I have no problem personally with him. But honestly, I don't feel confident as a streamer on the platform with someone who is that out of touch.
Yeah.
What the streamers need and want.
Oh no!
I walked away feeling like depressed. Seriously, sad.
And it wasn't just Jake, a couple other people came forward as well, most notably DJ Wheat, who held a previous high position at Twitch. DJ Wheat said, Dan once told the company he relates with creators because he was involved in drama in theater clubs in high school. He's a good human, but I never felt like he was able to relate to creators and the struggles they face through every step of their career. Wow, gamers, he's just like us. He did drama in theater in high school. Woohoo! Yippee! That's my boy! It's crazy. Like, he didn't even bother to try and pretend to be, like, a gamer or anything, or, like, ever played games. At least according to this story and a couple other things I read. He focuses on, like, drama and theater as being, like, his relatability quirks. Amazing. Yeah. It doesn't seem great. In fact, I would argue this is a recipe for disaster. Dan is almost 20 years older than Emmett Shear. He's 59, and he doesn't have a Twitter account or much social media at all. Not that I necessarily think that in and of itself is a bad thing. I usually applaud people who don't have a Twitter account, because going on Twitter is like willingly sticking a cactus into your eye. But in a case like this where Dan is the CEO of Twitch, I feel like having a social media presence is extremely important, because where else are you going to be able to see the community's feedback on new features or changes? I don't think there's very many users on Twitch that are going to the support line in order to leave reviews or give you insight on how they feel about certain things. Most people are going to talk about all of this on Twitter or other social media platforms. So if you're completely absent from there, how are you going to see it? And I feel like being able to see these responses is integral to running the company in a healthy way and delivering features people want or making changes people want to see. At least that's just my perspective on it. Maybe I'm way off the mark and they have other means for Dan to get this kind of information from the community that I'm just not really thinking about. So either way though, I'm not super optimistic with Dan Clancy as the new Twitch CEO. I would, however, love to be proven wrong and Dan Clancy comes in here like an absolute rock star and knocks it out of the park. It's probably worth mentioning I have actually met him before. In fact, Matt and I have both met him. When we went up to Texas for a week to do like some wacky content, he was at one of the functions we were attending and introduced himself. And I don't really have a whole lot to say about it. Like, he was nice and seemed passionate about Twitch. The only thing that he really like asked me was if I play games. And I was like, yeah, I play games. And he was just like, that's cool. That was really kind of like the extent of our interaction. It was just really small talk things about like, yeah, Twitch is a place for gaming. You play games. Awesome. So I can kind of just vaguely speak to his character of like, he seemed very passionate about the platform, but I don't know anything else really about him. He seemed nice, I guess, but just being nice doesn't make you a good leader of the platform. So hopefully, like, maybe he has good intentions and has good ideas on ways to make Twitch better because it needs some drastic improvement with the directions it's been heading. So, I guess we'll see how all of that goes, but just wanted to talk about all of this because it's big news. That's about it. See ya. Another one of these VHS horror games, huh? Yeah, I'll give it a whirl. Played all the others, might as well. I imagine it's just gonna be the same old, same old. Ah, of course, the light's off. How could I have forgotten?
Man, I've been needing this for so long. Pop didn't even notice. Too busy on the bottle, as usual.
Yeah, well, it'll be scary.
Hell yes! Just the road and I.
My home's just over yonder, and lucky for you, this old man's a mechanic.
Oh my god.
To my garage.
My lucky stars.
Thank you.
It's wonderful.
Mighty kind of you, sir.
Grab some rope. Alright, let's pop the hood and take a gander.
You won't like what you see in there. That's a
Yeah,
V6
best.
double washed
Engines
turbo
are right.
mode arcade Hemi.
My ass.
Don't worry yourself now.
I know my way around the hammer and nail.
Sounds like we have a deal. Come, let's get inside.
What a nice guy. That one nipple he's got hanging out, fucking giant. That areola is going
After
wild.
you. The wife listens to her favorite radio station around this time. Don't want to know the old goat.
Oh,
Better keep the door closed.
don't worry.
if that's all
I get
right
it.
with you.
Old
Sure,
battle
man.
axe, huh?
All
Jeez.
right, let's get to it.
Ladies, am I right, guy? I mean, goodness gracious. Listen to the radio and shit. Is this not a door? Henry, can we open that? Oh, it's stuck. I see. Alright, controls are feeling good. Very good. Man, my nose is runny. The fear is making my mucous membranes get a little silly. What's the right station here? Which one's playing the hits? Oh, plunger. Weapon. I've shit myself already. My man! Alright, alright. I've now checked everywhere in the house. So now I've just got to start... Well... That will do it. I didn't see that on the floor when I left the first time. That's how that goes. Yep. All good. Okay, just had to drain the sewage from the bath. There we go. And that's how it's done. Uh-oh. We've got company. There's no point in putting the flashlight on. I can see everything just fine. But here. Oh my god, you actually can't pick shit up without the flashlight on. That's a game changer. That is a game changer. They cut off their own fucking arms, huh? Man, they must have been ravenous. Very hungry. It sounds like that episode of SpongeBob when they're in the box with the imagination and they're going through the avalanche. What's up, Daisy? I'll be right back and go pop this bitch into the VHS player. Or rather the VCR. Daisy, I went the wrong way. What's up? What's happening? Oh no! Maybe he's afraid of the basement. I'll go to the kitchen one first because I think it's closest. Oh, he's in the kitchen! He heard my plan, he's stream sniping. Ah! What do you think the odds are he went back to the kitchen? Like, is he eating dinner or something? That would be remarkably unlucky. Alright, where's this little mug go? Maybe it acts as the door handle upstairs. Oh. That's such a stupid idea. I'm gonna try it anyway. I think it's supposed to be used for that sink once I turn the valve on. Ugh. Zoinks, Scoob. Jesus Christ. Jinkies. Okay, I get water in the jug and then I throw it on the fire for that, is what it seems. But the water's turned off, right? Yeah. So I need to find the valve first. And I think that's what the dog's chewing on. How do I get you to move, little buddy? Charlie, do you have meat in your butt? It's gonna blow your mind, but we all have meat in our butt. The human body is full of fucking just meat. Dog food. Gotcha. Damn it, he's onto me. And he's blocking the door like a real asshole. I can't really see now. Alright. He was really guarding that dog food. He knew my plan. This guy's good. This is not his first rodeo. That much is clear. Don't mind me, little guy. He's a tier 1 iced tea. Scrumptious. I might have to eat that myself, little guy. Doorknob. This will probably have the water valve behind it upstairs. Valve. Jackpot. Not gonna bother exploring because my pockets are full. I'm gonna grab a bandage from my toolbox. And a VHS tape. I'm gonna save here. I don't know how long the game is. He's camping. He's literally listening to my plan. Well, now I get to restart. I'm already theory crafting optimal speedrun routes. Now, assuming this guy is not being a douchebag and camping, we should be smooth sailing. Oh, I don't need the common key anymore. The only thing in the other spot was bandages that I won't need because I'm going to do this hitless. While I'm here, I might as well just check on this side. Tape and a place to hide. Don't need either. Unlucky. I might need that tape. You piece of shit. You actual piece of shit. What a son of a bitch. Well, I had to go to the basement anyway. I was right! There was a secret entrance back here. So this is what the fireplace opened. Ooh, I wonder what the it is. That looks pretty yummy. Don't really need the tape, but I'm right here anyway. Oh boy, he's so agile. There we go. Man, what a move. Yikes. Ooh, that poor guy just got his ankles broken. Holy shit. I need to go upstairs anyway for the common key. Let's wait for him. There we go. Man, he's slow. Meanwhile, I got the jets on. Activated turbo mode. These afterburners are cooking. Fuck me. It's not even fair. What do we got in here? A little special surprise inside. What is that? Hexagon symbol. That goes into the thing upstairs. And that's probably where I escape with a rope. That's going to be another pressure plate somewhere. I could hear him. Those big honking footsteps. Them stompers were a stompin'. Nice! I'm a fucking genius. Clock hand, that goes to the clock that was next to the VCR. I think. And while I'm here, I'm gonna grab another tape just to save, because why not? Also don't need this anymore. We're looking good, man. All my neurons are firing here. I'm cracking the puzzles real quick. Here's the clock hand. Probably should have saved after putting this in because it would have been more convenient, but is what it is. What time did that note say? It was 8 something, right? 8:45. I'm going off memory too. Let's see if I was right. If I'm right, that would have opened the Dexter door downstairs with the death on the body. I can't see anything, so I'm gonna assume he's down there. Let's see if I was right about that time on the clock. I think it was 8:45. Nope, this door's still closed. I'm a fucking genius! Oh my god, I can't believe I actually remembered that time. From like skim reading the notes. What the fuck? Actually built different. And another shitter too, let's go. And some peed mattresses, let's go. Maybe the front door. Oh, wait. God damn it. It's the door next to the dog. I can't hear it. If it's saying any numbers, I certainly can't hear them. Oh, is it Morse code? I don't know Morse code. Someone in chat's gonna have to do that for me. I don't know Morse code. Nice. Cruising. And there's the rope to escape. If he's waiting down here, I'm gonna be real upset. If he's waiting down here, I'm kind of upset. Ugh. Let's just run my usual line. Come on. Left him in the dust. There we go. Here I come. No! Watch out! Ah! Wait, did I just... So that's not supposed to happen. What did I do wrong? Wait, what? Oh, no, that is supposed to happen. Okay, I've still got my metal key. He's gonna be waiting up top with a bouquet of flowers and a cake and kindly ask me to stay. What was the point of my metal key? Oh, hey! This guy's gonna be a cannibal too.
What are you talking about? Who are they? Who did this to you?
No one, I tripped and fell.
Tucker Farm. They're crazy.
Just relax. Here, I'll turn on the radio.
Oh no, it's gonna be the scary station. Oh, actually, wait, no, I'm a cannibal now. Because that radio brainwashes them. That's where it started. So the implication is he ate the cop. What was the point of the metal key that I picked up? Hey Sneako, does this outfit look familiar? This is the same thing I wore last time I took you over my knee and spanked your bottom with some discipline. And I'm happy to report that these are back in stock and a lot more at moistglobal.com. Last time I talked about you, I used you for a merchandise push as well, so might as well stick with tradition. I bet just seeing me in this attire again has just sent you on a full-blown Winter Soldier episode with your eyes rolling into the back of your skull as you're experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder, because the first video I made on you offended you to such a high degree that you have not stopped whining since. It's already been 3 months, can you believe that? How time flies. You started shit with me by insulting me and my girlfriend out of nowhere, so naturally I responded by making fun of you in return, and showcasing the reasons why I don't respect you. But unfortunately I failed to calculate just how much of a sensitive fucking loser you are, because this hurt your feelings to such a high degree it's become like an Armageddon in your brain. 3 months you have continued to melt down about this. The day after I posted my response, he went on stream and had a huge unhinged tantrum and meltdown about the whole thing, and then he sent some of his viewers over. So I was joking with them, saying like, oh, you guys must have just stopped the cuties watch party over there at Sneako's stream, right? Welcome, cucks, that kind of shit. And it got really under his skin in a big way, so he started dancing around with the gun and threatening to come shoot me. So he kept saying, oh, you're in Tampa, right? I'll come see you, waving his gun around and dancing.
You wanna watch my clips? Watch my clips. Watch my clips. You want me to watch your clips? Watch my clips. These are the only clips I'm watching, you were?
Now the reason he keeps saying watch my clips while threatening me here is because during the stream I couldn't watch him live because he just kept shouting slurs. So I said, watch my clips to see what I was saying about you. I had to communicate via Twitch clips. And I'm sorry to be that guy, this is like the grammar police of guns, but he's a fucking imbecile, you absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These are mags. They're mags, not clips, you absolute fucking dummy. The same way that this is also a mag. They're all mags. Stop saying clips, you look fucking stupid here. Anyway, sorry for the gun anatomy lesson. He was very upset, so he was threatening to come shoot me, beat me up, all of that, because I hurt his feelings, and it's been festering for quite some time now. 3 fucking months. You love to bitch about how everyone's canceling you. These soy boy NPC bots are all canceling you. It's all you do. You treat the teenagers in your Discord like they're your goddamn therapist. Just going in there to complain about the invisible boogeyman canceling you again, shaking your fist at the clouds. I also love that you treat this Discord server like it's your PR team, so you have them work on your responses on Twitter because you're not witty enough to come up with anything on your own. You have no ability to banter. You can't insult anyone. Anytime you're pushed, all you fall back on is one of 3 things: soy boy, bot, or NPC, and that's it. You never deviate from this path. Which is ironic, because you're like literally a sheep. You have 3 programmed responses. You're like the absolute worst character, side character in an MMO. It's pathetic. But I'm getting sidetracked. You love to be super public about how much you hate antidepressants and you shit on anyone who takes antidepressants, but with the way you talk in your Discord server, I'm pretty convinced that you're only 2 or 3 messages away from asking your community to source antidepressants for you under the table to help with all this mental anguish you're going through. And I think that'd honestly be a good idea. It might help you. But I'm putting the cart before the horse here. How did we get to this point? Well, I made that video about Sneako, and I fully planned on that being the only time I ever talked about this asshole. I really did. All I wanted to do was highlight why I personally don't respect him. I know a lot of people criticize me for not tackling his points, and to that I say, bah humbug, this fucking goober didn't make any points. All he did was insult me and my girlfriend. He insulted me and my girlfriend because I made fun of one of his friend's blatantly fake stories. He resorted to childish name-calling like, I'm ugly, and I don't go outside. That's not making any points. Like, what am I supposed to debunk there? No, actually, my mom thinks I'm handsome, and so does my girlfriend, so you're wrong, factually wrong. There's nothing to debunk. The whole point of the video was highlighting why I don't respect him. I'll go ahead and briefly give you a previously on Dragon Ball Z lore recap to bring you up to speed on the points I was making for why I think he is a pathetic piece of shit, and his opinion holds no value in my eyes. Is because he publicly defends Cuties as one of his favorite movies. Cuties was a Netflix film that used real child actresses in sexual situations, so they sexualized real children. A fact that Sneako himself acknowledges, but writes off as being okay because it's realistic, because in the real world children get sexualized. I'll say it again, regardless of what the intention of the film was, they missed the mark because what ended up happening is they sexualized the child actresses. That is a problem. Full stop. Even if the message was supposed to be the opposite, they still ended up contributing to the very problem they were speaking out against.
I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else. I saw the cover and I got clickbaited. So did you. You got clickbaited. The thing about Cuties is it's not an unrealistic film. Like, yes, it shows children in a sexual way, but this is not unusual now. And the people who are really mad about this aren't Gen Z.
Imagine claiming children in sexual positions is clickbait. Yikes. That's rough. You admit that the children were sexualized. That is bad. Okay? That means the movie failed in its mission. I don't know what you don't get about that. But regardless, I'm not here to just keep hammering home the same points. Another thing that I talked about for a reason I don't respect him is because he battles with his own sexuality. He is very public about how he used to go to these swinger parties, I think he says 4 in total, over the course of like 2 weeks, where he watched his girlfriend get fucked by other men. Even telling the story of how he was literally in the bed watching his girl get fucked by a different man, moaning intensely, and it was traumatizing. Yet he recommends that everyone should try it at some point for some reason.
Because this was, imagine seeing the girl you love, like,
get fucked.
You love her? Yeah, I do. I love her. I was about to say I love this bitch. I'm like, no, let me not say that. I love my wifey, my queen.
And you allowed the love of your life to get fucked by another man.
What happened to the other three?
I'm crazy. The first time, as soon as I saw it, like 3 pumps in, I just got up and walked out. I'm just like, I can't do that. Like, feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her with another person. It's a lot. But I think it's something everybody should do just to test. You know what?
So my point with this was, why is this the guy that's lecturing everyone on their relationships, shitting on people's relationships, when he himself is in one that makes him very upset and he can't come to terms with it? Now, if he's open about being a cuck and happy and proud to be a cuck, that's fine. But he's not. It makes him mad every single time. So why the fuck is this insecure guy the one that's the moral authority on healthy relationships all of a sudden? That was the point of me bringing up that clip. Now, that was basically the whole video. I summed it up real quick. All I pointed out is I don't respect his opinion because he defends a movie I consider to be child porn. I think any film or any production that has real children being sexualized should be classified as child porn. That's how I view it. Maybe your definition's different, but that's how I personally view that kind of content. So him defending that was beyond reprehensible to me. And him being very public with his cuckoldry and how scarring it has been, it should be a lesson, an example that he himself is not great when it comes to relationships and all these things. And I posted that and it made him extremely upset and he hasn't stopped fucking crying about it for 3 months. So, fast forward to 2 days ago. I was streaming a Moist Esports tournament and I went up to go to the bathroom. I had to take a shit. It was a double flusher. So I was on the toilet for quite some time and I saw a Sneako post that he's posted quite a few times now and I thought, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not doing anything else right now on the porcelain throne. I'll play in the pig pen. So I did. For 3 months now, Sneako's had this adorable little collage that he made that looks like it's straight out of a 16-year-old girl's diary with pictures of boys from her class that she doesn't like. All about people that have hurt his feelings. This is his wall of shame for people that have insulted him online. What's even sadder about it is he purposely leaves out people that he's afraid of. So Turkey Tom, for example, made a whole video talking about Sneako and how pathetic he is. And Sneako tried to talk a big game to him, even challenged him to a debate, which Turkey Tom accepted with jubilation. He was ecstatic. And then Sneako kept ducking him, ghosting him. So he leaves Turkey Tom off of this list because he's afraid to actually talk to him. And he also leaves off quite a few other people, but the most notable other one that is comical for the absence is Brandon Buckingham. Brandon Buckingham is an internet content creator that Sneako lied about for a long time, and they had a lot of beef, and Brandon Buckingham actually challenged him to a fight. And Sneako is very fearful of him. We'll get into that more in depth in a moment, but I just need to set the stage a little bit here with this collage. So after seeing this for the 100th time in the last 3 months, I finally just said, holy shit, you pathetic, sensitive, soy little worm. I made fun of you for watching your girlfriend get fucked by numerous other men and also insulted you for defending child porn. That's not cancellation. That's just spitting on you for being a pitiful, sad cuck. And this puppy really blew up on Twitter in a big way. Now, I will say it again. What I did, and what I am doing right now, is not canceling you, Sneako. I am insulting you. I am making fun of you. Something that you were supposed to be a huge proponent of, right? Wasn't like one of your big things like bullying needs to be brought back. So now that I'm making fun of you, what, all of a sudden now it's off limits, now it's canceling? You have become the SJWs that you criticize so much. I don't know how you don't realize that. We continue. He says, you know in your soul you would never say that to my face. To which I respond, you literally have a collage of people that hurt your feelings on the internet. You haven't stopped whining about me for months now, you goofy NPC. Even if you beat my ass in a fight, it doesn't change the truth. You're still a cuck who also defends child porn. I think this is important to talk about, and I just talked about it recently. When you are getting your feelings hurt and your immediate response isn't to fire back with insults, jokes, whatever, it's to challenge someone to a fight, you've taken a huge L. You've shown that the person has got under your skin, and the only thing you can resort to is a caveman brain of, I'll beat you in a fight. Sneako, you beating me in a fight doesn't unfuck your girlfriend from the numerous men that had sex with her in front of you. It doesn't do anything. Everything I've said still stands. Nothing changes. It doesn't even salvage your ego. All it is a pathetic fucking attempt at attention. And I don't think you believe half the things you talk about. I really think Sneako just panders as much as possible. He himself doesn't even stand by the things he talks about. I really don't think he has any beliefs of his own. He just echoes what he thinks is going to get him the biggest audience / the most money. That's what I think. So this puffing out his chest of challenging me to a fight is clearly attention. That's what it feels like. Because you don't have the same energy for Brandon Buckingham. Brandon Buckingham is more than willing to fight you any day of the week. But with him, you don't want to do that. For some reason. Why? Do you not stand by your beliefs when it comes to Brandon Buckingham? He has said all the same things about you that I am saying about you. So why is he exempt? Why don't you want to fight him? That's so weird. This is what you said about Brandon Buckingham and fighting him.
And then finally, when Brandon Buckingham is down to meet Sneako, he's there to box him. They're both similar sizes. Sneako would now rather just sit at home and tell jokes behind his computer.
I'd rather sit at home and yell at a camera, tell jokes than, risk my manhood falling flat for Brandon Buckingham, if I lose the fight.
So now it's suddenly cool to just stay at home and keep it all online.
The full video here from Willie Mac is an absolute masterpiece on laying out every pathetic thing that Sneako has ever done, said, or everything ever. So I highly recommend checking it out. I'll put a link to it in the description. It's a banger. So, as you can see, the people he's confident in fighting are ones that he feels confident he'd win against. I'm 5'6", I think he's 6'1", so the height advantage he feels very confident with. And he has every reason to. He would probably beat me in a fight. But like I said, that doesn't change anything. Everything I've said is still true. You are a cuck, self-admitted, and you have defended cuties publicly, which, by more than just me, by many, is considered child porn. You're pathetic. Beating me in a fight doesn't change any of those facts. I've also been super vocal about how I don't want to fight. Like, I'm not afraid to say, like, I don't want to get hit in the head, right? Like, I'm afraid of taking headshots. It's probably a super normal fear to have, so I'm averse to going into a boxing match, especially one that's just a clout-driven spectacle like this. That'd be completely fucking worthless. And I've been super open about that, which I'm sure you know since you keep saying that you've watched my content, so you probably know that I was never going to accept a fight in the first place. Especially since you're, like, significantly taller than me, right? Like, it wouldn't make any sense. And even though you would probably beat me in a fight, you're certainly not beating me in, like, an aesthetic physique competition, because goddamn, I blow your ass out of the water. Look at this fucking anime character physique I'm rocking. Meanwhile, you're over here with that Abercrombie & Fitch from 1998. Now, in Sneako's credit, he did start going to the gym recently. Maybe I inspired him, and you know what? That's great. I'm glad I could have a positive impact on your life like that, Sneako. Getting into the gym is a fantastic thing, and you're going to feel so much better. And I know you'll start seeing results soon as long as you keep at it. And then finally, our last exchange goes very similarly to the others. You're not special from the other 10 soy boys who say the same thing. If you got a problem, stop talking on the internet. Let's solve it. So I said, got your Discord still working on responses? Brother, I have no problem. You started it and I made fun of you in return. You're upset about publicly admitting to cuckoldry and get mad at me for bringing it up. You should be mad at yourself instead. Have some self-reflection. Which it's true. I don't have a problem. You literally started it, Sneako, and you even asked your audience to let me know everything you said and send me your clips. You actually asked for a response, and then got super upset when my response was a little too mean to your feelings. How is that not the ultimate cuckoldry? Like, even more so than your girl getting clapped by 1,000 men. How? Like, how can you, with a straight face, still call other people soy boys? I'm not kidding, I really didn't want to keep talking about you, but you won't stop talking and crying about me. It's sad. I understand you have a humiliation fetish, so hopefully this whole thing has helped you orgasm one more time from all of it. I don't think it's fun dunking on you, Sneako. I don't. And I'm certainly not canceling you. But you keep doing this. So you forced my hand to make fun of you again. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. I saw a video today that made me emotional. It's a couple giving their wedding vows, and it's not often I'll see a video like this and just be moved to tears, but this one was really pulling on the heartstrings, and, well, I just thought it was an important video to showcase here to prove that true love does still exist. I know there's some of you out there that have stopped believing in love, but this one might reignite your faith. This is two hearts coming together like magnets and forming an unbreakable, covalent bond. A James Bond.
Then as time went on and I was falling deeper in love with you, I was and always will be one of the easiest people to please. Only two things are required to keep me happy: keep my belly full and my balls empty. Though you're amazing at half of it, we really need to get you some cooking lessons.
And they say chivalry is dead and romance is kaput. So, the wedding vows start pretty aggressive here, talking about some ball draining, and it only gets more graphic and 50 Shades of Grey-esque. So these are the wedding vows between this newlywed couple, and his vows are basically just an erotica fanfic about his partner. And this is delivered in front of not only his family, her family, but in front of God too, who's probably weeping and feeling very embarrassed that this was allowed to transpire on his earth. It's pretty yucky, but they seem to be having a good time. I don't know how their families feel about having to listen to this guy talk about his daughter is basically just a fucking fleshlight for himself. Off-rip going into like, hey, your new job as my wife, your duties to me are to get better at cooking and drain my balls like Steph Curry drains threes.
Even when my belly isn't full, there is no one I could ever love more in this lifetime, unless I actually get a chance to meet Margot Robbie.
The way he's presenting his vows is also a little uncomfortable. Not only the subject matter about it being almost entirely sexual based, but also it's because he's reading it from his cards here, like his book report almost. It's like he just got called on in front of the class to read from a textbook, and he's a little nervous about it. So it's all kind of like very robotic, which makes it even more weird. But yeah, he's treating it like a stand-up comedy routine, and it's just, it's very uncomfortable because it's all about fucking. Now, before showing you the rest of these beautiful vows, I'd like to show you something else that's beautiful, and that's today's sponsor, Honkai Star Rail. Big thanks to Honkai Star Rail for sponsoring today's video. Honkai Star Rail is the newest free-to-play game from the creators of Genshin Impact, Hoyoverse. So you already know the art style and the characterization is going to be immaculate, absolutely spectacular and breathtaking. It's a free-to-play RPG experience with a focus on strategic combat. So there's a lot of different ways of approaching the combat, a lot of different strategies you can employ to suit your own personal playstyle. So you can shift enemies around, environments and characters, and upgrade them to suit the way that you want to approach the combat. And since you can freely explore the universe, you can also find different things that'll better suit your playstyle. And all of the combat just looks amazing because they knocked it out of the park with the art direction, so it's all just beautiful visual effects from orbital cannons to ice walls. It's also cross-platform. It supports cross-platform play, so you can install it on mobile and PC and have the game data shared between them. So if you're interested in trying Honkai Star Rail, you can click the link in the description below to get started on your adventure. Big thanks again to Honkai Star Rail for sponsoring the video.
Well, today I'm taking a step further and giving you my last name, the last name of champions. No one deserves it more. With you and the girls by my side, I feel like I can conquer anything. Y'all make life worth living, giving every breath of every day a purpose. Life gets even better when the kids fall asleep and you tell me to come to the bedroom. Nothing's better than the sound of gagging and headboard slamming.
Michael.
He went a good 20 seconds of actually delivering heartfelt, meaningful statements in his vows, like very sweet sentiments, and then immediately into gagging and headboard slamming. Hell yeah, brother. And then that was his mom up there that said Michael, as if she was about to go over there and discipline him, like pull on his ear or wash his mouth out with soap. Now, watching this is actually very interesting because it's so sweet. And I've always seen a lot of these wedding videos go kind of south where like one of the best men or whatever delivers a really cringe speech. Luckily that's not the case here. No cringe to be had on this holy day. But I imagine flopping at either your own wedding or your best friend's wedding with a turbo dog shit speech is one of the worst feelings on the planet. Now, many of you know my buddy Matt recently proposed to his longtime girlfriend, and he wanted to do something special for the proposal, which was he had all of their friends submit short videos talking about how great of a couple they are and all of that. Just a very nice gesture, and he was going to compile all of those short videos into a longer, big video that he was going to surprise her with at a movie theater that they were planning on going to for a movie. It was a very cute idea, and I was included in this mega mix, and I'll go ahead and show you the video I submitted because I think I absolutely fucking crushed it. Hey, my name is Charles White. It is December 8th, 2022. That is 2022 years since the death of Christ. God rest his soul. I've been informed by a close friend of mine named Matthew Phillips that he is proposing to his longtime girlfriend Monique. So I want to say good luck and congratulations. It doesn't get better than that. Honestly, this looks like something out of a horror film. It was late into the evening and I wanted to get the video to him on time before deadline. And well, that's what we landed on. I originally wanted this to be like a 10-minute TED Talk video that I would submit and force Monique and Matt to sit through the entire speech. It was going to be all about how marriage is actually a tool that was developed in Area 51 in order to mind control the populace. But I decided I'll show mercy and just do a quick 20-second blurb. But anyway, the reason I'm showing this is because Matt and his longtime girlfriend are getting married, and at the wedding, I don't know if I'm supposed to give a speech or not, but if I am, I can only pray that I'm able to give something as inspired as the speech you're seeing from this guy right here.
Everyone keeps telling me that marriage is going to ruin a lot of things, but I feel that's only if you let it. You will forever have my heart, and that's a promise till death do we part. P.S. Since you're so good at making decisions like marrying me, you can choose whether tonight's going to end with being a toaster strudel or a Twinkie.
If that doesn't make you blush and melt your heart, then you just don't have a soul, partner. Because, wow, that is some silver-tongued Casanova class right there. So, in case you don't understand, if you're some kind of stupid fucking swine, a toaster strudel is referring to after they fuck. He'd pull out and ejaculate onto her tummy, make it maybe in like, you know, little glaze waves, kind of like a toaster strudel, or a Twinkie, where he cream pies her, basically. He just fucking ejaculates inside. So that's what he's saying at the end of the vows here.
Alrighty. I'm speechless.
You're so
Really? Being that I am his mom, I will deal with him later. He is grounded. By all means.
Shout out to his mom. She's taking this very uncomfortable situation like an absolute fucking champion. What a good sport here. She's like trying to dissipate all of the cringe in the atmosphere here as best as she can to diffuse it. And there's only so much you can do, really. But the two of them seem happy, and I guess that's all that matters. But I really just have to say, why do this in front of all of the family members of not only you, but her? It's literally just kind of saying in front of all of them that the main thing you care about with her as your partner is sex and not much else. There's a couple of moments, like glimmers of hope, where he does say heartfelt things, like very sweet things, but it's ephemeral. It's immediately overshadowed by going into headboard slamming, gagging, ball draining, nutsack draining, fucking cream pies and all of that. So I just feel like it probably wasn't the time or place for this routine here. Just seems a little trashy, especially because I'm pretty sure their kids are also there, as well as like obviously other kids of the families there having to listen to this really uncomfortable shit. So just kind of awkward, honestly, at the end of the day. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya. I thought it was appropriate to do a little drama follow-up and update to a few stories I've covered over the last few days now that they've begun to settle down a bit and the smoke has started to clear. So this will be the little after credits scene to a movie to give you closure. The first one being the clown YouTuber that violated the Geneva Convention of the Internet and committed the unforgivable war crime of abusing YouTube's copyright takedown system and strike system in order to bully creators that were making fun of him. Now, normally I'd call someone like this a mustache-twirling evil supervillain, but that just doesn't apply here because I'm pretty sure this guy couldn't grow a single fucking molecule of facial hair if he was given 1,000 years in the wilderness surviving off nothing but bear liver. He's just not in his DNA. His name is Brent Rivera. He's a massive channel. Unfortunately, he was born with glass bones and paper skin, so when people started making fun of him, those words cut deeper than Excalibur ever could. So he turned to his team and looked for a solution, and what they suggested was the nuclear option of filing takedown requests and copyright claims on people that were being mean to him, that were kicking sand in his face on YouTube and ruining his reputation at the middle school lunch tables. Now, this isn't one of those like silly, trivial, oops-a-daisy moments that people just forgive and forget as if it never mattered. This is a very well understood, severe thing that can legitimately ruin someone's career based on nothing other than hurt feelings. It's also illegal what Brent Rivera did, which is knowingly filing bogus takedown requests and copyright claims. That's not exactly allowed. So he used this option against some people that were making videos that weren't positive about him, and one of the most vocal victims was a channel named Dumpy. Dumpy fought back very hard against what had happened because his channel was at risk of being taken away from him because he had hurt this asshole's feelings. Now, the situation was YouTube actually sided with Dumpy and they weren't going to take down the videos, but they did end up taking down one piece of content, which is still alarming, and the future of his channel was, of course, in a pretty scary spot, not knowing what Brent Rivera would do next, like would he double down on it and try and go even harder, so he was rightfully upset and concerned. And now it's been 2 days since then, and Dumpy has posted a follow-up video where he went over the whole situation and actually showed a DM that Brent Rivera sent to him, which claims that he will be releasing all of the copyright notices on his channel, and then even says that he applauds him for grinding and putting in the work to make a career on YouTube. It's something that a lot of people are scared to do, but you have proven otherwise. I wish you all the success on YouTube and your career, bro. Hope he can resolve this. He also says that he won't be taking down any of his future videos if he makes them, and I hope that extends to everyone who has made videos about you, Brent, not just Dumpy being the biggest one. That should be a no-brainer that people are allowed to criticize you and make videos talking about your content without fear of you coming in and trying to snatch their entire fucking channel away because your feelings got hurt. So hopefully it's not just Dumpy that you're doing this for. But I do want to mention that second paragraph where he talks about, like, Dumpy's grind and how he's like proud of it, happy to see it, and you know, wishing him nothing but the best in it. To me, that just reads very insincere and phony. That seems like very corporate PR speak because his whole grind and everything you had a huge issue with because it was at your expense. So why are you going to pretend like you actually really appreciate it and admire it? Like, just be honest. Like, it just doesn't seem honest at all. There's no reason to put up a facade. You can just be like, bro, your videos fucking hurt my feelings, I overreacted, yeah, is what it is, I'm releasing it now, I see this as a big fuck up, a big blunder. And that'd be a lot more respectable than trying to put on this like, bro, you're a fucking grinder. You're out there nuts to butts and you're doing it big. That shit is so fucking lit. And I know you're going to keep doing big things. I am so proud of you, actually. I'm so fucking proud of you. Patting him on the ass. Like, that's just, it's not genuine. Like, and there's just no reason to even pretend to be. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Brent really did love it. You know, I couldn't tell you. I just, it doesn't seem that way. But that's not where that ends, because when Dumpy posted this video going over all of it, Brent went into the comment section to do a super thanks. And this is probably a feature none of you know about. I don't have it turned on for my channel, but it is something that exists on the platform where you can just directly donate to a creator in their comment section and it highlights your message. Brent used that feature and donated $400 to Dumpy and said this. In the meantime, while the copyright request is being retracted, here's something to help, smiley face. Again, sorry about that, bro. So he's putting an apology on the back of $400 here. Dumpy did reply to this. He didn't really accept the apology, and then also mentioned that he still has active copyrights against other creators that he's aware of, which, you know, I think Dumpy is well within his right to not accept that apology, because, you know, it's you almost took away his entire fucking career because he hurt your feelings. There's not really a whole lot you can do to make Dumpy like you or just like forgive that. It's just a matter of moving on from it. You are doing the right thing, which everyone will appreciate. You are walking back on this bullshit here with these takedown requests. That is good, but I just don't think there's a whole lot you can do to earn anyone's trust back or view you positively. It's something that you'll have to prove over a long period of time if you actually learned anything from this whole situation. He says that him and his team responded too emotionally to it, which he's absolutely right on, but this is an option that should have never been considered in the first place, obviously. So yeah, that's kind of the update here. He is retracting the copyright takedowns and the claims and whatever, so that is great, though his image is still ruined as a result of all of it, but big appreciation for doing the right thing. So that's always good. Now moving on to the next one that I'd like to give an update on. It's my least favorite Twitch streamer. This was a Polish woman who was streaming while driving, and while looking at her phone, because she was distracted driving and just looking at her fucking phone while driving, she ran over someone's dog. It is an absolutely awful video to sit through. It is fucking painful to listen to. It was very, very sad. This absolute imbecile even mentioned that there were a lot of dogs around near the road, and then got a notification on her phone from Twitch chat, so she went down to just fucking stare at Twitch chat for a very long time, and then just blasts one of the dogs. I was under the impression, as most people were, that the animal didn't make it, especially judging by the sounds that it was making, and just the speed that this girl was driving. Like, this was like some Fast and Furious shit. She was like fucking drifting around. I'm exaggerating, but she was going very fast. But apparently, the dog is okay. Pyrocynical made a video on this and actually did a very thorough deep dive, finding some very interesting sources to follow up on what happened, because this took off on Polish social media. Like, it went big in the Polish community. And according to some pretty seemingly reliable sources, the dog is okay. The dog is fine, and it will recover fine, which is miraculous. This dog is made out of pure fucking adamantium. Took a hit from a speeding vehicle and then is walking it off, just rubbing some dirt in it, and is going to be okay, apparently, which is a fantastic thing to hear. That is great news from this awful situation, but it in no way excuses this streamer. I still think she needs to face legal ramifications for what she's done. I have absolutely no sympathy for any distracted driving whatsoever, whether it be drunk driving, texting and driving, fucking reading Twitch chat thoroughly while driving like she's trying to fucking spell check some assignment, just literally staring at chat more than she's looking at the road. I have no forgiveness for that kind of shit. She should absolutely lose her license at the very least, but I am happy to hear, happy to learn that the dog is okay from this incident, assuming all of the information Pyrocynical has put out there is accurate, and it does seem accurate from everything I've seen. So I just wanted to give that follow-up. That's like actually a nice happy ending there. The best ending would be dog is fine, and also the girl gets punished heavily for this whole situation. That'd be optimal, but right now I'll settle for the dog being okay. So yeah, I just wanted to give these two little quick follow-ups to these stories that I recently talked about, since more came about from them. And that's really about it. See ya. I'm currently involved in my biggest scandal yet, and I want to immediately just start trying to pour water on the flames here, so put your pitchforks down and let me explain. Just simmer down, alright? Hold your horses. As all of you know, today is 420, of course, weed day, whatever, but also, it's the purge on Twitter. The checkmark purge. Anyone that isn't subscribed to Twitter Blue has just had their checkmarks banished to the Shadow Realm. They're gone. The whole legacy checkmark system has been kaput. They've wiped their ass with it. Now that all is left is the embarrassing $8 a month being flushed right down the shitter for a useless service. Unless, of course, you're a business that's paying $1,000 a month for a gold checkmark or a politician who gets the gray one. The only blue checkmarks left are the Twitter Blue subscribers. And it's led to a lot of questions about me personally, because if you go to my Twitter, you'll notice something very yucky, very stinky. There's a bit of a blemish on my Twitter account. There's still a blue checkmark there. As my 4th grade English teacher used to say, honesty is the best policy, and man, this is a painful one. I don't have a checkmark because they let me be grandfathered in with like a legacy checkmark or anything like that. It's not like they allowed me to persist past the doomsday here. I wasn't some kind of crafty Neanderthal caveman who took shelter when the asteroid hit the Earth that took out the dinosaurs and I survived or anything. I have a checkmark because I subscribe to Twitter Blue. It is the most embarrassing thing I've ever done, and please, let me explain. I made a lot of content laughing at Twitter, and most importantly, laughing directly at the whole idea of paying money for a service as dog shit as Twitter. So, this leads to the natural question, why? With the way people have been tagging me, like, you know, with tears in their eyes, crying about, you know, why, Charlie, why have you forsaken us? Why do you still have the blue checkmark? What went wrong? Like, it feels like I just fucking stole Christmas like the Grinch. So please allow me to explain, because I have a good reason, damn it. So, like I said, I've made a lot of videos talking about a lot of Twitter goofiness, and of course one of those topics was Twitter Blue as just an idea. Like, paying for Twitter is one of the stupidest things you could ever really do. It's like paying to have someone spit down your throat every day. It's a silly idea. But the reason I paid for it is because on stream, a couple of people brought up a good point. After they popped Elon Musk's wiener out of their mouth, they texted some shit in chat that actually made a lot of sense. They said, how can you criticize Twitter Blue if you're not going to use it? How can you know for sure that it's a terrible service with nothing redeeming about it if you yourself aren't going to engage with it? And I actually thought about that for a second, and it was like that fucking Onion article, like the guy everyone hates just made a really good point. And ultimately, I agreed with their perspective. I can't fully write off Twitter Blue if I don't actually know everything that's going on with it, since I wouldn't be using it. So probably about 2 months ago now, I took the plunge and made one of the most difficult decisions of my life. Like, this honestly felt like I was about to decide, you know, whether or not to pull a family member off life support or something. It was fucking painful, it was emotional. I was nearly like crying my eyes out about to part with $8 for fucking Twitter, an actual swamp cesspool of degeneracy. But I did it. I subscribed to Twitter Blue about 2 months ago, and that's when I learned the truth. My third eye was opened. I was fucking right. I could now wiggle my finger and say I told you so that Twitter Blue is useless because I was now using it and could confirm for sure that currently Twitter Blue is worthless. It offers nothing of value at all. It is just wasting money subscribing to Twitter Blue, at least in its current iteration. And all of the memes about like this motherfucker paid for Twitter, I think that's totally fair. I think that's super accurate. You deserve to be shamed if you're paying for something like Twitter Blue right now because there is no reason to. There is literally no reason to. It is literally a Boy Scout badge just to get bullied publicly. And nothing else. You don't have access to any useful tools. You don't have access to any useful features. I'm going to go over everything you get with Twitter Blue right now so that you can see the full scope of just how meaningless it is. Maybe in the future, there'll be some like implementations or changes that make it worthwhile. Elon Musk certainly seems to think so. He's constantly trying to drum a pipe for Twitter Blue, like pumping his fist saying like all of these incredible things are coming very soon, any day now. They're right around the corner. That's got to be the longest fucking street of all time if we still haven't got around that corner, because there is still nothing on the horizon. It doesn't appear like anything's coming anytime soon right now. It's honestly just kind of sad. I feel like I'm eating alone at the lunch tables with all the other losers that have Twitter Blue right now. We're just the outcasts getting laughed at, and we absolutely deserve it. You know, this is like I threw a birthday party and nobody showed up except my parents, and they gave me like a little participation trophy here present with my fucking Twitter Blue checkmark. It's so embarrassing. Now let's go over what Twitter Blue offers. As a paying cuck of Twitter Blue, I have the ability to send out a tweet and then the option to undo it, immediately send it, or wait for this countdown to finish in order for the tweet to go through. This is, I guess, if I have a lot of immediate anxiety and regret after clicking tweet, I can undo it within a certain period of time. But let's say I want to let it rip, and it's up there, and I change my mind. Well, I have that coveted edit feature, where I can edit the tweet to change things around or add to it within the first 30 minutes of the tweet being live. Now, I'm sure all of you with your thinking caps on will immediately recognize why that feature's fucking worthless. Because it's Twitter. If you regret something, or you decide you don't really want it up, or if you want to add something to it, you can just delete the tweet. It's not that big of a deal. It's Twitter. It's instant to do that. There's no penalty for it. You don't have like a certain allotted amount of tweets that you're allowed to post. Like there's no quota. You can just tweet it, be like, that's kind of a stinker, delete. No problems. Editing a tweet is fucking worthless unless you're trying to like prank your followers where everyone likes or retweets something really agreeable and then you edit it to say something really nefarious and evil so that it makes them look silly for retweeting it, I guess. But past that, there's no practicality to editing a tweet within the first 30 minutes. You could just delete it and accomplish the same goal. A lot of the things you'll find on the FAQs for Twitter Blue are absolutely beyond stupid that I'm not even going to bother talking about them, so I'm just going to focus on the bigger ones. Another one that they talk about as being a great benefit is you get half as many ads. You pay $8 to still get ads, but just not as many. And I'll tell you, as a 2-month veteran of Twitter Blue, I haven't noticed a difference in my ad volume. I am still constantly inundated with ads while scrolling through. I really feel like that claim might just be a blatant lie because it's something that you couldn't really empirically prove super well as just a Twitter Blue user. You wouldn't be like, my ad density is exactly the same, because they could always argue like, no, it's actually reduced, you're wrong. And you would have no way of proving it. But going from not subscribing to Twitter Blue to subscribing to Twitter Blue, the ads is exactly the same. Nothing has changed on that front at all in any noticeable, meaningful way. So that's fucking worthless. There's no reason to be paying $8 a month to still be getting ads, the same amount of ads. The edit button is worthless. The undo tweet is worthless. The extra amount of text that you can add to a tweet, I guess, could be useful for journalists, and really journalists alone. But even then, you still might be better off of just doing a reply, because I know most people aren't clicking expand and show more for like a large, long tweet. At least I don't think it's that common. But I could see maybe a bit of practicality for it, but not for $8 a month, and not unless you are an actual journalist whose job it is to try and like convey news through tweets. Longer videos, who gives a shit, especially since there's no video monetization right now that Elon Musk keeps hyping up, so you don't really see any return on those videos on the platform. So if you're trying to be like a Twitter content creator, you're actually just getting fucking donuts here, goose eggs, $0 in return from posting the content. Now, he does keep talking about how he wants Twitter to be a platform for content creators who subscribe to Twitter Blue, so he wants to be able to monetize that content, so maybe eventually that might be something worthwhile, but right now it's just literally not there at all. And really the only other big feature that's currently here that I've seen a bit of buzz about is the subscriptions, which is a paid thing where followers can pay to subscribe to your Twitter, which is cuckoldry, even more shameful than subscribing to Twitter Blue in the first place. I think this is beyond embarrassing and worthless. This is fucking tragic if anyone actually subscribes to a fucking Twitter account. But here's how it works. So a follower of someone with Twitter Blue can subscribe to their tweets for $5 a month, and as a Twitter Blue user, you can see what you stand to gain if whatever percentage of followers sign up for this. So on mine, it has this really misleading shit about how much money can you make with subscriptions. Well, if only 2% of your followers sign up at $5 a month, you get $252.4K per month, which is crazy. That is a huge, huge, huge amount of money right there. And this is like that classic, if everyone watching this video sends me $1, I'll be a millionaire type thing. Like, it's fucking stupid. This is very misleading and manipulative. There is 0% chance that 2% of any single Twitter account would ever subscribe to them for $5 a month. It's not going to happen. I would wager a guess that 0.0000001% of any account's followers would even consider paying $5 a month to subscribe to them, especially because there's no benefit to them for doing it. There is no real reason for it. This is what subscribers get. They get a badge. Whoopee! And then bonus content with unscripted thoughts, ideas, and opinions with extra tweets and personal replies. Oh, so you mean just more normal tweets. Every fucking tweet is just an unhinged, unscripted thought for the most part. And then it just says more features coming soon. They couldn't even find something else to round this out with. It's just like, yeah, and then maybe we'll think of other things. So you actually get nothing for it. 2% of your followers will never subscribe to this. It is a complete pipe dream. So I'm not turning on subscribers. Like, I don't need to actually take the plunge on that one to know how worthless it is. I'm not going to bother. Now, I know Mr. Beast has subscribers on, and they've been, like, really pumping out notifications to let people know that they should subscribe to him, which is super weird, but I do know there are people that are turning it on, and I'm very curious on how that's going for them, because I can't imagine it being super successful when there is no benefit to subscribing to them. You get nothing. At least on something like Twitch, you can get emotes, which build the community and people get excited about that. But even there, I think emotes are pretty weak as like something that you receive for a transaction. It's mainly just to show support to a streamer you like, which I guess you can make the same argument for Twitter, but you're still just getting absolutely nothing of value out of it. And to show support to that Twitter user, I'm assuming they have other platforms anyway that are more direct to them, that you would probably be better off showing support through those as opposed to Twitter itself. Now this is like the last main feature with Twitter Blue that I wanted to discuss in this video here. I just think it's completely worthless right now. Even if this was $1 a month, I would say that it's a waste of $1. It's just truly not worth any amount of money because none of this is useful. But that's not to say that it can't be in the future. I do recognize that this is still very early. This is still like a very primitive build of Twitter Blue. So maybe down the line there's going to be some practicality and some benefit to some of this shit. And it might be worth money then. Like maybe then it would be a worthwhile subscription service. But right now, not even close. And everyone that does have Twitter Blue deserves to get laughed at for being financially irresponsible here because it is just absolutely not worth it. Like I said, it could be down the line, but from everything I have access to with Twitter Blue right now, it is far from a good service. So I wanted to explain why I still have Twitter Blue. I really do think it is important that if I am going to be talking about a service like this, that I need to at least be subscribed to the service to have a full understanding of how it all works. That is the only reason that I have Twitter Blue and am wasting money on it. So that way I can be as knowledgeable as possible on the subject. So hopefully that explains all of that. That's really about it. So yeah. I'm a huge fan of internet weirdos that post content online. I get really excited when I find a new entertaining goofball. And over the years, I've kind of made this collection in my little noodle up here, like a little mental museum of my favorite internet oddities. And I'll sometimes just get the urge to see how they're doing. So I'll go to their content, put their sack in my hand and tell them to cough, to give them a checkup, just to see what's going on and have a little laugh. And recently I was made aware of one of the most bafflingly delusional content creators I've seen in quite some time, which is a TikTok psychic named Ashley. I made a video on her going over her whole situation. I'll break it down just in case you don't know who this is. Ashley is a self-proclaimed clairvoyant psychic who tries to solve real-world mysteries. She uses less reasoning than Scooby-Doo does in the cartoon. Like, she doesn't even bother actually investigating. She just makes up fan fiction that she pulls out of her ass and then tries to portray it as the truth. So she recently made like 100-something TikTok videos accusing a woman named Rebecca Schofield of being the person responsible for the murder of 4 University of Idaho students. This is a complete baseless claim. She used tarot card readings as well as her own patented method of tapping into the universal consciousness, surfing the cosmic vibes of astrology or whatever, and accusing Rebecca Schofield relentlessly of being the murderer. She's now being sued for this because, as it turns out, Rebecca Schofield is completely innocent. It seems Ashley is going to need to spend a little more time mastering the avatar state to get the proper information, because here's the main suspect, Brian Koberger. Now, even if it somehow turns out by a crazy plot twist it's not Brian, even though there is a ton of fucking evidence behind it being him, it is still 100% not Rebecca Schofield, as Ashley has claimed hundreds of times now. Now, you would assume that a rational person, after being sued for defamation for accusing an innocent woman of being a murderer, and the most likely real murderer being arrested, you'd think that she'd then be like, yep, looks like I was wrong. This is a big boo-boo from me here. Sorry about all that. The natural next step would be apologizing and trying to move on from it, backpedaling like, looks like I made a mistake. The spirit realm was, the Wi-Fi signals were blocking it and I didn't have my shungite around me. But in the case of Ashley, you'd be wrong because she commits even further to the delusion, and even after the threat of being slapped around legally, she is still maintaining that she's correct and everyone else is wrong. I'd like to show you some of these TikToks, and I already did talk about some of these in the last video I made, but I actually want to bring this out to a bigger topic, and that's people's inability to accept responsibility even when faced with the absolute truth. People are so afraid of being wrong that they will just do the most unrealistic mental gymnastics that you couldn't even write in a fucking cartoon in order to justify how they're still correct and they're not wrong. I've seen this all over Twitter. When someone gets dunked on Twitter, like they get provably dunked on with facts, logic, evidence, they still will discredit it or come up with some reason that evidence, the facts, the proven truth is wrong and they are right. It's this weird defense mechanism that's so infuriating. You see it all the time with flat earthers. How many times have flat earthers proven with their own experiments that the world is round, and yet they still decide to believe that it's flat? It's people still just wanting to feel special. And it doesn't matter what you bring to them, no matter how bulletproof the evidence or the truth is, they'll just decide not to care. They'll just go back to that belief that makes them feel like they're above everyone else and their intelligence is unrivaled. It really grinds my asshole, like chafes the fuck out of it. I went on Ashley's TikTok today because I thought it'd be fun just to have a little giggle. But as I watched her videos, that smile quickly turned to a frown, and I just got so frustrated listening to her try and justify how she's still right.
Also, let's pay attention to the statement the University of Idaho gave regarding the lawsuit that Rebecca Schofield has against me, but also the accusations that I made that she was the one who ordered and who is responsible for the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students. It says, while this lawsuit is a private matter, U of I does not condone spreading false information and find this particular allegation to be one of the worst we have seen.
That sounds reasonable. Straight and to the point. This is false information and some of the worst we've ever seen. Also, the fan fiction she's writing is absolute garbage and fucking trash. She should stop trying to write these erotic novels that she's cooking up here and trying to pass it off as real evidence in a legitimate murder where 4 students lost their lives. She's trying to capitalize off the death of these 4 students for her own clout. So there was a lot more they could have said to really just, drive the nail in, but they made a very generic boilerplate response that still just kind of covers this, the whole situation.
They've made it clear that they do not condone the spreading of false information. That's one. And for this one, they believe that the allegations I've made is the worst they've seen. Let's pay attention to what they didn't say, which is they didn't say that they agree that Rebecca Schofield didn't know these students. They didn't say that they agree that she didn't teach these students. And they didn't say that they agree that she didn't advise or mentor any of these students. This statement is carefully written, just in case she's guilty.
Getting your arm caught in an escalator and having it crushed to fucking pieces in front of you would be less painful and less traumatizing than listening to her speak about this situation. I don't even know where to begin. Let's start with the obvious. What the fuck are you even trying to say? Here's their statement. But here's what's suspiciously absent from their statement. This is some stupid shit a 4-year-old would cook up in their head. You can actually make this argument for every statement ever. For example, with your own TikToks, you have not once said that you aren't the murderer. Should I start suspecting you as a culprit in this case, as one of the chief suspects? You've made hundreds of TikToks, and I don't think you've mentioned being innocent here. Where were you on the night of the murders, Ashley? It's very odd that you've chosen not to proclaim your innocence or mention where you were on the night of the murders. Now I'm starting to, furrow my brow a bit here and wonder, what's going on behind the scenes, Ashley? Why hasn't that been part of any of your statements? Peculiar, isn't it? They didn't address any of the brain dead shit that you said in this TikTok in their statement because they didn't fucking need to. It's already been proven by law enforcement that you're just wrong on every single goddamn claim.
It's a lot of people on YouTube, on the news and articles, the comments, TikTok videos, whatever. When the truth comes out and you see that I'm right, I just want you guys to leave that stuff up and stand on what you said. Don't delete it and try to bandwagon. Stand on it.
Your arrogance makes me want to cry. Ashley, if anything comes out that's even remotely adjacent to you making a claim that's almost grounded in reality, I will actually shit my fucking pants. Of course I will keep it all up. For those that don't know, a bulk of her claims were about Rebecca Schofield and her internalized lesbianism, where she was an advisor or a mentor to one of the students and she fell in love with her, but this conflicted with her traditional values, and then the student, you know, she was kind of old, and then, but what about Rebecca's husband? And she just made like a 50 Shades of Grey novel around real murders and blaming a real innocent lady for all of it. And not only her, she also throws another real person under the bus as a potential murderer here, talking about how they, you know, like fucking formed this kind of villain alliance here and hired assassins to take out the students. It's an unreal amount of garbage, and it actually does make me upset that she truly believes it so firmly.
I took a nap. I tried to quit, but I can't quit. And I don't even want to cry on you, but when I went to sleep, I had a dream. And in the dream, it was Kaylee's mom and Kaylee's dad. And I was by Kaylee's mom, and we were just crying. And that is so hurtful. But anyway, I'm not going to quit. I've mistakenly let them lead me into masculine energy, which is protective energy, because of the lawsuits and all the negativity and the media and the comments and things of that sort. I've let them force me into masculinity, protective energy. But I should have continued to focus on what I know, which is feminine, intuitive, receptive energy.
Absolutely disgusting. She's now talking about how one of the victims' parents came to her in a dream and they were crying together over all of this. And then, you know, all of the negativities forcing her into masculine energy. Whatever the fuck that means. I did, however, get a laugh out of this whole, like, masculine versus feminine energy thing, as if it's just something that can wash over you because some people left mean comments or called you out on your bullshit. Like, damn, goodness gracious, I looked at a piece of wood today and the masculine energy nearly made me pass out. Or like, hey, Charlie, we're going to a bar tonight, are you in? Nah, sorry, I can't, bro. I ate a Pop-Tart earlier today and I got hit with some childish energy, so now I'm no longer old enough to drink. But you guys have fun tonight. Just such a fucking stupid, silly thing.
Long story short, I'm not posting no more free information regarding this case online anymore. You got people on here asking me information and using my information, then turn around and saying I'm crazy or leading protests against me and allowing me to be badgered.
Even when she does decide to shut the fuck up, which I imagine she was advised to do by a lawyer who's instructing her to stop, hit the brakes as hard as possible, and stop posting this shit, she still tries to spin it as like a victory for her, and we're all the bad guys for calling her out on how deplorable the whole thing is. So yeah, I just wanted to go over this because I am so tired of people just refusing to accept reality. Like, there's nothing wrong with being wrong. Like, changing your beliefs is a natural thing. It's healthy. You should change your beliefs. You shouldn't have the same beliefs right now as you did 10 fucking years ago. You should be evolving as you're getting new information, you're learning new things. Your beliefs should also be evolving as well. There is no reason to stick to something that is provably wrong and false. It just makes no goddamn sense, and it made me upset today, damn it, and I needed to rant. That's about it. So yeah. January 3rd is a date that had more importance to me than my own birthday, because that was the day Logan Paul said he was going to respond to CoffeeZilla's investigative series on his CryptoZoo project. Throughout a year-long investigation conducted by CoffeeZilla, he produced 3 videos that highlighted that CryptoZoo was a scam, and told the story of tons of victims who lost money and went over how it got to that point and what went on behind the scenes. Logan Paul stated that he would be responding to all the allegations on January 3rd. And he did, in a remarkably baffling way. So January 3rd rolled around, and it was this very sad wet fart of a response from Logan Paul. He released a 7-minute video where he addressed none of the actual claims that had evidence backing them and avoided all of the actual hard-hitting facts that CoffeeZilla was providing without giving his side of anything. Instead, he just started attacking the character of CoffeeZilla and throwing out wild accusations with nothing to back up his claims in his own video, which makes him very hypocritical in that sense, such as him stating at the very beginning that CoffeeZilla's been getting information wrong because he's turned into a gossip channel without ever showing any of the things he's gotten wrong recently, and then saying that he tried to work in law enforcement but was turned away for being not truthful and his work often being speculative, of which he provides no sources to where he got that, so I imagine he reached into his colon and pulled it out like a little dingleberry. So, his video wasn't the best when it came to proving his innocence. So he then released a podcast episode yesterday going over it deeper. However, it's not deep at all. This shit is shallower than a micro penis. It doesn't go anywhere. It's still the very surface level shit where he doesn't actually talk about any of the evidence-backed claims that CoffeeZilla makes against him, his team, and his project. It's an hour and 20 minutes of them trying to play the victim here, and it's so shameless at one point that he even begins reading a letter that he supposedly received from a fan that made him tear up, talking about how great of a person Logan is and how he has such a kind heart, and then Logan tears up on the podcast again. None of this has anything to do with the CoffeeZilla investigation or Crypto0, so it just seems like he's farming sympathy points for some reason. It's just not good at all. This is actually significantly worse than his 7-minute response video. Now, he does reinforce that he will be suing CoffeeZilla for defamation for his investigative series on Crypto0, which leads me to believe that Logan Paul is truly surrounded by absolute fucking troglodytes. There is nobody in Logan Paul's immediate circle that gives him good advice. A defamation case is extremely hard to win, in even the best of circumstances. But you have a shady crypto company that a ton of people lost a ton of money on, and you're suing a guy who investigated it for a year and provided nothing but an unbiased, objective look at the facts. No matter how you want to spin it, it is objective as it gets. Logan Paul seems to believe that CoffeeZilla highlighted him as a malicious, evil supervillain, which are his words, not mine. But in the actual investigation videos, you can see CoffeeZilla multiple times mentions that he can't pin the blame on any one person, and in fact focuses more highly on the other two people, Jake the Crypto King and Eddie Ibanez, than Logan Paul. So, to win a defamation case, you not only have to prove that the information is incorrect, you have to prove that it was knowingly incorrect by the person who put it out there publicly. You have to prove there was malicious intent. You would have to somehow prove that CoffeeZilla knew all of this information was wrong, published it anyway for the sole purpose of hurting your image. And that's a very difficult thing to prove, because you can make tons of arguments that CoffeeZilla, even if things are wrong, which so far Logan Paul's proven nothing wrong, aside from one of the victims in the testimonials being shady, aside from that he's proven nothing, he would then have such a solid defense regardless, because he investigated and just provided like facts of the information he gathered from Logan Paul's own team. So he would have a very strong case of, this isn't defamation, I was doing a public service by bringing all of this information to light. Like, it's an unwinnable case for defamation, and I have to imagine Logan Paul knows that and just wants to bully CoffeeZilla legally and cost him a lot of money to hurt him, which is fucked up. That is malicious and supervillain-like, Logan. Of course, I'm no lawyer, but I am at least somewhat familiar with how defamation cases usually go, because when someone's feelings get hurt, they always try and sue for defamation for some reason. It's pretty cringe. Now, another thing that I want to mention before showing the podcast moments is Logan Paul is so delusional that he actually is using the defense of him hiring criminals makes him innocent. So in his response video, he's like, "You talked to my developer that stole the code for $1 million. Did you know that developer is actually a convicted criminal?" And then showcases his criminal history, as if that makes Logan Paul look better or innocent. Logan, you hired 3 criminals to run this with you. That makes you look much, much worse and much more guilty. Oh, no, guys, it's not me that was bad. I hired 3 criminals. I brought together the Suicide Squad here to run this crypto company. It's them that were bad. It's not my fault. Why are you getting mad at me? I just hired the criminals. Obviously, you're responsible for the team you put together. You are liable for 2 of them stealing $7.7 million from the project here. That is your fault. I don't know why you keep falling back on, no, it's just those criminals that did it, not me. Like, it's such a fucking stupid defense. I already did get kind of the spoilers that he really just repeats what he said in his video, which is nothing. Even in this hour and 20 long podcast, he doesn't actually debunk any of CoffeeZilla's claims. What was the question? He was just like spitting a fact. Now I know these are just like his lackeys, and his point is like this is all wrong, but it wasn't even a question. He's just like he's just like right. Like the only thing he failed to mention there is that it was a scam. But everything else, yeah, I mean, he's like, right. It's not like you were going to talk about Crypto Zoo the next day or something. If CoffeeZilla never made the video telling the victim's story, this would have stayed just buried, fading into obscurity.
Here are some receipts after he released his series.
Logan, big guy. Coffee already posted the receipts. He reached out to you directly on Instagram, which was your only means of communication, by the way, since you blocked him, over a year ago. When that was a dead end, he reached out to your manager multiple times asking to talk directly to you. Jeff left him on red. It wasn't until every other avenue was burned that he called your manager, Jeff. Those receipts were already posted. But you are right, he did reach out again on December 24th to your email, again, after exhausting everything else, again, because you have him blocked. But that's just so transparently weak. Your offer was for him to fly out to your studio to do it, so couldn't the same argument be made for you? Like, that's not a strong point that you, for some reason, harp on so heavily. His offer was to just do a general video call. In fact, CoffeeZilla doesn't even do those interviews, video calls, on his main channel. He does it on a secondary platform. So it wouldn't even be milking views or anything out of it. It's literally just getting the truth.
He broke laws, hardly substantiated your evidence, fabricated dangerously misleading falsehoods, and wrongfully accused me of scamming my fans. I'd still love to host you on Impulsive, again, unmonetized. It can even be one-on.
Hardly substantiated your evidence. I'm going to give him leeway on the breaking laws because even I didn't realize Texas was a one-party consent law when it came to recording conversations on the phone. So he didn't break laws. So that's blatantly wrong, but I'm going to give him leeway because I also didn't realize that that was legal in Texas. But this, fucking yikes. And fabricated, dangerously misleading falsehoods. What, talking to your team of criminals? Like, directly? What do you mean? Oh, no. Oh, this is so much worse than I would have expected. Just because Logan didn't make the money doesn't mean it wasn't a scam. You know who did make money and 7.7 million's worth? 2 of the other criminals he hired to run it with him, Mike. Yes, it is a scam, even though Logan didn't make the money off of it. Holy shit. I am going to assume this had to have been recorded a week ago or longer. There's no way he recorded this and released it today after his response video and the reception and all of the points made about it. I refuse to believe he is that blissfully ignorant of what's going on. This has to be old. This is bad. This is just... So the setup he's doing here is Coffee refused to come on Impulsive, so instead I'm gonna have my sidekick here make up easy softball questions that we think CoffeeZilla may have asked if he was lobotomized. And then Logan tackles those easy ones. For instance, what is a scam? Well, by the definition of a scam, Logan, did you make money off of this? And I already know the answer. Well, no, Mike. In fact, CoffeeZilla even corroborated this. I never sold the coin. That doesn't mean it's not a scam, Logan. Thus, everything CoffeeZilla said was accurate. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Doesn't mean it's not a scam, bro. Talk about the leaked group texts about how this was supposed to just emulate another lucrative project to exploit your fans for money as quickly as possible off as minimal effort as possible. And then talk about all of the meeting memos about market manipulation and what's an acceptable amount to sell on any given day for the percentage increase, or for the percentage effect on the overall tokenomics. Get into the market manipulation stuff from the actual group chats, man. That's what I'd like to hear.
That seemed just like a kill shot to this entire thing.
Yeah, maybe. If your brain is very smooth, I suppose. Well, everyone may have lost money, and the entire goal may have been to just exploit us for money, but Logan didn't sell. So I guess we weren't scammed. I can see how your mind worked in that way, Mike. What are you talking about? It was stock images. It has nothing. Even if the art was bad, if it was clear it was actually custom art by real artists, then the critique would just be, yeah, the art's kind of lame. The critique is the handmade art claim is wrong. As in, you're using stock images. What is he talking about? His claims were literally handmade art, and he talked about how many artists he had on the team. But it was revealed that it was mainly stock photos. Now, the hybridization of the art with a panda with a long elephant nose, maybe you had someone drum that up in 5 minutes in Photoshop, I guess? But, like, even that's a stretch. Discussion he has that's insightful at all. I know that he says that CoffeeZilla is milking victims of his scam, which is a wild thing to say. Just get over it. You lost money. Stop milking it. That is what. Where is that actually? I'll pull that up in case any of you haven't seen that. Where in this podcast is it? The milking it part, but that was embarrassing. Jesus Christ, Mike. Logan, when we were in Qatar, in that spa, surrounded by topless women, drinking expensive champagne, I looked over, you checked your phone, CoffeeZilla made a video with your name in it. You knew it was about CryptoZoo, and I saw, through the windows of your soul, I saw your heart broke, Logan. So I did what any good friend would do. I put your whole sack into my mouth. And I didn't want to, Logan. Trust me, I didn't want to. But I put it in my mouth where it was nice and warm, and I knew I could comfort you in this time of need. And I'm not trying to make it seem like the victim, but you ruined our entire vacation, CoffeeZilla. All of it. Ruined it. Ruined it. Your fans so much, give them their money back. Easy. Your fans mean so much to you. Wow, you do so much, you take a picture when they ask, holy fuck, what a saint. Give them their money back. Prove it. Give them their money back. But, like, let's say it is 5 or 6 mil. Logan Paul, with Prime alone, makes that in, like, a week. People are fighting each other in the UK for Prime. He could absolutely afford just to give that back. Be like, you know what, guys? I really do, like, care about you. This isn't just lip service. This wasn't supposed to be a scam. Things got out of control. You lost money. Real people were hurt. And I can't live with that anymore. I'm giving you your investments back. And since it's on the blockchain, you have the ledger. You can easily see who invested what so you don't get scammed by people pretending to be investors. And you could easily just give them it back and make it whole. But he won't. He could afford to, though. 100% he could afford to. No, but Charlie, he takes pictures with his fans. That's a good point. A picture's worth more than the millions of dollars that they've lost. Hey, babe. I know I lost money with Dink Doink from Logan Paul last time. Well, I am milking it. Yo, you got scammed. Get over it. I think I really do think Stan's had the best take on it. Like, if he was Logan Paul's guy, he would have advised to just ignore it. And he's absolutely right. I thought the right play would just be make everyone whole again, refund them. I think that's the morally correct thing to do. But if Logan just wanted the easiest way and just to get out of this as quickly as possible, if he never said anything, he would have been fine, actually. But now he's posted this on both of his main platforms, Logan Paul channel and now Impulsive. All of his audience is now aware of this. Now they've probably watched CoffeeZilla's video, and with all of that evidence, they're going to look at Logan Paul and be like, fuck, this guy hasn't proven his innocence at all. He hasn't even mentioned any of the claims. So he really fucked himself. If he had just ignored it, his audience would have never known, never cared, and he would have been in the same situation. He would have been fine. His fans are definitely not watching CoffeeZilla's video. I disagree. So I actually think since now he's posted it 2 times, they're going to be like, what is he talking about? What are these scam allegations? I bet it's a bunch of baloney, a bunch of fucking barnacles. Logan would never do that. Let me see what this is. And they'll watch it for even a second, like hate watch it. But then Coffee immediately starts making points and they're like, interesting. His audience, no. I don't know, maybe I'm now skewed on what I think his audience is after the CoffeeZilla videos because everyone that he interviewed that got scammed for a lot of money was not a kid. They were young adults. So no, maybe I'm under the false idea that his audience is older than they are. I always thought he had like a Disney Channel audience, but after the CoffeeZilla investigation, I became convinced they were older. Plus he's in the WWE now, which is mainly older audience. So I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong, fully. What I wanted is for him to actually tackle the evidence. I would really like to hear from his side, if there is one. Right now, I'm starting to genuinely doubt he has any legs to stand on there on this situation. But who knows? You didn't see him push Prime at the end.
You look like a...
Yeah, Prime needed an extra push. It's only on his goddamn phone case on the table, them drinking it constantly, them fiddling with it constantly. Yeah, it needed that extra push. Yeah, surely I needed to see that.